Hello once again, welcome to Malta and the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. It is day 5 of the main event, the penultimate day of the 5K tournament that will crown a champion tomorrow here at the Portomasso Casino in St. Julian's. We are going to start the day with 14 players, 2 tables coming back for the penultimate day of the tournament, and we will end today with just 6 players at the final table who'll compete for the trophy and the title tomorrow. I'm James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. What a great day for a ball game. Let's play 2, or maybe just some poker.
So remember, when we're here tomorrow for that final table, we will be cards up from 2 o'clock Central European time. Don't forget to message us, hashtag EPT Live on Twitter. Use the live chat on Twitch if you're watching there. Of course, we're streaming on Facebook Live as well. Plus, we are on Snapchat and Instagram. Now, if you missed any of the action from yesterday, you missed a pretty fun day when all was said and done. 30 players returned for day 4. Our ambition, of course, to get down to the final 2 tables. That was the last lady standing, Sarah Hazali. However, she was crippled when she ran ace-queen into Fredrik Jensen's ace-king. And she busted shortly after that. Davide Katai was KO'd. Ace on the river, crushed his queens. Our spin-and-go qualifier, Bastian Dola, lived a charmed life. He got it in with pocket 10s against 2 opponents. He was way behind. 10 on the flop. He tripled up and made it through the day. And Dominic Panker survived a host of all-ins. He ended the day with 1.4 million chips, keeping the dream alive of a second EPT title.
Oh, yeah.
So let's have a look at the final 14 players. These are the top 7 stacks. Mats Karlsson, the 59-year-old from Sweden, leads the pack with 2,084 big blinds. Dmitry Urasov, second on the leaderboard. Panker, the last remaining 4 champ, is 3rd in chips. And if we look at the bottom end of the leaderboard, Ola Shemian is the shortest stack. Just 8 big blinds coming into play.
Well, he's on our featured table, so we will be there for all of it. Whether he goes out or he doubles up a bajillion times, he'll be right there.
Same feature table as yesterday, playing 7-handed. We've got the chip leader, we've got Panker, we've got our spin-and-go qualifier, Bastian Dola, and we've got the shorty, Ola Shemian. We are now at level 23 of the EPT Malta main event. Blinds are currently 12,000, 24,000 with a 4,000 ante. And action is underway.
Cards are in the air, and now they're on the table.
So this is Bastian Dola. Won his seat for 10 euros in a spin and go. He folds. Louis Cartarius spent some time on our feature table yesterday. For most of the day, in fact. Both he and Panker have folded. Alexei Boyka is the player to act now in the cutoff. And he is going to raise. Chip leader Mats Karlsson gives up the button. Shemian in the small blind. He's put on a shirt that says, "I mean business."
He's put on a shirt that says he will take your case in 1970s San Francisco. Whether it be a missing sister or someone's been vandalizing your disco ball store, he will be there.
And right now he is all in. Eli Saad is in the big blind. He's folded. Action back on Boyka. And Boyka calls, putting Ola Shemian at risk. Ace-4 against pocket 9s. Shemian with just 1 overcard to Boyka's pocket pair.
Sometimes 1 overcard's all you need. It's not the first time 1970s Ola Shemian's been up against it.
The flop has a 4 on it. Gives Shemian additional outs.
Something.
3 aces, 2 4s working for him. And now he picks up the flush draw as well. This could be a case of too many outs syndrome.
I think it's just the right number of outs.
Shemian needs to hit on the river to survive. The river is the deuce of clubs.
Funky.
He gets there, and Shemian survives.
I was already like out there.
Swag levels holding steady. Ooh, aggressive dealer. Jeez. Somebody wanted him to go broke.
So Shemian now playing around 15 big blinds. Still 14 players remaining in the EPT Malta main event. Just 5 minutes into the first level of day 5.
I give him one.
And hard to predict how long today is going to be, to be honest. We have a hard target, want to get down to the final 6. Could take 3 levels, could take 4.
If it takes much longer than 4, we are in for a pretty short day tomorrow, I think.
Average stack right now is just over 1 million. Shy of the 50 big blind mark. So you would expect there to be 2 or 3 eliminations during this first level of play. Dominic Panker, who at one point yesterday I think was down to like 4 big blinds, and comes into the penultimate day 3rd on the leaderboard. And Panker, of course, made the final table here in Malta in season 11. Looking to go 2 for 3, which would be quite impressive.
Especially since we were here 3 times in less than 2 years.
So Panker's open to 60,000. Chip leader, Mats Carlsen.
Oh, there's a Romanian commentary today? I'm out of here.
Carlsen, 3 bets, makes it 160,000. Shemian all in again.
Shemian does not have a very good record against Mats Carlsen. Had his lunch eaten by Carlsen on multiple occasions yesterday.
Oh, seriously, but caught in the crossfire. This, yeah. What is it? Yeah, well,
Oh, this is the worst.
follow course. Not
This is
that
the
well.
worst. And the guy's like, ah, I just got caught. I guess I call. And then you just get bustoed.
Yeah, Panker quickly folded. Carlsen's getting a count.
Yeah, call.
I knew it.
He calls. King 10.
Ace King. Well, it's Domination Nation. I'm so sorry, Ola. This is really going to suck.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Already?
Can you apologize ahead of time, Matt? Okay. We agree on
Yeah,
that one.
stupid. I don't know. Who knows? All this gaming can have a good hand.
Oh, come on.
Told you.
Ola Shemian does not want to see an ace or a 9.
Have you ever played poker before, James? This is how it happens.
Take another one of those.
Another tough one.
7 cards for Shemian to fade on the river. It's an ace!
Poker,
Game.
it's all skill. Start with the worst hand and go uphill.
Barry Greenstein seals Ola Shemian's fate.
I don't think so. But
Sorry about that, buddy.
Eliminated in 14th place, cashing for just over 25,000 euros.
Wow. We got it all going on today, huh? Greenstein.
And Mats Carlsen is now playing 2.5 million. He's up over the 100 big blind mark with 13 players remaining.
The Shemian Slayer.
no.
How? Why? I mean, it's just, we all knew that's exactly what's going to happen.
So weird. The fact that he said sorry to him in advance. The fact that it's like, well, I don't really want to call here, but I'm getting the price and, you know, it's going to be really horrible when I put a beat on this guy.
It wasn't even the cocky sorry. Like, a lot of people would be like, oh, sorry, mate. Sorry, gonna suck out on you here. And he was like, I'm so sorry.
Saad has raised the button here. Dola in the small blind. He folds. His fellow countryman, Louis Carterius, in the big blind.
All the high rollers so nice and humble as he is. Many of them. I don't know. He's so young and so successful.
He's going to defend, and we will see a flop. 8-6-4 with 2 hearts.
Impressive, so young. I know it wasn't a joke. I would have been in his shoes.
Carterius checks. And Saad checks behind. No continuation bet. Queen of hearts.
Yeah, doesn't seem to love this flop.
Carterius checks again. And Saad checks back for a second time, and a 4th heart on the river. The straighty flushy board.
Look at this great shot of Carterius. I mean, most men don't even know how to find the Carterius.
Checks it for a 3rd time. And Saad checks it back. Carterius shows king 6 for a pair of 6s.
Please tell me that's good. So how good does that feel when that hand's good at showdown? You're like, no way.
Okay, we got
Yeah, that's
a flashback for you. This happened on the very first hand of the day at the outer table.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Benjamin Pollock gets it in with 8 against ace king. Well, actually, this is after Pollock was crippled with 8 against ace king. This is where he gets it in with king 7 against ace 10, and Pollock is out.
Масочка, конечно.
Oh, it's Potato Girl.
My friend fighting.
Boy, Ellie Saad, very active today. And we've got a 3-bet from the spin and go qualifier. Bastian Dohler.
Blinds are out, so it's back on Saad.
First round players on our road. We're going to start your tournament in just under 15 minutes. You need to do a draw for your seat, and please make your way to table 12.
I wonder if this 3-bet is influenced by that last hand,
That he played pretty weakly.
but also must have been raising pretty light when he couldn't even beat king 6.
See ya.
So Dohler Chips up to just over $1 million, just shy of an average stack, which right now is 1.2 million. With 12 players remaining, we have lost Shemian. We have lost Benjamin Pollock, and Pollock's a player who's come close so many times.
Yeah, I know. So as far as people we know, who's left? Dominic Penka?
I mean, obviously, I'd say he is by far and away the biggest name remaining of the final 12. I mean, running through the players at the other table, Thomas McNamara has had a few deep runs in EPTs, was 13th in Dublin last season, but I'd say there's a bit of a gap between him and Panka for sure.
Well, whoever makes the final table, we're gonna know them from now on.
Joe, you're more up on the phrases that young people use.
Oh, God.
Is smoke show a compliment?
Yes.
Okay, so Walt Justice says, good morning from the US, and that dealer is a smoke show.
Yes.
I was going to read it if he was basically insulting the dealer.
No, but, you know, it's... He thinks she's hot, aka where there's smoke, there's fire.
Ich verstehe. So Dola has been 3-bet by Carterius. And he's called. He's out of position without the betting lead. 8-8-3 on the flop.
Down to give away a prize this level.
What do you want to give away?
That's a good question. Yes, I gave away some of the stuff already. I don't think we're going to run out.
We were meant to keep some prizes in reserve for superfans who've appeared on the podcast recently, but none of them has got in touch.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'll give away T-Money.
Sure.
I'm going to make it a significant amount of T-Money.
Carterius has continued for 115,000.
Let's make it like... You can play the Sunday Storm for $11, right?
I believe that is true.
Let's make it $22 in T-Money so you can play 2 Sunday Storms.
Okay, we'll get to that in a moment as Dola folds flop and Carterius rakes in that pot. While we're talking competitions, by the way, we have got our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition running a bit later on today. Thank you to everyone who entered yesterday. The names of the 5 winners of yesterday's contest are on the screen right now. The Zakaj, Surgeon 199, La Placenta, Kenjira, and Alex Dock. Well done. All 5 of you will get 3 $10 Spin and Go Bahamas tickets. And remember, that doesn't actually start until November. There'll be 4 weeks when we'll be running those Spin and Goes, which will give you the chance to win a package to the first ever PokerStars Championship in the Bahamas.
So because the answer to my question is money, we'll give away a money equivalent.
Okay.
Now we're going to play How Much Does It Cost Malta Edition. Now I will often read out like a list of things that I have purchased and ask for the closest guess to what it costs. Last night I went out here in Malta. Well, we've done this before, right? We do it in Monaco, we do it in the Bahamas, and the prices are very high. I'll say this, prices are lower than you would expect here, lower than that.
Okay, so think value rather than extortion.
Correct. So last night I actually went to the bar, hung out with a few locals. And what I would like you guys to do, I'm gonna do this on Twitch only because I can actually put the answer into a little program that will look for the answer. It's a 4-digit answer.
Can I just issue one quick caveat,
Yes.
right? Because I know that many of the people watching on Twitch are in North America, and they're very welcome. But if you are in the US and do not have a Real Money PokerStars account, please don't enter, because you could take a prize from someone who actually can legitimately win it.
Correct. And I don't expect that we're going to get multiple correct answers, so I'm probably just going to give it to the first person. Unless for some reason there's like a dozen people that all get it right at once. Anyway, I'm looking for a 4-digit answer. It's going to be number, period, number, dot, Number. No
So
comma.
basically, it's 4 digits separated by a decimal point.
That's the one. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, how much did this cost last night at a bar in St. Julian's in Malta? 10 shots of Jaeger. 1 bottle of Martini and Rossi Rosato. 2 vodka sodas.
So classy.
And 2 rum and cokes. I was hanging out with some classy dames. That was for me, the bottle of Rosato. 10 shots of Jaeger.
10 Jaegers.
1 bottle of Rosato.
Yep.
2 vodka sodas. 2 rum and cokes. Oh, sorry, and a bowl of peanuts.
Don't forget the peanuts.
I asked for large peanuts, but they only brought me a small peanuts. Girls didn't seem to mind.
Okay, so someone's got to match it exactly.
They got to match it exactly. I can't keep track of it otherwise. By the way, hopefully this breaks Twitch.
So Panka has opened to 60k. Action is on Eli Saad in the big blind.
You've just registered and you can make a draw for your seat. Please make your way to the spot.
One answer said, risotto isn't a wine, you idiot. People are in the right ballpark, more or less. Riversock says, rest in peace, chat experience. Just a few minutes of this, guys, that's all. Just want to give away $22 in T-Money. You can play the Sunday Storm twice. You can play an $11 knockout. I don't know what costs $11 these days. You can play a $10 spin and go. It's really up to you.
Narden has a question that's on everyone's mind right now. Were the peanuts salted or unsalted?
The peanuts were salted peanuts. Salt peanuts, salt peanuts.
So the last hand was raise and take it for Panka. Action here is on Mats Carlsen. The chip leader has the button and he's raising.
By the way, I'm not including tip in that. 4 tip.
So raise to 55k. Saad in the small. Passes. Dola in the big. Also folds.
Oh, by the way, when I said it's a 4-digit answer, I guess I kind of gave away a lot there. Because I would have easily guessed over 100.
Really?
If this was any part. 10 Jaeger shots, a bottle of wine.
But you did set the scene that Malta is quite an affordable place.
Yeah, I know. But still, look, I'll tell you, in Los Angeles.
Look, it's still quite a broad range from 10.01 through to 99.99.
It's just, I mean, that's close to $200 in a reasonable bar in Los Angeles. We have a wiener.
Wow.
We have a wiener.
Betting ends.
I'm going to wait for the chat to die down. Y'all can stop.
Carlsen wielding that big stack. Raises for the second hand in a row. He's changed his sizing slightly. It was 55k last hand, 60k this time.
Always adapting.
Ola has called out of the small blind. We're going heads up to the flop. That flop is King 8-7 with 2 clubs. Samuel Smith has just tweeted 87.95.
I'm afraid not.
And also we did make it clear that we were only taking answers on Twitch. Carlsen has continued here for 80,000. And Dola folds. So who is the winner?
The winner is SZ Lorenz, who guessed 67 euros and 90 cents. Congratulations, you've won yourself $22 in T-money on PokerStars. Play on PokerStars.
So a reminder that there will be another round of our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition later on today. We've got our penultimate bounty bonus tournament. That's right, just 2 more to go today and tomorrow. 4 o'clock this afternoon, Central European time. Won't cost you anything to enter. You can claim your ticket via Poker School online. But of course, there are rebuys and add-ons available. And it's probably worth doing that because if you can make it to the freeze-out segment of this $500 guaranteed tournament, you can then aim for the bounties. There's a bounty on Joe, there's a bounty on Matt, there's a bounty on me, $150 for knocking one of us out. And of course, because it's a Zoom tournament, you could come up against us at any time. Make sure you've registered, Joe.
Good call, Jamothy.
So that's kicking off at 4, and then of course a bit later on tonight we've got the EPT Live free roll, and we'll give you the password later on today.
800.
Hey, do you think I could get some of those $T for myself if we don't use them? Because I took a bath yesterday. I really ate it hard on stars.
How many bullets did you fire in the bounty bonus, Joe?
5 or 6.
100.
That didn't, I mean, that was just a drop in the bucket. After you saw me dusting off all that money trying to do the match and win or whatever it was.
Card match.
I decided to try to get it back by playing a $60 spin and go.
How'd that work out
I
for
lost
you?
in the first hand.
Oh.
And then I was like, let's just do one more.
And how did that work out for you?
Lost on the first hand.
Oh.
So yeah, you can see it still clicked.
So Sard opened and Carterius 3-bet from the small blind. Sard would have position if he were to call here and take a flop.
Raise.
Alternatively, he can do this, which is 4-bet. I said again, 4-bet. Thank you.
Trying to register for the bounty bonus tournament. No ticket. No, I do have a ticket. I just like saying no ticket.
380,000. How do you think Carterius is feeling about it?
Can't be loving it, you know, when the perceived tightest guy at the table, who's also probably the eldest guy at the table.
He's not. Mats Carlsen's the oldest player in the tournament.
Oh, right, Mats Carlsen, right. Well, second, whatever. He looks like a grown-up.
I know what you mean.
And when a grown-up 4-bets you, you're kind of like, oh, he's probably got it.
And I'm holding a really strong hand.
I don't hate it.
Sard up over $1 million. 44 big blind stack. Carterius has dropped below the 40 big blind mark. The shortest stack at the table, by the way, is Bastian Dola, our spin and go qualifier. He's got 36 bigs.
game 2. We're going to go back to a small blind of 1,000. big blind
And by the
of
way, if you
2,000.
win a competition on our show, just hang tight. Somebody will get in touch. I got nothing to do with it after that point.
You literally wash your hands of them.
I almost never wash my hands, but I do after a competition. My ding dong is cleaner than anything in this casino, okay? I don't know where that sigh came from, but it was really well timed.
Okay, 1,000, 2,000, and 300 dealers. Begin to deal now, please.
By the way, that line I just said, which I won't repeat, that's a quote from Dr. Jerry Buss. When someone caught him not washing his hands at the Hustler one time. Except he didn't say ding dong.
Carlson has opened under the gun. Saad also in early position.
SCV9 on Twitch asks, what's going to happen with the canceled free roll from yesterday? Stapes, as far as I know, the free roll ran.
Let me just check. I'm not sure it did, you know.
Oh, well, someone, maybe his name rhymes with Blames Blart again, said it did run.
I was just looking in the lobby and I saw a free roll that had completed, but it's dated the 26th, which was actually Wednesday.
I was wrong. I was wrong, and I'm going to own that. I guess I'll get back to you. Stick to the poker for now. The uber aggressive today, Saad, who 3-bet before the flop, continues on this flop and gets a fold from Carlson.
Now, I know that there were problems on Stars last night caused by the server restart earlier in the day. And I know that some games were cancelled. I'm not going to lie, I wasn't aware that the free roll had been cancelled.
Everyone on the even our mods are saying it was canceled.
Okay, well, I'm sorry about that. I didn't know. We will look into it, and also we'll ask what's going to happen as a consequence of that free roll being cancelled.
Do you think I owe SCV9 an apology for saying that I thought it ran?
I thought you already apologized.
I said I was wrong. I didn't apologize.
Nah.
I feel like that's as good as you're going to get from me usually. Raise and take it from Kratarius. I will say, though, I can't imagine any universe where I would be like, hey, you remember that free thing I was supposed to get yesterday that I didn't get? Well, I want double free things today. It's like walking into Costco and being like, you know, I didn't come in and raid the samples yesterday because you were closed. So I'm just gonna take twice as much today. Yeah, no, thank you. No, I'll have the sagaloo and the curry. Thank you. Yeah, both. Mm-hmm. So Cartarius has been doing pretty well so far today. He's just gotten himself 3-bet by Skynet himself, Dominic Penka. Sod folds the big. We're back over to Cartarius. I'll tell you what, guys, today's free roll, we're gonna make it extra free.
Don't worry, Joe, I'm on it. We're doing something about it.
We're gonna cut the buy-in in half today. Fair? Panka's got Cartarius covered. And he folds.
So Panka still second in chips at this table, still an above average stack with 1.4 million. We actually spoke to Dominic before play started today and asked him how he's feeling to be making yet another deep run here in Malta.
I'm feeling very well. I'm running very well. I'm running very good. Hopefully I can keep the good run coming.
And you had quite a roller coaster day yesterday. You got very low. Tell us a little bit, summarize yesterday for us.
I started with 30 couple big blinds, so definitely a playable stack, but I had aces and the big blind player on a paired board ended up having a 3, and I did pay half his stack, so I was down really short, but was expecting to bust at any second, but fortunately was able to spin it up thanks to some obviously very lucky situations.
You're actually looking to book your flight home at that point, weren't you? But then things can turn around so quickly, and now you've got just as good a chance as anyone.
Sure, obviously, that's the most realistic outcome when you have only 3 big blinds. You need to get a lot of things go your way in order to spin it up, but fortunately I was able to.
Finally, you're an EPT winner. You've done it before, but we have 2 more chances to become a 2-time EPT winner. How much would it mean to you to achieve that?
I mean, that would just mean probably that I'm the luckiest player in the world with the second EPT title in just such a short notice. You need to have such a good run to do it.
Dominic Panka came close to winning his second EPT title here in Malta in March of 2015. Is he going to make the final table of the same tournament?
I say yes.
Well, we're down to 12 players now. 6 eliminations to go before we're at that final. These are the stacks of the players on the main stage right now, and Dominic looking very healthy, especially when you consider how low he was yesterday. So yeah, let's address this issue of the free roll, Joe. I know you've joked about it, but in all honesty, and I've just talked to the entire production team, nobody here in Malta knew that the free roll had been cancelled. So all I can say is I'm sorry, because I know a lot of people do look forward to playing the free roll. Yes, Joe, you're absolutely right. It's something we give for free, but ultimately we do promote it, we do promise it, and we didn't deliver. And even though we knew there were server issues last night, I didn't know it had led to the cancellation of this tournament that 30,000 people were waiting to play. So we are looking into it, and crucially, we're looking into what we can do today to try and make up for the fact that the free roll didn't run yesterday.
Unbelievable. Just made me look like such a jerk in front of the entire audience.
Good cop, bad cop, Joe. That's how we have to play it, right?
Tell you what, I didn't have server issues yesterday. I was eating double starters. I was having scallops and pork belly. No server issues there.
How many times did you actually change your order
Just
during
once.
last night's meal?
Just the once. I knew when I saw everybody else get that leg of lamb that I was going to be jealous. So I had to change it.
Meanwhile, Olashemian, who we saw eliminated earlier on, has jumped into the high roller. It's day 2 of the 10K event, and of course registration is open until the start of play, so he just made it and has taken a seat between Steve O'Dwyer and Charlie Carroll.
Here's what I'm willing to do. If I play the free roll, I will put a cash bounty on myself. Out of my own pocket. Out of my own PokerStars account. Of which there's almost nothing.
I was going to say, is there anything left in there?
Looks like I'm going to have to start doing some video blogs again for Poker School Online. That's how I refresh my account. I told Matt I haven't had a deposit in years, but that's because I get paid for my video blogs right in the client.
So Carlsen has raised to 55,000. Bowler on the button. It's a 3-bet from the spin and go qualifier, 155K. Carlsen is tournament boss, 2.4 million behind.
Mats Carlsen might be my new favorite player. You know what? He is my new favorite player. Sorry, Neil Farrell, but you've been dethroned.
About 600. Is it more? 8. Sorry, I mean 8. Yeah, that's right. 5. 8.
Bless Spear. Says, greetings, gentlemen. Feeling lost since I've missed so much live coverage that I've come to work 1.5 hours early to catch up.
Wow. What a lucky employer you have who has you coming in early to then time steal for the entire rest of your shift.
3-bet gets through as Dolot wins that pot. Halfway through the first level of the day, 2 eliminations so far. A reminder of chip denominations on the screen right now. I approve of the movie theme we have picked for today.
Isn't Spear one of the guys that has to pick out a prize?
Possibly. Carlsen's going to give it another go, raising from under the gun this time. Folded to Cartarius on the button.
Over to my new favorite player. Who I'm sure very wisely folds.
Okay, Joe. It's my favorite time of the day. Hit it. Spin and go to the Bahamas. These are the 3 hands that you've got to try and hit today. Match any of these hands with your winning hole cards during a real money spin and go, and you could win a prize. Pocket jacks, specifically the jack of spades and the jack of hearts. 8-9 suited in hearts. Ace of clubs, 9 of spades. We'll tweet that graphic so you can refer back to it. Just follow hashtag EPT Live Timeline. Once you've hit that, and remember, you just got to win a hand, not the actual spin and go itself, tweet the screenshot or a boom link along with the hand ID and the hashtag EPT Win, not EPT Live, EPT Win. And 5 winners will receive 3 $10 Bahamas spin and go tickets and potentially spin it up to a seat in the Bahamas.
So I've just got to win a hand with pocket jacks?
But specifically of those suits.
So it's got to be those suits.
The suits count.
So I have to win the whole spin and go.
No, just the hand. And you don't have to match all 3 hands, Joe. Just one of them. One of the 3 will do.
But if I do match all 3, I get 3
You can enter the competition
chances.
3 times, absolutely. I think it was day 1 where we literally had 5 entries. So obviously those 5 people won. But since then, I think we've been getting more than 5 and we've been drawing at the end of the day.
Players, we're 6 away from the final day of the final EPT Malta. Hexalich, good question. Do you need to win with Showdown? Answer, no. You can raise and take it with
Counts as a win.
8-9 of hearts. I'd be careful, though. That's how I lost all my money yesterday, was trying to win with specific hands. Somehow they always knew. So what's the average stack? 1.1?
Yeah, just shy of 50 big blinds.
So half the table is average and half the table is really just below average.
Yeah, I mean, Sard is pretty much at average. Pankit and Carlson above. In Carlson's case, significantly above average. Double the tournament average, in fact. Yeah, and then everyone else hovering around the 35 to 40 big blind mark. A reminder, you can follow hands from the other table, the outer table, via the PokerStarsblog.com. So they provide comprehensive coverage of the main event and indeed of the 10K high roller as well. You can follow the guys on Twitter at PokerStarsblog. They'll often tweet a link to the live coverage and also the various articles that they're writing, the features about the festival. And I'm pretty sure the blog team are going to be heading to New Jersey in a few days' time for the first ever PokerStars festival. So if you want to follow that one, the blog will be your friend. Because there won't actually be a live stream per se, although there will be people twitching from resorts, but generally they're going to be showcasing online play on PokerStars NJ rather than the main event of the festival. Anywho, we've gone to a flop here. Panker was the pre-flop aggressor. He's continued flop for 65,000.
A flop?
A few and far between.
And it's over. James, you know I don't make predictions very often.
That is true.
I don't like to get involved. I don't like to say, oh, this guy, that guy. I really like Dominic Panka for this one. I think it's a great ending to the EPT chapter. in the PokerStars live events history book.
Yeah.
Having a second two-time winner, just Dominic and Vicky, would be awesome. And I'm really pulling for that because I just think it's a great story and it's a great close, and I'd rather lock it up now than leave it to the last event.
It'd be quite ironic, actually, if it was Dominic Panker, when you consider he was the guy who stopped Mike McDonald from achieving the first ever two-time champ achievement.
He's like, no, 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 you're not going to do this twice. I am.
Apparently, according to the PokerStars blog, Benjamin Pollock has also jumped in the 10K high
Are we
roller.
playing the final table 9-handed or?
9 at first. Official would be 8.
Okay.
And playing 9 to 6.
This guy knows
Panker.
how it works.
He knows his facts. Yeah, the final redraw of the tournament will be when we do get down to 9 players. Official final table is 8-handed, and we're going to play down to 6 today and have 6 players come back for the final day of the main event. And a reminder that tomorrow we'll cover those final 6 cards up here on EPT Live, kicking off at 2 o'clock Central European Time on PokerStars TV. Boyka's been pretty quiet today, right?
I feel like he's off and on, but yeah, so far today it's been mostly off.
So he's raised here from the cutoff,
I don't
55,000.
know. I know your last name. I call you Panka. I don't know your first name. Dominic. Okay. I know you've been in this situation before. I know you've been around before and you even won this. In your estimation, I mean, if I should survive all day, it would be a very long day. Down to 6. It
Down
could,
to 6 would be a long day. I think it will be quite similar to yesterday.
oh, so we might end up
Like
even.
4 levels.
It's gonna be longer, I think, because average stack is gonna be like
down to
2.4 mil.
6. Down
Yes.
to 6.
So we can be sitting until
And
4
the
o'clock
average
in the
stack
morning.
is gonna be like 30 big blinds. Yeah.
Not going to take till 4 in
30
the
big
morning.
blinds, I think, usually it's around 40 big.
40?
I would imagine.
It's
So
gonna
I would
be
estimate.
36.
I would estimate. that
It's going to be similar to yesterday.
5 levels.
All right, so it's not. I thought it might be until 6 in the morning or something.
No,
No?
no way.
Like
No, okay.
So cute!
4.5 hours,
All right.
I think.
Then we would go on strike, I think.
If I should survive, that is, but that's another question.
Dominic Pankin knows something about playing till 6 in the morning, too, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Punk.
Best of all is the fact that Mats Carlsen didn't know his first name.
Right.
Just know him as Panker.
Panka.
So last hand was raise and take it for Boyka. Is he going to go 2 for 2?
By the way, it is possible that they would need to play till 6 in the morning to get down to 6. That would never happen because we would just stop at like 8 or
Correct.
7.
Yes.
But it's unlikely that it would take that number of hours, we'll just call it, to get down to 6. And we've had some really weird long bubbles in the past. Question from Yorn.
Hello.
Does PokerStars take these tables to every venue before it starts, or do they have tables that stay at these casinos year-round?
The tables go from event to event.
Do they go to the Bahamas? Well, it would have been fine if I had said PCA because they have gone to the PCA.
The ruling is that you do not have to contribute on this occasion. To the swear jar.
Right. Well, I didn't say it either.
I know, but it was
Is a double not contribution. Anyway, the tables that are in the Bahamas, are they put on a boat and sent to the Bahamas, or are they
I
they
believe
live there?
those tables live there because obviously they have a different felt.
Right. But all the stuff in Europe gets driven around
Correct.
in some trucks. How many trucks does it take? Do you know?
It's like a convoy.
Is it? Yeah, right.
I mean, I don't know the exact number, but I like to think that there's like a convoy of 40 trucks, like the EPT circus. Oh, is it really only 3 trucks? How boring.
Driven by a bearded lady, though.
So Boyka got 3-bet by Katerius in the last hand and folded, but this is the third hand in a row he's opened. I think it might be Mr. Katerius' jacket that is not microphone friendly. I'm hearing a lot of friction, sounding a little nylon-esque. Better be careful, you don't want to touch too many door handles when you're wearing a jacket like that.
Rancher on Twitch says, hey, that bearded lady is my mom. I wasn't saying anything bad. She's a great kisser.
So an under the gun raise, under the gun +1 3-bet to 135,000. Back around to Boyka.
All in.
Oh, that escalated quickly.
Go ahead. It's about 800. Can I-
950, I guess.
It's a big shove.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm talking about.
Roughly 40 big blinds.
So do you do this because you really don't want to call, or you do this because you think you can get him to call it off pretty light? I'm leaning toward you thinking you can get him to call it off.
Well, Carlsen doesn't take much time to fold. So we mentioned that in addition to Olashemi and Benjamin Pollock had jumped in the 10K high roller, you'll see that he is all in on one of the first hands he's played, and he is now out of the 10K high roller. A reminder that live updates are available on the blog. And I do love it when we start discussing logistics of running a live event on the live stream, and then people start asking
With the
bizarre
weird questions, yeah.
Like Roger asked, what if the trucks blow up? Are there contingency tables on standby somewhere? I don't know how to answer that. I mean, I assume the trucks are insured, and then we could buy more tables. I'd be thinking more about the people on those trucks.
Right, there are contingency bearded ladies on standby. Tell them Large Marge sent you.
I mean, do trucks blow up on a regular basis? Is this something that we should be looking into?
Here's another explosion for your movie, kid. I wasn't even trying that time, guys, so just lay off me, okay?
Good to know that you sometimes try. Carlsen raises under the gun. Just checking in the PokerStars lobby. We've got nearly 1,200 players signed up to today's EPT Live Bounty Bonus. Details are on the screen right now. There's one today, there's one tomorrow. If you haven't claimed your tickets from Poker School Online, it's not too late. And do take advantage of the rebuys to make sure you get to the freeze-out portion of the game, because that's when the bounties kick in. Once it's a freeze-out, an hour into play, you could claim $150 for knocking out Waster, Joe Stapleton, or J. Hartigan.
You can knock out Waster on his birthday.
Happy birthday.
I'm so excited it's Matt's birthday.
Have a good day.
I really can't wait later on, Matty boy. I'm going to take you to the strip steak place that we passed.
I want to know what inspired Matt to A, post this photo, B, find this photo on the internet.
Are those famous people in the photo?
No, I just think they're generic male models.
And I do want to know which is which. I'm going to assume it's based on package size.
John Delano is confused. 11 players remaining after that last bust out?
No.
Which bust out, John? If you're referring to the shot we just had of Benjamin Pollock, that was in the 10K high roller. Different tournament. 12 remain in the main event.
Maybe you will say something funny and they don't want to miss it.
We have confirmed your titles. In total, we have 104 entries,
We're waiting.
115 unique and 29 re-entries.
So when I go to the toilet, go to the toilet.
Yeah, there we're
Yeah.
listening.
We remain top 20 positions. With our 21st finisher exceeding 18,100.
Remember that scene from The Naked Gun where he goes to the bathroom with his mic on?
35,200 euros.
Great movie.
On the screen for you.
So apparently Robin, who works in EVS, works on the America's Cup, which is sailing, right?
I believe so.
And they have to ship all their gear on a train that's a half a mile long.
Wow.
That's weird, right? If some of your gear gets there like 5 minutes before the rest.
When I think of those trains going across America, I always think of the movie Silver Streak.
Another great movie.
Robin, what would have happened if the train had blown up?
So Carterius, the razor here, it's been checked to him on this flop.
10-6 forward, 2 hearts. A C-bet of 60,000. And Carlson calls. Awkward noises as the 4 of diamonds hits the turn. Check, check, and a king on the river. We tried moving Carterius' mic, by the way, but he keeps moving around up and down inside his shell suit. As Carlson shows King 10 for 2 pair and boosts his chip lead.
That's my boy.
Takes a chunk off Carterius, who is still the shortest stack at the table with 32 bigs. Carlson playing more than 100 bigs with 27 minutes left on this level. Blinds will go to 15,000, 30,000 with a 5,000 ante after the first break of the day when the players come back for level 24.
Bad Scam on Twitch says, help that poor fella, he's stuck in his jacket.
Spear needs your help, Joe.
All right, Spear.
He says, help Stapes. I need a good example of an application problem of derivatives to use in period 2.
I almost understand the question. That's where we're at. He's looking for like a practical real life application of calculus. Yes? Is that what he's saying?
I guess.
Derivatives. Unless he's talking about economics, which I don't think he is. What's the trigonometry?
Bastian Dola has raised under the gun, just got the big blind to get through. Ali Saad.
I mean, if you look at some of my jokes, those are derivative of other more talented comedians. That's something.
Is this an attempt to get Spear to play excerpts from your comedy in his class?
Oh, I wasn't even thinking of that, but yes.
Reminder what they are playing for in the EPT Malta main event. 12th place gets 25k. 11th gets the same as 10th, 32k. The top 5 get six-figure scores up top. Nearly 356,000 euros. A field of 468 players created a total prize pool of 2,269,800 euros.
Believe it or not, I was really good in school. I just, I forgot everything. I was a straight A student for a really long time until one thing happened, James. One thing. Girls.
Imagine the genius you could have become if you'd been sent to a single-sex school.
Honestly, like, my parents sort of were like pulling their hair out every single day once I started going to public school where there were girls, and they were like, what happened?
What happened?
I could have gone to Harvard, honestly. Carlsen raises the button. Saad flats the small blind. Doler has got a chance to squeeze, but he's just going to take his pot odds.
No squeezing here. There's been a lot less squeezing since Frederick the Hugger Jensen departed in 17th place. Ace, deuce, ace. 2 diamonds, 3-way action. No c-bet from Carlsen, taking us to the turn.
It does
9 of spades.
tend to check around on boards like that when there's a lot of pre-flop action. Multi-way, I guess I should say. Azir says, so glasses are fine, but not masks. I guess the one thing I think the rule of thumb here is that you can't cover your cheeks. Because it does seem weird that like a hoodie and, I guess it's your forehead. Because cheeks you can cover too. As long as your forehead's exposed, anything goes.
Delayed c-bet from Carlsen into 2 opponents. He bets 80,000, gets a call from Saad. But not from Dola, so heads up to the river. The king of diamonds. So the flop flush draw comes in. Pair of sixes. The hand for Saad, and look at that, Carlsen got there on the river. Paired is king. And Carlsen moves up over 2.6 million. So let's check out who's won some of the other events here in Malta in our winners parade. Kicking off the festival with the 25k high roller, taken down by David Yan.
The Yanimal.
And then we saw Stefan Jedlichka win another high roller event on the IPT for 88,000 euros.
Got nothing for him.
Ismail Boyang.
Is my boy Yang.
He won the IPT main event for just over 100k.
I really got to come up with something for Stefan Jedlichka because we were seeing a lot of him. Stefan will make you his bit. No, can't do that one. When are we going to do that R-rated stream? I had a dream I was hanging out with is my boy Yang last night. Either that or the 10 shots of Jaeger made the memory a little fuzzy. I was hanging out with a young lady last night. She's a Maltese athlete, a triple jumper. Wanted no part of my Jaeger shots, not for the usual reasons of just being disgusted by me.
I don't think the two are mutually exclusive.
No, they're not, but she seemed quite happy to hang out with me, just didn't want to drink because she had to jump in some sand today.
She has to hop and skip before that.
That's right. Well, she does the long jump, too.
That's just the jumping bit. So this is blind on blind. Dola raised small to big. Cartarius called.
German on German.
Queen 6 deuce flop.
Liggity Rock says EPT commentary greater than Harvard. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, Harvard's not a job. I did go to Harvard because that's where they didn't check IDs very hard at the bars. I went to college right across the river from Harvard. I went to like slightly less smart people's Harvard, Boston U.
So Dola won that hand with a C-bet on the flop, keeping his stack around the 40 big blind mark. Joseph McCafferty says, the action has been good, guys, but it's better when you guys talk crap. Thank you.
Does he mean literally? Because I got more to say about the bathrooms. All day, every day. So Spear gets back in touch and says that, yes, it's calculus. Well, one practical application I remember from my calculus class was our final project was that we had to design a roller coaster. And that, you know, if you look at the way a roller coaster is shaped, the way you calculate sort of the area under the coaster is you do it calculus-wise because it's like a curve. And so the final project was to build a roller coaster. Whoever built the best roller coaster, like using, staying under budget, because he was like, you know, the materials cost money. He would start off, the best one would get an A, and then everyone would sort of move down from there. And so I cheated, and I just said, well, I'm going to build my roller coaster on the side of a mountain, so it's not really going to cost anything at all, because I'm just going to use the natural slope.
So you're just hoping that people would just turn out to some bizarre mountain range to come on your roller coaster.
Exactly. And he was like, all right.
No parking, no concession stands.
No, at the bottom.
Okay. Any animal attractions other than the wildlife that lives in the mountains that might kill people?
Just this one.
I mean, I could pick your business plan apart further, but
He gave me a B. But I had to find the mountain.
we've got Panker in a hand here. Once again, it's blind on blind, but Cartarius didn't raise. He has bet the flop, though, and he's been called by Dominic, which takes us to the turn. King of clubs. Puts a second flush draw out there.
Unraised pre-flop. Don't go broke in a limp pot.
So Cartarius slows down on the turn, and Panker bets 55,000 into 132,000. Cartarius calls. And Barry Greenstein, ace on the river.
Really dicey spot for Cartarius because Panka's going to bet that turn a lot regardless of what his hand is. And he's not necessarily going to raise any random king before the flop when it just gets limped to him. Goes check, check on the river. We're going to get to see at least one of these hands, I think. The 9 is good, but Panka, sorry, the 9 is not good. Panka did have a king.
So Panka's going to add 130K to his stack, up to 1.6 million. Still 66 blinds for another 15 minutes. That's when the level jumps. Meanwhile, House86 has asked on Twitter, guys, where do I find this bounty tournament?
On PokerStars.
Yeah, but crucially, just head to the tournament section of the lobby and just search EPT Live, or one word. It's the easiest way to find it, to be honest. Make sure the filters are off, but if you search EPT Live, you will find today's free roll, which we'll announce the password for a bit later on, and the EPT Live bounty bonus. 1,400 players have registered so far. Remember, if you want to play, you will need to claim your entry, your ticket, from Poker School Online.
So the card match I did yesterday, at the bottom of the screen says total cash given away so far in the current month, $687,497.
How much of that did you claim?
I hope they have included the 50 cents that I won.
Well done, Joe.
That's $687,497.50. Thank you. Do you think they can afford that? Do you think the company's doing all right? Do you think that 50 cents is gonna? Do you think that's gonna come up at the shareholders meeting?
I think it might be the straw that broke the camel's back when they assess how much money you've taken off PokerStars this year.
Right. I feel like we could go through another CEO.
Carterius has opened to 55,000, and Boyka has defended his big blind.
Kind of tempted to give it another go. Is that crazy? I can't win 50 cents again.
Well, actually, you can.
Yeah, but probably not. And don't forget the fact that I earned another Chrome Star yesterday, so put that in your pipe.
The flop is Jack 9 deuce.
Playing PokerStars. Aaron1212 on Twitch asks, when is Joe Stapes going on break? Never!
Boyka calls. 5 of diamonds on the turn.
Turn the beat around.
Action goes check, check, and again, ace on the river. Check to showdown. Boyka has a 9.
Neener. 10s.
Carterius
Where's all the money?
gets 142,000 added to his stack. Well, if you want big money, if you want big pots, Joe, let's head to the other table where Daniel Kalauti's all in with 9s against Dmitry Urasov's pocket 6s.
Welcome to the upside down.
So a good spot for Kalauti. Oh, that's not a good flop, though.
We're going to need a straight card on the turn.
Kalauti moves behind as Urasov hits his set.
Now we're going to need a 9 card on the river.
Yeah, the straight draw taken away. No 9 on the river. And that will see the end of Daniel Kalauti's EPT Malta main event. He's out in 12th place.
Yeah, had to lose one eventually.
Well, that was a short while ago. This is the very next hand. Zhizhang Lo with queens against Marco Bartolini's 10s. Bartolini the player at risk, and he's the player who is a 4-1 underdog. We just saw the smaller pair get there last time.
Joseph Gordon-Spacey.
9-8-9. Bartolini could catch runners to make a straight. Ideally, he'd like to see a 10 on the turn. Maybe on the river? No. Queen's hold, and Marco Bartolini busts in 11th. And that is going to take us down to 10 players.
Wow, so we're on a bubble.
And obviously with 2 eliminations from the outer table, we are going to need to take a player off the main stage to balance both tables. And in fact, you'll see that Mats Carlsen has gone.
No!
The chip leader has been moved to the other table. But, Joe,
yeah,
one more elimination, and you should see him again, because of course then we'll have the redraw for the final 9, and they'll all be sat around one table, and that table will be our feature table.
I was just here for the Mats Carlsen. I'm out of here.
So how long will it take us to get down to 9? If you're going to speak, put your microphone back on.
I'm out of here. I was just here for Carlsen. Where's that juice place at?
2 floors below.
Security guy by the door won't let me out.
So we've seen 4 eliminations during the first 1 hour, 20 minutes. 1 more elimination, and we'll have the final redraw of the tournament.
Just Boy on Twitch asks why they play every day. Because they love it. That should prove to you, by the way, that we have no influence over the tournament, because if I had anything to say about it, Mats Carlsen would not have gotten moved just then.
10-9-4 on the flop. Saad's raise called by Dola. Small blind against big blind.
Gibraltarian asks, so this could be over for today in an hour or playing a number of levels. The only way it'll be over in an hour is if we lose 4 players. That's not going to happen.
Highly unlikely, although, as I said, we have lost 4 players during the course of this opening level. It should slow now. So Saad continued flop for 55,000. Dola raised it to 130,000. Saad calls. Better part of 400,000 in the middle as we go to the turn, which is the 6 of clubs.
Checks to the razor.
Let's see if Dola barrels.
I like it when the 1 hole and the 9 hole play against each other. The dealer is like a mediator. He's like, and you, sir? Pretty
50,000.
Yeah. Less than half pot, pretty small. When Saad calls that quickly on the flop, I would not expect him to fold to such a small bet on the turn. And maybe that's just what Dolar's counting on.
Jack of diamonds. It's a straighty flushy board.
I think that's a terrible card for Dolar.
Saad checks.
When Saad calls so quickly on the flop, I'm almost always going to put him on some kind of draw, and that completes a ton of draws. And another really small river bet here.
Yeah, 690,000 in the middle, and it's a bet of 200,000.
Well, Saad hasn't snap called, so maybe it's Dolar who was semi-bluffing and got there on the river. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and flip it. I'm going to flip it and say maybe Saad just has a 10. In which case, I think this is an annoying but trivial fold.
These are two of the shorter stacks at the table. So even though it's small in relation to the pot, Joe, it is pretty big in relation to their remaining chips.
He's cut it out the call. Yeah, you're right, James. Such a big percentage of his stack to call. I don't think at this point he can raise. There it is. It's the call.
Nice call.
Wow, Doler picked off, apparently. Queen 7 is nothing.
And Saad with ace 10.
Did have a 10. Great call. I'd have folded that for sure.
Wow. With a straight and a flush out there, he calls with second pair. And Saad chips up to nearly 1.5 million. Bastian Doler drops below the 20 big blind mark. Just 5 minutes left on the level now, which means we're going to be taking the first break of the day soon. And during that break, it's podcast day, people. You get to see the first part of EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
Cool. It was a really good show this time around, guys, so stick around.
Yes.
Lots of visuals, too, and the visuals, they get cut out of the audio version of the podcast, and the video version just kind of goes away after this. It doesn't really live anywhere online, so did some really fun stuff this time around. Nice call. Very impressed by that call from Saad.
Absolutely. Yes, there are 4 parts to the podcast, and hopefully we'll get through all 4 today. If not, we'll divide it over today and tomorrow. But crucially, part 1 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live Malta edition will air during the first tournament break of the day, which is coming up in 3.5 minutes.
Thank you. Sjurd, I don't know how to say your name. We'll just call you DW. He says, hey, guys, got to go. Just want to say great commentary. Very, very entertaining. Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Have a great day.
Daniel's with us. He says, afternoon. Sorry for the late reg. Don't worry, Daniel. Hopefully you can be with us for the rest of the day. Make sure you get yourself signed up for the bounty bonus, kicking off at 4 o'clock.
How much you play right
At least 1,700 players registered now,
I don't know.
utilizing their tickets claimed from Poker School Online.
I think things could get dicey
We can't
here.
get the stacks in 20s. It's not.
Yeah,
Okay.
Panker opened under the gun. Saad has 3-bet from the button.
Thank you.
Better.
A little bit.
Evan English says, why can we not see the players' hands? I can see them. Saad's wearing a watch. Dominic's got a wedding ring. Maybe you should try widening your window.
So Panker calls. He'll be playing the flop out of position. That flop is Jack, Jack 8.
Apple Pie says, why can't we see the cards? Now, that's a different question, but I can see them also. Right? Do you see them right in front of him? They've got like a blue pattern on the back. You see them, right, James?
And there are 4 in the middle of the table as well.
Yeah. No, I can see the cards too. I'm not really sure.
10 on the turn after the action went check, check on the flop.
Looks like it may go check, check again. Interesting that Panka flatted in out of position. Man, this has got to have hit somebody.
Still no betting after the pre-flop 3-bet. So Panker's going to lead at this. 316,000 in the middle. Panker bets 135,000. Undersea Monkey says, I'm not sure that's a wedding ring on Dominic. It's on his right hand. In many European countries, that is where men and women wear their wedding rings. And we know that Dominic did get married recently.
Do not try to bluff Ellie Sad. That's all I'll say.
45.
That's a call. Was Panka bluffing?
Yep.
I have nothing.
Sure was. Wow.
Is no one going to learn their lesson?
Pretty loose pre-flop, too, for Panka, and also a loose 3-bet. Wow.
Again.
What a light call on the end.
Calls with just a 10. And Elisad is now table boss with 1.8 million as Panka drops down to 1.3 million. Meanwhile, Matt Carlson on the outer table is still the tournament chip leader with 2.7 million.
Sorry, Apple Pie says, honestly, this would be much more exciting if he shows the cards. You guys aren't even analyzing what you think the players have. I got to tell you, there is no way in a million years I would have ever guessed 9, 10, and 6, 7 suited. So I kind of just like to let things play out and then talk about it after the fact.
Two big calls from Saad, which have seen him become a monster stack. Meanwhile, this is the other table, and it looks like play has just concluded there, with Matt Carlson winning the last hand of the level, which means we've reached the first break of the day. 4 eliminations so far. We're down to 10. One more bust out. We'll have 9 players around the feature table. Right now, we've got 5 of them, and these are their chip counts. So when we come back, blinds will be 15-30 with a 5K ante. More poker to be played as we try to get down to 6 here on the penultimate day of the EPT Malta main event. And of course, during the break, you are going to get to see the very first part of EPT Not Live at EPT Live Malta Edition. Enjoy.
On TV, online, and on Sidekick. I don't even know what that is. This is EPT Not Live.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to EPT Not Live. I am Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton. Wait, it's EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
Correct.
Wow, you gotta get
Malta edition.
You gotta get the branding right. That is right. My work wife, James Hardigan, always there to correct me. We are in Malta. Don't forget my work abusive stepdad, Matt Broughton. He is here. Coming up on today's show, just a quick recap of what has happened so far here in Malta. There is a live spin and go wheel out there. Matt and James and I got to give it a spin, literally and figuratively. I got in trouble for touching it. We did not get that on camera, but we did get some footage of us playing that spin and go for your eyes and ear holes. Typically, it costs 500 euros to play. We did not play for that amount, but I did convince these two to play for 50 euros. More on that later. I f***ed up another trophy presentation. Really,
how is this news anymore?
Anything could have come after that, though. I f***ed up blank. Could really come at any point. Yes, another trophy presentation, but this one's really good. This is the best one yet. That is coming up later in the show. Tournament director Toby Stone witnessed that. He's on the show today, and we'll be playing a game with him called The Stone Bubble. And I still don't know really know what that game is.
I kind of have to take responsibility for this one because we kind of partridged that. We came up with a name and go, that sounds good. Now let's work backwards and come up with a format for what it is.
I'm convinced 99% of actual television is come up with that way. Anyway.
Monkey tennis.
Today on Superfan vs. Stapes, it's Andrew Milto, and his specialist subject is Adam Carolla. And
had you heard of Adam Carolla before I asked you to come up with the questions?
No, when you said it to me, I thought I'll just pretend to be cool. Yeah, fine, leave it with me, James. And I'm thinking, who the
well, guys, this is a podcast, and Adam Carolla only had the first most successsul podcast.
I know.
Of all
I'd heard
time.
of him. I'd heard of him.
In the world.
In the world?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There may be another one that's outside, in another country at this point. But
I'm just baiting you. I know. I've got loads of facts about him.
Okay, very good. Well, hopefully that's one of the questions. Yes, and speaking of that superfan, I ran into him the other day, and he did me a real solid. But I'm going to thank him personally when he's on the show later. And we've got, well, speaking of solids, we've got prizes up the wazoo to give away. We've got lots of Step 2 and Phase C tickets. I didn't get that right.
It's Phase 2.
Phase 2.
Yes, Phase 2 tickets.
Step C tickets we're giving away today to start folks on their way to the Bahamas.
That's right. I think we set in the end, and it was kind of like we made it up as we went along. We set 3 different competitions.
Yes.
On last week's podcast. all three of which involve some form of photo or screen grab. So we'll work our way through those.
We're going to paint a word picture for the audio-only
Beautiful
podcast.
Oh,
Oh, yes.
And we're going to start people on their way to the Bahamas. And I think we decided we were going to give away 10 of these things. And I think we had exactly 10 submissions. So
Perfect. If you entered, you are
that'll
a winner.
learn you to not enter our competitions, you dinguses. That is part of our social media segment, which is coming up right now. And I figured since we have a visual medium this time, I would kick things off with not exactly social media beefs, but I wanted to show people, because sometimes when I read the messages that I get, it doesn't really give the full picture. You know,
Well,
when I'm reading them out loud.
The problem is when you read them out loud, you normally correct the atrocious spelling.
Well, sometimes the
punctuation
spelling
and
is
incorrect
so
grammar.
bad that I can't even express it orally, right? Like so now we have this visual medium. So there's this folder on Facebook. James, I don't have one. Matt, you do, and you may actually have. There's a hidden message folder on Facebook where it really filters out.
Yes.
Like there's one where it's like, this person isn't your friend. Are you sure to accept? There's another even more hiddener one
Oh.
that really up messages go to.
Is this like the bottom layer of Inception? This is like kind of
Yeah,
right,
this is
deep.
like
Deep
that.
in
Even
there.
Facebook didn't even think that you deserved to be notified of this message. And I get messages in this inbox occasionally, and I've been saving some to show you guys on the show today. This is from Renzo Mamami Ayala, who says, "You are a sucker. EPT Aldi's champion made the kid have done that you will never do. A shoal."
What was that in response to? Hang on, 8/29. So that's the 29th of August. That would be in reference to Sebastian Mallets, I guess?
Okay, well, I think he's trying to say EPT Ladies Champion when he says
Oh.
EPT Aldi's Champion, but your guess is as good as mine, guys.
Oh, maybe it wasn't about
I
Sebastian
mean, he's
Mallets.
right. You'll never be an EPT ladies champion. So, I mean, he has a point if that's the point
Yeah.
he might be making.
It could be. Maybe
You
he's
ashole.
I'm definitely a shoal.
Kinda like-
Coming up next here. Oh, this is from a guy, by the way. Let's keep in mind his name is Philippe Sender. Already sounds like spam to me. Hi, I'm organizing a poker tournament called the Billionaire International Poker Tournament. The entry for this tournament is $1.1 million US. For this price, you'll have private plane flights, limousine transportations, housing in a luxurious yacht, private party, every nignitz on the yacht, excuse me. Those yachts will be sailing on the French Riviera near the French city of Cannes during the Cannes Movie Festival and the Formula One Grand Prix of Monaco. The game will be on a big ship cruising outside the limite of the French territorial waters. We will have 72 players, 9 tables of 8 players.
Did anyone check the math, by the way?
Math checks out.
Oh,
I got out a calculator immediately. The math checks out. In the final game, with the last 8th players, will be in a casino in Cannes or Monaco.
Yeah.
TBC.
If you want to participate, let me know, and we'll go forward. If you know some other players who want to join this tournament, they will be welcome.
I love the fact that this guy thinks that you have the money to play a €1 million tournament.
I think that but Philippe Sender, the sender of this message, probably thinks that I maybe have like a €100 holding fee.
It could be. I mean,
hold my
I've seen
spot.
you play some 1.1 tournaments, but those were very different and
Different
interesting.
symbols at the end of the 1.1.
Yeah,
usually.
and different of all the spellings. He got yacht right, which is generally where everyone falls down. It's a crazy word.
Right, I'm like a native English speaker, and sometimes I will misspell yacht.
Yatch.
Yeah, but
Yacht.
that's the thing. The guy pronounced it yatched. Here's the thing: when you got that message, when you started reading it, did you think that this was building up to "We would love you to host this"? You didn't think this was an invitation to play.
Absolutely, right? Because I've gotten cockamamie offers like this before for people having $1 million buy-in tournaments, which actually is a thing now. But a couple years ago, when the first person pitched it to me, I was like, and then the guy threatened to sue me. So I knew that wasn't legit. But Philippe Sender sounds legit. I did send him a couple of bucks to hold my place in the tournament.
Great.
Here we go. Ian McKinnon says, dealer at Monaco, be a man.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think we've got one more here. Hey, Joe.
Sven!
I just watched the video of the final table Dublin and wondered how you know my name when I was blended in at the rail.
This
Now,
is
if
the guy
you
who
guys-
was railing Gilles Berniers at the
Yeah.
Dublin main event final table, and Sven became the star of the TV highlight
I mentioned
show.
Sven probably more times than I mentioned Dmitry Urbanovich because he was not blended in at the rail in the slightest.
Deuce! Hey, Deuce! Come on!
So I said, first of all, you're anything but blended in, but secondly, that's what TV producers are for, my friend. And he said, okay, this blended in was just a bad translation out of German. I don't know what he could have meant instead. And if this is what TV producers are for, then you did a great job. Now, I almost corrected him, wanted to be like, it wasn't me who did it, but I think maybe he means the collective you. So I just wanted to give
production team. Yes.
a round of applause to the production team for figuring out who the very, very noticeable big German dude with a beard on the rail was. But I'm glad Sven got in touch because look, we made Sven a star. You're welcome, Sven. You're welcome.
Okay, we've got some prizes to give away. We've got some competitions. We are trying to send some of our listeners, some of the EPT Live viewers, to the Bahamas for the first ever PokerStars Championship. Which competition do you want to do first, Jeff?
We're going to start with the chat box catchphrase, catch on, which was an epic fail.
Okay, this was a desperate attempt, and desperate is the operative word in that sentence, to get our fans to try and populate some of the cliches from EPT Live and from the TV shows into the chat on PokerStars. Stuff like everyone loves a chop pot, domination nation.
Now's when the real poker starts.
Exactly. And yeah, we were trying to get people to do it and then see what kind of reaction they got from the other players at the table.
I was anticipating like hundreds of submissions, and then the ones that got the best reactions would be the winner.
Yeah.
Turns out we didn't get hundreds of submissions. Turns out nobody reacted. So the people who submitted won prizes.
Well done.
Like John Jacobs, who says, trying to get EPT Not Live catchphrases to catch on at PokerStars Spain. It is not working out too well. And there's what he said there. And basically, this was a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop bounty. No? No one? And then I love this response. Bubble Bust Out Bonanza, where she writes in the chat,
Post-bubble bust-out bonanza time.
To deafening silence. Congratulations.
Come on. Talk at the table,
Well,
people.
At least the sound of your email will go off saying that you've got yourself a Phase 2 ticket. Coming up next here is Deborah Ireland, who says, no one will talk to me. I still had a chip in a chair, and then I didn't. Opponent collects my chips. In scornful silence, of course, she tried to use my catchphrase of I still have a chip in a chair.
You know what? She would have got bonus points had she written, I still have a chip in a chair, open brackets, copyright Joe Stapleton 2009.
Well, she did get bonus points, which is why we included her, because she also tried again by saying your catchphrase is still getting no response from my opponent. And there she tried. It's a straighty, flushy board.
Oh, well
Your
done.
favorite,
Well,
James.
I have to say, the fact that Kate has submitted 2 definitely makes her worthy of a
So
prize.
she's in for Phase 2. I think that's all we've got for the chat box ones. Coming up next is, again, we sort of Alan Partridge this one. I was like, you know what? I just want to do a contest called Bahamas in Pajamas. So send us pictures of you in your pajamas, and if we like them, we'll send you a Phase 2 ticket. Up first is Pedro Almeida.
Oh, please.
Who's wearing his
man.
Donald Trump onesie, which is really remarkably undefined down there, considering how tight it is.
Strangely smooth for a human.
Yeah, you'd expect to see more. And
Oh,
there he
no,
is.
I don't need to see more.
Mexico will pay for
Take
the
it
wall.
away. Surely he should be giving us $27, not the other way
He
around.
almost looks like a superhero.
Wasn't he in like RoboCop 2?
Yeah, he does. Yes, he looks like the guy that was addicted to crank or whatever it was in RoboCop 2.
I can't remember.
Next up here is Adam Hibbard, who says, I hope a onesie qualifies as pajamas. Yes, it does when we don't have any submissions. Absolutely.
That's a lot of product right there. I do hope he lives with a woman.
Me too. My goodness. I hope he didn't use all that for this photo because it really seems like a waste. And finally, Jonathan. Jonathan is his Bahamas and Pajamas, who enjoys bananas and hopefully a Phase 2 ticket.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely, Jonathan.
I love the fact the photo's at an awkward angle as well, which makes it look like his garden's on a kind of like 45-degree incline.
I feel like there's maybe 2 bananas in that photo. Really,
That's-
think about it.
That's like the most minimal effort garden ever. It's like AstroTurf, bit of wood chipped down the sides, just one hanging basket, which every year he tends to.
It's got a fence at least. It's more than I have. All right, finally, one last competition we had. Now, James was in this amazing photo, this paparazzi photo, where he's got this, what do we call a gormless expression?
I describe myself as a gormless.
Basically, James is chowing down while this celebrity is being photographed, and I was like, this needs to be photoshopped into everything. I will give prizes to people who Photoshop the into some good stuff. First up here, we have Andrew Spears, who said, who knew that James Hardigan was present at the moon landings? I, for one, didn't see that. Next up, we've got a Spear who submitted a couple. Spear's American, so he couldn't win a prize. But first of all, James, right there, present at the assassination of Lincoln. Unbelievable. What was that like? Did you enjoy the play, Mr. Hardigan?
It was mediocre.
Spear has another one here. I mean, that is almost...
His eyes really do follow you around
like
the room.
Like that was the original muse for it. It's entirely possible. And Adam, of course. Now, I'm so glad somebody went with this one, who decided James loves a good free meal. And James is, in fact, chowing down in the photo. So that's very fitting. Nice work there. Da Vinci's Demons, indeed. And then finally, we had a late submission yesterday where Hardigan was at the top of the leaderboard for the bounty bonanza,
Bounty
bonus,
the bounty bonus tournament. So James was pretty shocked to be at the top of the leaderboard for that. So anyway, congratulations to all the winners there.
And Mickey Peterson, by the way, I don't know if you saw his tweet. He said, the obvious challenge should be change your avatar on Stars to that picture.
Oh man, yeah, because you can only change that like once a year or something, right?
That would be
That's
brilliant.
serious. It's almost like getting it tattooed on you. That's like a poker version of a tattoo.
That's some real commitment.
So here's
right
the
there.
thing: if I can persuade the live events team to separate with some more Phase 2 tickets, if anyone sends in a screenshot of their PokerStars avatar having been changed to that picture, are we going to give out some more prizes?
Sure, but we'll have to do a drawing at that point if like more than
Sure.
whoever does it. But yeah, absolutely. And we want to give away more of these Phase 2 tickets anyway. So come up with some fun stuff. Impress us. Maybe we'll just grant you one.
Sure.
I'm gonna grant Matt Broughton one if he tells a good story about his W Coupe final.
Oh, you know what? It's so funny you should say that. Well, ordinarily, between like Barcelona and Malta, I don't really have anything PokerStars related, but I was very fortunate this year to get involved in the W Coupe Twitch streams. And this kind of connects to something we've been reminiscing a bit, and we were talking about 5 or 6 years ago when me and you were kind of working together for the first time doing the W Coupe radio shows. And one of the very first ones we did, Joe kind of was in control, as he is now. He had like all the soundboard with all the intro music.
That was a really bad first show. I was sweating. I was just like sick.
And it was like, okay, and there's all these idents. Hi, I'm Daniel Negrano. You're listening to, and it was a little bit, it wasn't a car crash, but it wasn't as smooth as we've come to know Joe. So they said, well, look, Matt, why don't you have a go at it? And I was like, oh, God, okay. And so we swapped roles. And actually, I found I really enjoyed the multitaskingness of it. And probably after about a week, I'd made it so complicated.
Like a video game for Matt.
It was. And I had everything color-coded and arranged on screen. So when it comes to the W Coupe Twitch show that I was doing, it was like, not every single day, but it was most days for a week. For a month.
I think I have one of those idents, actually. Hello, everyone. This is Liv Marie, and you're listening to PokerStars Radio. Game's on!
So there was a lot, as you might imagine, because as we did it for 2 weeks, and as the weeks rolled by, we just added more and more guff to this output. And I fell foul of exactly the same compulsive I didn't, after the first show, it'd be great if I had like another screen that did this, and third show, it'd be great if I had some music behind it. I should have some music. If I had a soundboard, and you actually came in after I'd been in a couple of days, and you saw I already had a kind of an iPad here and an iPad there and microphones, and by the end of the month's run, it had got pretty crazy, but I was feeling like, okay, last show, let's make it really great. So start the broadcast. I've got this plate up. I've got some music playing.
So this is your new show.
This is I'm now talking about the new W Coupe Twitch stuff.
The one
so
you just did.
Yeah. So and it's after the whole of September. It's the very final show. Going to make this awesome. Everything has finally come together. Got the plate up. I can see the viewers are coming in. I've got this sound effect. I do this thing where I stay off the camera, and now I turn that off, and I got this thing. Let's get ready to rumble. There's another button. Bam, 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 bam. Music kicks in. I come in. I'm going, hi guys, thanks again for tuning in. It's been absolutely fabulous to have you with us. We got this coming up on the show, that coming up on the show, and I can see the chat scrolling. Everyone's loving it. Da 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 da. I go for about 2 or 3 minutes doing all this stuff at the top of the show, changing visuals. And I can see the chat scrolling. I'm thinking, oh, the guys are loving this. I go, okay, let's
That's
go.
like a very gratifying thing, like when you do a good gag and you're like, you see the chat.
And I'm thinking, okay, well, let's go and say hello to some of the guys already tuned in. And all I can see is Matt, you're muted. Matt, your mic's off. Matt, we can't hear you. Matt. And so I've just blown the best 3 minutes of my life just broadcasting silently to this audience. And I'm juggling and pressing and queuing stuff, and I'm having the best time of my life. And all I've got is like 600 comments going, we can't hear you. Oi, hello. And that was how I closed the whole of a month's broadcast, by just being a complete...
You know how we should close this segment? They should just mute us right now.
Hello, is this on? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Testing.
Oh,
One,
baby.
two, hello?
Check.
Okay, I think we're good. Hello, everybody. Welcome back once again to Malta and the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. We have got just 10 humans left here in our main event. We've still got plenty of poker to bring you, because the plan, obviously, today is to get down to our final 6 for tomorrow's Cards Up coverage. We've got to lose just one more player, and then we will draw for the last table.
Yes,
Not
right.
officially the final table, but we'll get all 9 players onto one table, our final feature table, and then that draw will hold through when it becomes the official final table of 8. Then we hopefully play the 6, and then it's one more day of broadcast. Phew, I'm Matt Birthday Boy Brownton. This is Mr. Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies, especially my birthday baby, Matt Broughton.
Hi, thanks. That's very kind of you.
Happy birthday.
Excellent. I was hoping I'd get that. Do I get to have a good day? No. Okay. So let's take
Have
a
a good day.
look at the chip count for our feature table. Ali Saad is now top of this. 1.78 million for him. Dominic Punker with 1.3-ish. Punker. And the shortest stacks at the table, Lewis Katarius with 24 bigs. 14 big blinds for our €10 spin and go qualifier, Bastian Dola. Of course, just half the remaining field. One outer table still live, also with 5 players, because that's what maths does. Thank you ever so much to all the people. Sorry, Joe, lots of happy birthday scrolling across Twitch. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. And thank you for the guys already on Twitter. Hashtag EPT Live. Thanks for the guys already that have thrown me a few happy birthday messages. Much appreciated.
Matt Broughton turning at least 36 years old today.
At least 36. A minimum of 36 years on the clock.
Age indeterminate.
Yeah. And the older I get, the less inclined I am to be honest. It just happens. It'll happen to you, Joe.
I saw a picture of Matt's dad the other day, and there were 2 older gentlemen in the photo, and I had to ask, because one of them looked like a very young older gentleman, and one of them looked like a very, very old older gentleman. And Matt's like, oh yeah, no, my dad is the younger looking one, and he's actually 1 year older than the older looking one.
I'm genetically gifted.
All right, we have got an all-in triangle. Doho Lahair, and he has been called by Dominic Panka, Ace-Jack versus Ace Clinker. Domination Nation. Panka is dominated, but not at risk.
And you know how well Dominic Panka runs sometimes. We've seen him. Considering yesterday, we thought he was out of there with just 4 big blinds at one point, and he just kept on coming back. So he has previous form.
He will never stop until you are dead. Jack on the flop.
Told you. Do you know what? It's not even a surprise anymore. It's just to be expected.
King on the turn.
I'm still not worried. There's only 2 outs, but I have no doubt that one of them, it's really just a case of will it be the diamonds or the hearts? Will you the lamb or will you the beef? Oh, wow. Well, that doesn't seem right. Maybe he has to be at risk for the whole of the tournament for the real luck to kick in.
440.
The old suck resuck.
Yeah. So Bastian Dollar up to 930,000. Dominic on 835.
It's so weird when you're the guy in Dolar's spot there where the jack hits and you're like, oh God, what? And then the king hits and you're like, yeah, that's right.
That's
supposed to happen. I didn't get lucky. No, that's how it's supposed to turn out.
Yeah, I mean, best hand won. Best hand won.
Jeez. Why was it even so close in the first? Unbelievable.
Anyway, look, everything, and let's just shake hands. Sorry about the outburst.
Yep.
Moonchild has sent me kisses and hugs from Belgium.
Hey, all right.
Thanks very much.
Can't believe I don't have a kiss sound anywhere.
No, I don't remember ever hearing one. And Undersea Monkey is saying, send him cake and beer. Have you got a cake and beer sound effect? What would that sound like?
Sort of.
Kind of conveys the message.
It's used cake and beer.
Are you signed up for the bounty bonus?
I am in.
Good. In like Flynn. Don't forget, boys and girls, more of that good golden bounty bonus action coming to you today. There's another one tomorrow, isn't there? There's 2 more. Every single day of the main event, I believe. Yep. 2,100 people in there. We cracked well over 7,000 yesterday. Do come and grab our bounties. Aggro took mine yesterday.
We are blind on blind here. Boyka versus Saad. Saad made some awesome hero calls 2 times in a row in the last level, and he was right both times. Hang in there, my babies, because Selena Lynn will be on the blower in just a few minutes.
I don't think I've ever spoken to her.
She is awesome.
That much I have heard.
Matt, Evan English would like to hear your prediction of who you think will win and who you would like to win.
5.
Ah, that's an interesting question. I think I reflect something that you said a while back. I kind of think I also would like it if Dominic was able to take it down, just because it would be lovely to wrap up these last couple of EPT stops before we transform into the PokerStars Championships. It would be great to get some more stats and crown a few, you know, double champs and all that malarkey.
Yeah. Nice little cherry on top of 13 years of European Poker Tour. A second cherry to go with.
Yeah, I can't pretend I have any kind of real emotional connection to any of these guys. I'm like, I really want him to do well. I kind of was quite intrigued by Bastian Dollar's play yesterday, and I think that's nice when, you know, we've been pushing all these spin and go promos, and I think anyone that's got here for 10 euros and can turn that into like a 355,000 euro return is always good for us, good for the game, good for the promos, good for the kids at home to get excited about that possibility. And the aforementioned Dominic Panker takes that one down, raise and fold. It's that really weird period where we're 5-handed on 2 tables and it's lots of very fast hands, and you know that the very next thing that will happen is we'll lose a player and then it'll all get shifted onto 1 table, and it's a real change of dynamics.
And reminder, guys, there's all kinds of things you can win and play today. We've got the bounty bonus later, the free roll, which we're working on, trying to make the free roll a little extra special for everyone today, since we did not have one yesterday. Oh, well, there we go. $4,000 added to the prize pool today in the free roll.
Wow.
That's pretty cool. What's it usually? 2K,
2K,
right?
yeah.
So they
we
doubled it.
Doubled that up.
There you go, everybody.
Man.
And also, don't forget that you can win a Phase 2 ticket to start you on your path to the Bahamas by playing our Spin and Go Bahamas competition. And we're looking for you to match up your cards to win a a Spin and Go ticket, excuse me, a Spin and Go ticket. You're going to win 3 of them if you enter our competition and we draw your name. And you need to win with a specific hand in a real money Spin and Go. And details of that are at the @EPT Live Twitter feed. So go check that out to see what you need to do there.
Yep, 5 winners getting 3 $10 tickets. Parlay that into something juicy and meaningful. Talking of juicy and meaningful, that sounds like an incredibly creepy segue.
Great lead-in.
Thanks ever so much. Thanks to technology, we can welcome first guest of the day. Now joining us via the medium of Tinternet, Selena Lynn. Hello and welcome.
Hi guys, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Nice to meet you. We've never spoken. My name's Matt. How do you do?
Oh, hi. Hello, Matt. Yeah, I just came back from Zhuhai, which is China border, and yeah, just went over for some beauty treatments and popped back over to Macau.
Yeah, Joe has to travel quite a long way to find people that will shave him, so he can really relate to that whole traveling for beauty thing.
Well, it's just, it's finding a place that has razors in stock that can handle the thickness of my back hair. Selena, what sort of beauty treatments did you have done?
So I'll get my nails done, I'll get my hair, like a treatment for my hair, and I'll get my lashes. You know, they do lash extensions.
Do they have
like
a person like
get...
braid another longer lash onto your pre-existing lash? Like, do they tie them together like hair extensions?
No, they actually super glue them onto your existing lashes.
Holy, okay. How long does the glue last for?
Mine usually can last 6 up to 8 weeks.
Okay. 8 weeks of luscious. Yeah, you said it was going to be juicy and meaningful.
I was right.
Just like Selena's lashes. Selena, we know that you are not able to watch along with us today, so we're going to not throw you under the bus by... Actually, just real quick, what color shirt is the current player that we're watching wearing?
Black and green?
Yes!
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, I was looking for black and aqua, but we'll give you half a point.
Wait, I think she is watching. I mean, how else could she know that?
Oh, I am watching, but the picture's coming through kind of pixelated and choppy.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, let's
So, I mean, I don't know.
Go on, sorry.
Oh, sorry. For me, Zhuhai trips is always like really interesting because like the way they do things is just a little bit different to what I'm used to. So I think one time I went there to buy a bra and like the girl would follow you into the change room and she would help you like all the way. And I was like, oh,
yeah, Joe does
okay,
that. He just goes into department stores and follows girls into the changing
and
rooms.
she did this without asking for any permission, which I think is something that Joe would do too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, this is so similar to a story he told us last night. It's uncanny. But I'm guessing your story doesn't involve the police at the end.
No, it does not.
It was an honest mistake, guys. Let's catch up the action here real quick as we are nearing the river. As Katarius looks like he limped in, blind on blind, no betting on the flop. Panka decided to fire the turn, and now he's fired river. And this turn and river bets the same amount and gets a fold. Selena, I was wondering if you could answer this question from my friend Chris, who says, what's a spin and go?
Okay, so everybody buys in for the same amount of money, and then you get this like, almost like a jackpot wheel thing that spins. And you can win anywhere, like, I mean, the prize pool can be anywhere between, I think, 2 times up to, I don't know, like 110,000 times you're buying or something like that.
110,000 times you're buying.
No,
can we? Wow, what a tremendous bonus! Everyone, get there now.
Well, because it's hard to you say, because sometimes you can win like $1 million, right? Like
Yeah,
the prize pool
sometimes the big jackpot's $1 million, but in general, I think it's up
Yeah,
to
exactly.
100 times you're buying.
Okay, yeah. So 100 or like 10,000 times. Yeah.
But somewhere between 100 and 10,000. Let's just
and,
leave it
and those are
ambiguous.
super addicting. Like there was one time I literally played like 300 of them in one go. And you just
Really?
can't stop. It's really addictive.
And it basically, they're hyper turbos. So you only start out with 500 chips, and blind start.
Yeah, they're really fast, and the action is great, and you get the results like really quickly. And for me, it was like a lot of fun, and I was able to 4 table them. So yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So Ganson, to answer your question, that is them. And generally, you're going to win double your money. So if you play a $10 spin and go, you're usually going to win $20. But I've been in 10x's, I've won some 6x's, and we also do them to win packages to various EPT events. So right now, we're trying to get folks to win their way to the Bahamas. Those haven't started yet, but when they do,
Oh wow.
yeah, when they do, I think we're going to have quite a few spin and go qualifiers in the Bahamas this year.
Wow, that's really cool. I think last year there was also spin and goes down for the Bahamas too, right?
It wasn't the Bahamas. We had it for Barcelona, I believe, and we had them for Monaco. We had like over 100, I think, spin and go qualifiers for the grand final last year.
Yeah, it ended up at like 135 or something ridiculous, didn't it? Because I think James at one point had predicted 35, and then when it very quickly, oh, hang on a second, all in from Boyka here. So this was raised by Katarius, re-raised by Panka, and now Alexei Boyka all in for over $1 million. Katarius just couldn't wait to get out of the hand, but Mr. Dominic Panka considering his options.
Dominic Panka is covered.
They're both guys wearing sunglasses too, huh?
Yeah, we've been a little sunglasses heavy in this tournament here in
Oh,
Malta, which it's a sunny location, so I think people just have more sunglasses with them.
Or they could be spin and go winners, right?
There is a spin and go winner still in the tournament, Bastian Dohler in the one hole. That's his right arm you could see for a second there. Panka, if he folds, will be left with just 25 big blinds.
I'm curious though, if you saw someone sit on the poker table wearing sunglasses, do you think of them as pro or do you think of them as a more recreational player?
Honestly, it depends on what kind of sunglasses. Like just big wraparound Oakleys, like wraparound Oakleys. I'm like, oh, this guy's great. Like he just came out of the club. He is drunk. He is a donk.
Let's go play some poker.
Yeah.
And if he's wearing like chrome hearts like Elkie does.
Well, Elkie's a character in and of himself, but honestly, if I saw Elkie at the poker table and I didn't know he was Elkie, I'd be pretty happy about it.
Yeah. I mean, he's got hair. His hair's crazy. I don't know how much bleach that hair has seen.
No, I mean...
Yeah, there will come a time when it's just going to all fall out. His hair will just go, do you know what? You've really beaten us around. It's been a pretty tough 10 years. We're out of here. And he'll just turn up just with a hat. Nothing under there.
Yeah, I think because he went to TwitchCon, he dyed it purple.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he decided to go a little more conservative.
By the way, I've had a very nice message from viewer Ryan Reed, who says, "Happy birthday, Matt. Thanks for your hard work and dedication at PokerStars. What is it you do again?" So a little needle at the end. Thanks ever so much. Also, Indy, you know my tooth guy.
Yep.
Indy's been in touch. A very happy birthday, Matt. I don't Twitter and stuff. Indy. Good. Thank you. Much appreciated.
So it's your birthday today?
It is. I'm at least 38.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
Oh, wow. It's actually my birthday in like a week's time. And I'm going to be like on the table playing ACOP like I do every single year.
Well, there you are. I mean, people go, oh, that's a shame you got to work on your bet. I'm like, no. Otherwise, I'd just be sitting around evaluating my life and just getting pretty depressed. So here, I get to just completely steamroll that with work. It's awesome.
No parties anymore.
No, never. Never. The thing is, if someone offers me work, it's just, you know what, I'm going to hopefully have birthdays for like the next few years at least. Whereas work, work comes and goes. The offers dry up, as you get older. So I have to jump on these things. Simple as.
Well, on that day, I'm going to try to win a ladies tournament.
Nice. And how many times do you think it's appropriate that when you're like in a situation where someone's considering raising you all in, that you just say, by the way, it's my birthday? I mean, once is fine, twice I'm sure it's fine. What's the limit on how many times you can use that to try and influence the action? I'm not sure what the legal limit is.
Yeah, I've definitely said that to someone when they 3-bet me.
Yeah. So you are aware, by the way, before you knock me out, you are aware it's my birthday?
Yeah, that could get you a penalty at the World Series of Poker, though.
Yeah, because only one person to a hand or something.
I actually saw our friend Luo Xixiang still in the tournament.
Is he on our other table? I thought he was.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, do you know what? I'm a bit behind because
he did start the day. Yes.
Right. Okay. I wasn't in for the first session, and I've not been aware of the other names on our second table. So yes, you're absolutely right. I'm being told. So yeah, it has been an impressive play to watch.
Yeah. The funniest thing was start of this year. He says to me, "Selena, I'm gonna be #1 ranked player out of China on GPI, and you promise me you will draft me for Hong Kong Stars next year." And I said, no problem. And he's gone ahead, and for the last, I think, 3-4 months, he is the #1 ranked player on GPL for China. Yeah. And I think, especially with this cash and maybe final table, he's gonna, go on to, probably end the year as #1 on GPL for China.
Yeah, an impressive showing to be sure.
Calling your shot, I love it.
Yeah, I mean, when I talk to him, I'm like, "Oh, so you're a professional poker player?" He's like, "No, I just do this recreationally."
Hustled you, totally suckered you into a deal.
I'm like, I don't know. I see you at every single stop. You go to every single EPT stop. I really don't think a recreational player has time to do that.
I want to have whatever his day job is.
Yeah, he's a pretty mysterious guy. At the poker room at the Wing, they call him the Pirate. I don't know why that's the case, but yeah, that's his nickname.
Did you say pirate or parrot?
Pirate. First one.
I'm still not sure. Okay.
I feel duty-bound to just recap where we are in this hand. Mr. Dominic Panker raised it pre-flop, 70,000. Got the call from Ellie Said. Check after the flop. After the turn, there was a bet from side of 90,000, which Dominic called. And here we are on the river. Another check to Dominic. Queen, Jack, 8, 4, 3.
Dominic tried to bluff Ellie Saad last time they were involved in a pot together on the river. Saad looked him up with like third pair. 165,000 into 375,000.
You bluff again?
And this time, he does not get looked up.
Let's take a look at how the players have improved their standing since the top of the day. So Alexei Boyka and Eli Saad, the big winners so far, more than 300,000 on top of Eli's chips. And Boyka with 155,000. Biggest loser, sorry to say, Mr. Dominic Panka. Still third in chips on our featured table. 32 big blinds. Still got over an hour on this level. Level 24, remind you where we're at. 15,000, 30,000 with a 5K.
Alright, so maybe...
So does this play down to 6 players or something and resumes the next day?
Yes, that's the plan, is that we get down to... We got to lose one more, then we draw and put everyone on that one table, and that draw stays right the way through. And then the plan is to get to 6 today, and then come back tomorrow with those 6, and then we get to do our cards up coverage, and then we crown a champion. It's all over.
Ah, the cards up coverage is going to be good to watch.
Yeah, yeah. We started off our broadcast here from Malta with the high roller and the IPT high roller, and then we've given everyone a chance to guess for the last few days, and then tomorrow they get to see the good. So it's kind of good for us because these are the players now we've spent a couple of days getting familiar with and making our own assumptions about their behavior, and then tomorrow we get to kind of see whether they've just been running hot or whether they're complete bluff machines. So it's quite a nice little reveal the way it goes.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, it does make commentary a little bit tough, I think, though, because I think, is the W Coupe final table also cards down? The ones that you guys do on PokerStars as well? I think I remember being...
It depends. It depends. Is mostly the stuff we did this year, we were doing replays after the event so we could do cards up. But I know a lot of the guys were streaming at the time, so obviously, you know, or tuned in watching the guys play. So yeah, I mean, cards down is always tough unless you're a pro that plays at the same level as these guys or has history with them. You know, we can do our best to guess what's going on based on the patterns and the bet sizing, but it's a bit of a thankless task because also the problem is so few of these hands get to showdown. You never really get to know whether you are right or wrong, so it's not even like we can pretend to build up a kind of a whole well of knowledge against these guys. They're just in their own world doing their own thing.
Big Uncle Davey on Twitch asks, what's the disadvantage of doing cards up when we're down to 9? There isn't one. It just takes a moment, takes some prep and some time and some technology, and it's just much better and easier for us to make the entire day cards up. So when we go down to 9, we can't just flip a switch and go to cards up coverage. So that's why we just wait until the final day and not necessarily the final table.
Yeah, there's a lot more security involved, as you might imagine. Right now, everyone's in exactly the same boat. No one knows about the cards. Everyone's living in the same world. Whereas once that cards up information exists in the building, we have to make a lot of changes to the security setup. So not quite as easy as it might sound. Meanwhile, Mr. Lewis Katarius all in. Blind on blind. Dominic Panka considering his option.
So the big question is, are you guys coming down for ACOP this year?
No.
Joe's just thinking. Don't think so. Don't think so. The
He
bigger.
loved,
I like
the
how
club
James
too.
wrote in Skype, he wrote no.
No.
Like as if there was any shot I thought that they were going to spend money for me to fly to Asia.
They didn't want to see you go to Cubic every night.
We've got some actually the aforementioned Zhizheng Lu, excuse me, is
Ooh.
getting it in. It's Ace King versus McNamara's Ace 4.
Very much ahead.
And it's McNamara at risk as he stands up. Gonna need to, ooh, I was about to say he's gonna need to improve. Just as he improves, sit back down, boy. And this, unless something nasty occurs, is gonna be a double up for Thomas McNamara.
He was the starter day chip leader yesterday, and he is still alive and kicking.
So, Selena, what about you?
My
Oh, sorry, go on.
froze. So it was Ace 4 versus Ace King?
Yep.
4 on the turn.
Sick.
I was just going to ask you, you're going to get involved next year when everything turns into PokerStars Championships. Are you going to be visiting any of the stops?
I am. My first stop is going to be the Bahamas, and that's already pretty much planned for. And then I'm very, very interested in doing Barcelona. I've been to Barcelona before, but actually never to play poker.
Aha, it's a good
Yeah,
one.
and everybody says that's like the one to go to.
Yeah, everyone seems to have an opinion on what's the best stop, and each one has pros and cons from both the poker point of view and from the venue and the location. It's a real tricky one, you know. It's like going out to Prague in December is real cute because it's all kind of snowy and Christmassy, but then you got, what was the PCA becomes the Bahamas stop of the championship, and you get the resort and the location, and Barcelona's just such a cool city.
I really wish Selena had been in Barcelona this year because I misidentified her in the background, and then I got called racist for about 3 hours by the Twitch chat, so.
They're pretty unforgiving.
Oh, that is not the first time you've done that.
Well, there was the time that I saw you and you said hello to me, and I was like, "Hi, nice to meet you." And you're like, "Joe, it's Selena effing Lynn," and I was like, "Oh, crap, sorry."
This was in the Bahamas. This was actually in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
We were having dinner with Alki, Jenny, and it was Scott and Kevin Martin.
Well, wasn't Randy Lou at the dinner too? I thought,
yes.
yeah, I thought you were Randy's wife.
Exactly. I was like, what? And I'm like, we've done commentary together. I'm just like, I know I'm Asian, but you're really, really.
It's like whichever way I go, if I play it safe, I'm wrong. If I take a step, I didn't say hi to David Yan this week because I wasn't sure it was him, and I didn't want to be called racist. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had his
sometimes
glasses
I think
off.
I try to make it easy for you now. So when I see you, I try to head our conversation towards where I would know you would try to figure out where we last met, Because apparently putting my toe in my mouth wasn't enough.
Just start with "Hi, Joe, it's Selena," and we'll be fine.
Well, we picked this one up on the river. We see that Boyka's bet out 40,000 being raised by Sedu's. He was the pre-flop aggressor, but actually everything slowed down. There was checks all around after the flop, checks all around after the turn.
That is a call.
He's going to get looked up here. Not super fast to show, but...
Center jacks.
Man, snake's alive. Man,
that should be good.
In the words of Paul, the producer, kneel before sod.
Wow.
Oh, there it is.
Great
Synergy.
time. He's got the Christmassy Austrian flag.
I like this comment from Dr. Ham on Twitch. He says, Joe Stapes is like, "Hi, Jenny. Hi, Elkie. Hi, Jenny."
I also realize that whenever you get asked a tricky question, all you've got to do is just go, and as long as you can keep that noise going long enough for Hartigan to write the actual answer in the Skype chat, you're covered.
I knew the answer was no. I was just thinking of a diplomatic way of saying, well, they're not even sending me to New Jersey. I'm sure they're not sending me to Beijing.
It's like where you live, there's a tournament in the building underneath, and you're still not invited. Incidentally, Ellie Saad now over 1.5 million after that tasty little coup against Boyka.
You guys know there's a whole generation of kids out there, by the way, who think Superman 2 is Batman versus Superman.
Oh, it's depressing, isn't it?
I don't even remember Superman 2.
It's the only good one.
How and it's weird how a sequel is someone's favorite. It's usually always original, isn't it?
There's some rare exceptions, like the original Star Trek movie, Star Trek the Motion Picture, is a dumpster fire of a film, but Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan, the best of the bunch.
Awesome, yeah. This one's another juicy hand, by the way. Under the gun raise from Mr. Bastian Dollar made it 75,000. Dominic Panka re-raises it up, a 3-bet of 185,000.
Really? His thumb.
Yeah, it's a little thing he does. I'm not sure what it means yet. We're gonna get to the bottom of it though.
What was that?
Is it like the Oreo cookie?
It could be. Don't tell
Have
everyone.
you guys seen which way he twirls his thumb? Is that-
I haven't had the chance to analyze it properly yet. Well, it's hard too because we don't have the whole cards.
Yeah, that's true. Just some sort of crazy Ivan designed to throw us off the scent. And Dominic takes this one down, up to over $1 million now. 3 of the players at our 5-handed table with over $1 million. Don't forget, boys and girls, another opportunity today to pick yourself up some free dosh. The bounty bonus takes place. And you have got the opportunity to take out myself and Joe and James, $150 on all of our heads. Register right now. We've got 2,700 people exactly. Starts a little about 35 minutes. Get yourself registered. You'd be mad not to.
The final table bubble always lasts quite a while. Nobody wants to bust at this spot and not make it hard.
Yeah, unless we get some sort of vicious cooler, it can take some time.
Which is weird, really, when you think that, you know, you've got 2 short-handed tables. You just think there's just nowhere to hide. But it's such a big deal to get onto that final table. And you know that if you can, then you can really drag your heels and ladder up and think about your overall strategy. Oh, excuse me, I need to correct myself. I was saying it starts just after 3 o'clock. Of course, it's actually just after 4 o'clock Central European time. The start of the bounty bonus. So, in fact, more like an hour and a half. Time zones, Joe. Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron.
I must say, when I said it, I thought, God, people have been a bit casual. Only 2,700 people in with not long to go. Hour and a half. That makes more sense.
Joiner, yes, there will be cards up coverage of the final table. All day tomorrow will be cards up. Selena, how's that monkey scratch doing? Are you fully healed?
I bought some scar treatment and I'll be applying it every day, so it's looking better.
And what about your burn hoo-ha?
Oh my god! So that's healing slowly, but I guess it's just that the turnover of skin. So I was driving. Okay, I was backing out of a parking lot, and halfway through, the gate came down on my car and put a hole in my dad's car. And this was just literally like I was back in Melbourne for the APPT. I was back there for like 6 weeks, and this happens to me. And I'm just like, no, not again.
I'm sorry. Put a hole in your dad's car's roof or the hood or?
Yeah. So you know the part that the antenna sits on, like the
hood.
It's on the back. Yeah.
Oh,
it's
the
on
back.
It's the back. The back, correct. But it's luckily it's like the smaller piece of plastic. It's the one that's like not the top of the car and not the glass. It's just the little plastic that's in between. And for some reason, it just punched a hole through it. And I'm like, oh my goodness. Yeah, and it was so embarrassing. Like, I've never hit anything moving my whole life. Everything that I've ever had an accident with has always been almost like not really moving or still. You know what I mean? Like things that is not another car.
Something
So
that was
it's,
easily avoidable.
It is, but I think it's not my fault because the gate literally came down halfway as I was backing out of the parking garage.
Did you expect that it was gonna like pop back up because of your car was in motion?
Exactly, I did, and I did not think that it would crush it. Like I was actually like, in my mind, I was like, oh my god, is this gonna like literally crush the car? Like that's what I was thinking in my head, and no, it kind of like punched a hole and then went back up.
We're going to jump over to our second table because we find ourselves with Thomas McNamara with pocket tens up against the ace deuce of the all-in player Peter Ockenden at risk. Oh, just a ace in the window. That's
right on the flop.
Boom. That's going to help you a lot of the time, Joe. That's exactly what you're hoping for. Looking good for the double up.
3, 4, 5, 6 is not a straight on board.
It isn't, correct. Macaulay confirming there what isn't a straight. So Thomas McNamara has to see some of his chips head over to Peter's pile. And we're back at the feature table.
For me, I felt like that's more like a Band-Aid where you see it right away. I hate it when it comes on the river.
Low Blow, aka Jake on Twitch, says, can you please talk about the game and not about cars? So Selena, what kind of car was it?
my dad's Mazda.
A Mazda.
Yeah, like it wasn't the other family car we have. The other one was the BMW. So I was like, thank goodness.
That's lucky. What color was the car?
Black.
It was a black car. How many cup holders does it have?
2. Oh, actually, maybe 3.
Can you? Is it nearby? Can you go out and check? We'll wait.
No. What's outside? Outside actually have the new Wynn Palace and the new Parisian. I can't believe how many casinos is getting built still in Macau. It's insane.
Is there enough people to go to all of them?
There actually looks like there's a lot of tourists still coming out of the casinos every day, and yeah, I mean there's a couple more new poker rooms popping up as well. So you know, poker is definitely growing in Asia very, very rapidly, especially in China.
I mean, I guess if we could go back to the cup holders for a second, there's a new one now. I mean, whatever number it had before, there's one in the trunk now from the garage door.
Well, so it got mended. So apparently, what they do is they put like some filling in it and then they paint over it, so it wasn't too much of a big deal.
Ooh, I'd like to hear more about that process if we can.
For the fans.
For the fans, all right. Doler the Razor here. I've punished you enough. King, Queen, 5, 2 spades. Boyka checks to the Razor. Doler continues. $65,000. Quick reminder in the booth here, we've got Selena Lynn on Skype, Joe Stapleton, and Roger Sykes.
Hi. Just in case they make a highlights reel, which is unlikely. I just don't want to be like named.
Matt wants to go into commentator witness protection.
The commentators are usually fine. I don't know what's going on.
And that is a check raise, ladies and germs.
Illegal in 15 states, but welcome here in Malta. The check got the better 65 then. Boyka drops the hammer with 155,000, and it is very much job done. $47 minutes still on this. Level 24. Again, in case you're joining us, we are playing with 5 players across 2 tables. We're at 15,000, 30,000 with a 5K ante. We've got to lose one more player, and then we combine the field into one table. 8 players becomes our official final table lists, and today the plan is to play down to the last 6, and then we come back tomorrow for cards up coverage. Selena, we're going to release you back into the ocean, having grilled you about your car.
Grill.
And what's the rest of the day hold for you?
There's actually going to be a ladies' night Halloween party that my friends have dragged me to, and I'm kind of making excuses because I'm still a little bit jet lagged. 3-hour time difference is brutal for me. So I'm hoping to take a nap before that.
Life is tough. But thanks again for coming and visiting us, and we'll catch up with you again soon, we hope.
No, thanks for having me, and I wish I could see, you know, the chip counts
Me
and
too.
more of, yeah, that way I would be able to have more input on the gameplay, but, you know, it is what it is. And yeah, hopefully I'll catch you guys again for next EPT.
Bye, Jenny.
No!
Bye.
No, Jenny, no.
Bye, bye, Selena.
All right,
About
take care,
600?
guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah. 650.
Pretty exactly.
Well, bad news for Twitch. I'm afraid there's nothing but poker now, so you might want to move on. A raise from Qatarius to 60,000 now. Dominic calls. I must admit, this is where I personally get quite frustrated to not see their cards, because I love to see when really good players play these short-handed tables, because you know that it's got to be a really wide range. They're going to be playing so often out of position. Just kind of cross our fingers for at least a few showdowns just to try and get a handle on what these guys are doing. Are you feeding the trolls again, Joe?
Oh, no, I'm just replying to some people. Like,
Oh,
Cicada's not sure if he won a ticket for the Bahamas Spin and Win contest. And he's saying, and by the way, they're not even running yet. And I said, well, that's why you probably haven't gotten your prize if you won one. And
Yeah, if ever you're in doubt as to whether you've won something, chances are if we haven't got in touch to tell you that you've won something, you probably haven't. By the end of this trip, we wrap everything up. So, you know, let us get off the air. Let us take care of some admin. If you genuinely think you've won something and haven't heard from us, get in touch. But chances are we'll beat you to it, as we see. An all-in from Luis Qatarius. It was raised, re-raised, and now he shows that he means business. Gets the call. Qatarius is at risk. But he has got a pair of aces, so.
I mean, we've seen a lot of brutal suckouts over the last hour, though, so.
Excuse me, I do apologize.
Yeah,
I had the
Boyka's got
table.
the aces.
I had the table round the wrong way. I thought it was Qatarius that was actually showing the aces. So, this is worse than I possibly imagined when this gets sucked out. I'm sorry.
Huge spot. Final table bubble. Not the official final table, but the final 9. Eight and 6 aren't terrible cards if you're holding 2 7s.
The problem is, Joe, all I can think of is what Andre Letal always says.
Oh, it is almost always coming 7.
So it's not over till the fat lady rivers.
9
Ooh.
is also helpful.
10 outs now to stick around.
Such a sick spot for these aces.
5, 7, or 10 to save the day.
Aha.
So we are going to lose our boy, Qatarius.
Looks like he put the Qatarius before the horse.
Much shorter than I was. Oh no, the man was standing on a platform. 32,140 euros. It is not always coming 7s. And so we are down to the last 9 players. And as you know, that means we're going to do the final redraw of the tournament.
Congratulations, final 9.
And Alexei Boyka up to 2.2. 2.2 million for the top of the table. But there's going to be one table coming up soon. Join us again very soon when we bring you the final table lists here from EPT Malta. Come back soon. You're watching EPT Live.
And Levine's open things up here with the pocket deuces, and Chow's gonna look him up with the K-Jack.
Negreanu on the button. Negreanu on the button.
Negreanu loves his button.
He will call with the ace-4 of hearts, Dario Minieri. Might see a re-raise here. No, he's just going to call.
Dario decided it was fine to just complete this and take a flop.
4 players will see that flop. The pot is 1,450. Boom, look at that. Trip jacks for Minieri and for Chow.
Minieri with the nut kicker and Chow with the second nut kicker. We're sure to see a lot of chips go in this pot.
Been checked to Levine, he was the pre-flop aggressor. Looks like he wants to make a continuation bet into 3 players. He does, 1250.
Levine's not slowing down, but unfortunately for him, 2 people flop the goods.
Does Chow raise? No, he calls.
Chow's being sneaky. Negreanu's not. He decides to pass and get out of harm's way. And now back to Dario.
How does Chow avoid doing all of his stack here?
Dario should be raising. Calling is extremely suspicious. If he's raising, he could be bluffing. And instead, he just has the ace-jack. He's got the goods. Chow is in a lot of trouble here.
So, Levine gets out of the way. It's back on Chow.
There's 8,000 chips in this pot already, and it's only 26-25 more to call.
Surely he's going to at least call. He might even re-raise.
He has position in this hand. He has a lot of good things.
What? He just folded.
He just mucked the king-jack. Dario is going to be in dismal distress after he sees what Chow's folded.
Back at our feature table. It's been raised in early position by Christopher Chow. Playing pocket 9s.
Chow has another real hand. And this time, Minieri has a real hand with ace-king of clubs. He's going to isolate Chow with a nice 3-bet.
The blinds fold, so it comes back to Chow. He started the hand with 22,500. Would you expect a re-raise here, William, or do you think he'll just flatten, play a flop?
Chow's been getting bossed around by Minieri. I think he's going to take the conservative route and just call. And he does just that. We're going to see a flop with 26.75 in the pot already.
Chow out of position against the pre-flop aggressor, and it's a king-high flop. Minieri takes the lead.
It's a wonderful flop for Dario. Dario's got top here with 26.75 in the pot. Chow's checked it over to him. Let's see what happens.
15.75, just the one overcard. Do you reckon Chow calls here and sees a turn?
Chow can't be overly concerned about this board. I'd expect him to peel one and see what happens.
Another big laydown, and again he's behind, but again you have to question the amount of respect he's giving Dario Minieri.
He made the right fold again. Minieri could have won a lot more, but instead he just gets to pick up that small pot.
Blinds are up to 75-150. Let's get back to our featured table. Negreanu with pocket 3s is going to raise it to 400.
Negreanu's going to get the action started the best way he knows how, and that's raise.
Kings for Minieri.
Finally, Dario has a respectable hand to make a re-raise with, and he 3-bets Daniels under the gun open.
11.25. Action is now on Jerome Guermer. He's got ace-queen.
He's picked up another premium hand, and it looks like he's getting tired and Minieri running over this table, and he's going to 4-bet Dario's 3-bet.
He re-raises, makes it a total of 22.75. Bonyardi folds, and Chow looks down at kings.
Chow's got another big hand. He has pocket kings in the hole. Let's see how he reacts to this. I have no idea how he's going to play this hand.
Now, 46% of the time, it would be split between him and Minieri. He just flats. He's playing it tricky.
Daniel seems to be as confused as I am.
I imagine we will see a 5-bet from Dario.
There's 6,000 chips in the pot, and Dario finally has the hand he's been looking for. Pocket Cowboys.
Representing real strength now, 8,400. Where does Guermer go with his ace-queen?
It looks like the jig is up for Jerome. He's going to have to put in his entire stack if he wants to play this hand.
He gets out the way, and surely Chow now shoves.
It's back to Chow. His hand is under-repped. He just called pre-flop. No one will put him on a hand as strong as pocket kings. He's against the aggressive Italian. Let's see if he puts these chips in the pot. both players with the same exact hand.
Chow started the hand with 21,000. There's 13.5 in the middle.
This is a decisive moment for Chow.
I'm assuming this is Hollywooding. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to put the rest across the line.
Looks like he's taking his time before he's going to do just that.
Oh my God, he's folded!
Again, Chow makes another hero fold, but this time he wasn't correct. He had the same exact hand as Derry Maneri.
Poker School Online is the place to learn poker or improve your poker skills. To join, simply log into the PokerStars client, visit the school section, and choose your school password. Poker School Online is packed full of free poker bonuses, allowing you to practice and play in real money games on us. Take part in our regular monthly promotions where you can win seats into bigger PokerStars tournaments. There are free scratch cards where you can win daily tournament tickets via Scratch and Match. Each day, you'll have 2 free cards. Just scratch off the cards and you could win a prize. Another popular challenge is our Beginner's Bankroll promotion, allowing you to work your way through our poker missions, improving your game, and earning your free poker tournament tickets along the way. And if that's not enough promotions for you, there are unlimited tournament tickets and $5,000 free roll tickets you can earn via our Refer a Friend promotion. Simply refer a friend and you'll both receive prizes. Once you've built your confidence, it's time to compete in the Poker School Online. Skill leagues with $44,000 in prize money up for grabs every month, with up to $5,000 going to the winner. And if improving your game is what you're looking for, we have poker courses from Hold'em to Omaha, cash, sit and goes and tournaments, along with quizzes to test your newfound knowledge. There's live poker training where you can watch pros play poker in real time, view their hole cards and ask questions directly. See the live training schedule for the next session. Our poker forums are always buzzing with questions, advice, and tips. You'll find all types of players from beginners to pros discussing all areas of poker. Now you've heard what's available, it's time to get involved. Simply join Poker School Online. You may even be eligible for our welcome bonuses full of tickets and cash. Welcome to Poker School Online.
Blinds are 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante. And Sven Reichardt has kings. He raises to 160k. Olivier Busquet is on the button. With ace-deuce suited, he has fewer than 20 big blinds.
For Olivier's sake, I hope he's just thinking about flatting.
All in.
He shoves.
He wasn't just thinking about flatting.
Klein folds the small blind. Trickett folds the big, and Reichardt's calling.
That's bad.
And Olivier Busquet is at risk. Reichardt's kings, a 68% favorite.
Is Olivier Busquet gonna finish 8th in a super high roller again?
That would be brutal. Reichardt almost flops him dead.
More than almost. He's got less than 1%.
8-8, you win.
Ace-ace.
8-8.
8-8. Or ace-ace.
Oh boy.
Busquet now has 2 outs.
Be great television. Is that what you would think? If it happened, you'd be like, well, at least it was good television?
That'd be so sick. Sick doesn't cover it.
Busquet needs another ace to survive. And it is another ace!
So you're saying there's a chance?
Unbelievable! Less than 1% on the flop. And runner to make a better full house.
You're taking photos of this?
I've never seen that.
Yeah, obviously.
They put the kings away.
Olivier runs ace-deuce into kings and gets there in incredible fashion.
It's exactly the look I used to give when I make a great catch in the outfield. You know it was all luck, but you're happy for the applause anyway.
stunning!
I'm thinking aces or kings.
Cocktails, TV table.
Once he like goes after me every time. I have no idea why.
You call and it's over, baby.
So Prague to look forward to in December, but right now it is all about Malta. Welcome back to the PokerStars.com EPT. We are down to the last 9 players of this main event. 468 started, and now it is just these guys on your screens. Big stack is 2.8 million for Dmitry Yurasov. The shortest stack is Bastian Dollar with just 15 big blinds. Still got 40 minutes left on this level. And we will show you how these guys have been sat. Remind you, this is the final draw that takes place in the main event. This isn't our official final table. This is just the last 9 guys out there. When we get down to 8, it'll be the official final table, and then we want to get down to 6 players tonight. I'm Matt Brown. This is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Started with 14. We are down to 9, and when we get to 6, we are done for the day.
So you can see Mats Carlsen, second spot, 2.5 million. Boyka 2.2 after that big hand before we took that break. The shortest stack, Bastian Dollar. The only real player in any immediate danger. Everyone else 30 big blinds upwards. And this is where we get to see the dynamics that carry us through until we crown our champion tomorrow. No more redraws now. Being asked by a couple of people on Twitch while we're talking about being the last EPTs. It's really that we are evolving, changing the European Poker Tour into PokerStars Championships, opening it up to a global marketplace, new venues. Until now, it's really just been the Bahamas that kind of broke the spell of it being the European Poker Tour. But now we're going to open that up. Many more venues, many more countries. Lots of opportunities to bring poker to new locations.
Still tons of poker. We're just changing the name, going to some new spots.
Yeah, the stuff you've become used to over the last 13 seasons. You know, there's going to be the Monaco stops, there's going to be the Barcelona stops, there's going to be lots of familiar territories, but also some new and exciting places to stop and take our players to. Places for you guys at home to qualify, travel around the world playing this game we love.
Raichu says, didn't I tip Yurasov to win a few days ago? Yes, you did. James wrote it down and everything, but you're still a long way to go, buddy. What I want to know is, you're going to expect all this praise if you're right. What if you're wrong, though? What do we get?
That's a good point. Yeah, it's quid pro quo here on EPT Live. Ace, Queen, Deuce, all diamonds. Everyone keeps making the highlight reels of the EPT from 13 seasons. Where's the highlight of EPT Live? Yeah, where's the hilarious things that you've said? Where's the great misannouncements I've done?
We would need some of those.
Yeah.
We would need some great moments to have occurred before we could make highlights of
13
them.
seasons, I reckon there's a good half a dozen to be had.
That sounds about right.
All those times Hartigan stood on his chair and shouted, "It's all over!" in that really loud voice that makes you take your headphones off. Check, 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 check.
Swan97 asking who busted in 10th. That was Louis Carterius. Alan6258 says someone already knows the password for the EPT. I think he means the EPT Live free roll. Hey, man, there have been Game of Thrones themed. Get in there. Go give it a shot. Spend your day banging away at the keyboard and writing in things like Khaleesi and A Girl Has No Name and
Barry the Dragon.
Barry the Dragon. We already used that one, though, so they probably wouldn't do that one again. All right, so this is Ockenden, the original raiser. No betting on the flop, no betting on the turn, and now Ockenden with the delayed continuation bet of 105,000.
Also worth pointing out, as we are now down to the last 9 players, everyone here locked up over 41,500 euros as a payday. Top prize 355,700. So it's all good. Don't forget, incidentally, you also have opportunities to get some cash today. We've got the bounty bonus going on. Starts in about just over an hour. Late reg for 30 minutes once it kicks off. $150 on myself, Waster, Joe Stapleton, and James Hartigan, J. Hartigan, or Jahartigan, which is his Klingon name.
Jahartigan.
Bots, Joy Ju.
What's that mean?
That's how Kirk gets beamed up off the crumbling Genesis planet.
Oh.
Yeah, he heard what the Klingon said, and he grabs the communication.
Christopher Lloyd beams him up.
Yep. By accident. Can't believe it. Kill my son! Klingon boop! Kill my son! Great acting. Some of Shatner's best work.
All right. Really happy to see Zhang Lo back at the table. Love this guy. Even if he does buy bootleg Team Pro patches off eBay.
Peter Ockenden. Big watch. Nice watch.
Doc Ock.
Promise me that I can have that watch if he wins this.
Really?
No. Completely not true. Never spoken to him. But it's on record now, so gonna have to happen. Have a good day. He is gonna open up the action with a 65,000 bet.
Thank you, Daezing, who says this commentary is the best.
Mm-hmm.
I have to screenshot that just to
just to
show
send,
the bosses
send the
that
bosses.
one person is on board.
Yeah. And my best friend saying that this is the best thing he's ever listened to isn't going to fly either, I think, up in the big office.
Such a great birthday present for Matt.
It's everything I ever dreamed of as a child. I said I want 3 things. I want an Evel Knievel, I want a Big Trax, and I want to get to do commentary on Cards Down Poker for my birthday.
What is an Evel Knievel? Like a doll?
It's a doll on a bike, and I forget how young you are. Have you heard of Evel Knievel?
I know who Evel Knievel is.
So there was like this mounted unit that you put your doll on a bike and you put him on it and you wound up and then you released it and he flew off in a very dangerous fashion. And you could set up ramps and jumps and tricks for him to do. And every single year, my sister, who's a few years older than me, that you'll remember from the quiz, lied to me about my heritage. She would lie
said you were
to me.
adopted?
She told me I was adopted from China for many years. Quite distressing for a young English lad of only 4 years old. And she would get me to do things with the promise of buying me an Evel Knievel. So she'd go, if you go and get me 2 chocolate biscuits, I'll get you an Evel Knievel for Christmas. I'll go, all right, Penny, I'll go do that. And I'll go and do it for her. Never happened. If you go and paint the whole of the house for me, I'll get you an Evel Knievel for. All right, Penny. And for about a decade.
Explains why you're such a punk now.
For about a decade, she just had me doing things. And then, I think for my 40th birthday, she bought me an Evel Knievel, even though I hadn't thought about it in 20 years.
It was probably much more expensive at that point. She probably had to get it on eBay.
I mean, and it meant nothing to me, and I just smashed it to pieces and shouted at her.
Do you remember the story of Evel Knievel attacking that Fox Sports executive with a baseball bat?
No, I must have missed that one.
I knew that executive, that's all.
That's good fun. Incidentally, just to go back, post-flop, Peter Ockenden continued his aggression, 70,000. Mats Carlsen still calling, and much the same story right now. We've got to the turn of Spadaroo, and Peter Ockenden still firing, and Mats Carlsen still calling. Jack of clubs on the end, 550,000 in the middle. Thanks very much for the birthday greetings, random folks on Twitch. Much appreciated.
Mats Carlsen completely pwned Ola Shemian, so I do not know what chance Peter Ockenden has.
Yeah, he really did throw a spanner in Ole's.
Busted flush draw again.
Ooh.
Oh, okay, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, this one. He chased it and he chased it. Must have been some big diamonds. It didn't. It doesn't have to have been. It's just one of the possibilities. We'll never know.
I keep ignoring Merrick's question about what our biggest win is in poker because it's if you're talking about real wins and not lies, none of us have ever scored anything very impressive. Now Matt has a fake poker score that's
I've
pretty
got
good.
a fake score where I once won 15 grand online, but recently decided to come clean and say actually it was 3.5 grand. Wow, Black Beauty, the new 100,000 chip. Oof. Must be nice. In case you're wondering, that's what's going on out there, chip denomination-wise. Oh, hold on to those black ones. They're worth a lot. Steve Mark, hello to you. He's just tuned in. Hello, gents. Did Ole Shemian get eliminated? Yes. Don't forget, if you want any of the updates on the way today has gone thus far, the PokerStars blog is the place to go. Remember to follow them also at PokerStars blog. You get a little notification if any new articles go up. They're not just there for the chip counts, yeah? They've got some great interviews and articles as well. We get a lot of juice out of those guys, so I suggest you go. Take a look.
Urasaw raising, early position, and we are 9-handed for the first time, I think, since probably day one. So that does affect play a little bit. Everyone should be tightening up slightly while we're 9-handed.
Zhang coming along from the big blind. Three-way to this flop. 270k in the middle.
So was it Selena was saying he's #1 right now in GPL for China?
Yep.
China.
966. Definitely a check. Action on Urasov is gonna get some chips out there.
Urasov continuing into 2 opponents. He's going to get at least 1 not fold.
I think there might be an easier... No.
There isn't. I've been doing this a long time, my friend.
Okay.
To anyone who is still having problems with tickets for the Bounty Bonus Tournament, I would write to support at either your IntelliPoker site or on PokerStars. They're very helpful. There's not much we can do for you as commentators of this live poker game.
I thought you were CEO of the IntelliPoker site, but okay. Saying you're not.
That is true. Just busy right now.
And I thought you were like in charge of the department that deals with bounty bonus ticket
Absolutely. I
distribution.
just am currently doing this and tendering.
Ah, okay. Check from Urasov now in light of the call from Boyka. Is he setting a trap or is he just slowing down?
Check, check. Urasov is checked for a second time. Maybe he's got nothing. Maybe he has got a hand that he would like to induce a small bluff with. And checks down. Yarosov with an ace and a 9 for a pair of 9s. 2 jacks is going to be good enough to beat that.
Boyka now with nearly 2.4 million, second out of our last 9 players here. Again, remember, 468 started, just these 9 now. Play down to 6 and call it a day.
Alex says, you guys need to study cricket commentary. When a ball is balled, focus on the play. You seem to get lost, ignoring the play. It's kind of like if cricket, though, if the ball were invisible.
Yeah.
And we just sort of had to react to what the players were doing.
Yeah.
And then for like a really long period of time, the ball would just sort of fly around and no one could see it.
Yeah. Would you be surprised if I told you that Alex has 0 followers on Twitter? No?
No, yes, very surprised, I mean.
Right.
Incredibly. He
Awesome.
sounds like he'd be really fun at parties.
Anyone that starts with a sentence, you guys need to study cricket commentary. I mean, that's it. That's all you need to know about someone's profile. I'm sure he's a lovely guy.
He just shows up to like a dinner party. He's like, you know, you guys need to study cricket dinners. He's just
Everything.
He's just the cricket guy.
Yeah, they say, I'm trying to make this table, but I can't quite get these dovetail joints. You need to study cricket commentary.
Cricket. It's always cricket commentary, not the table.
No.
Okay,
It's
got
all,
it.
everything they say. I'm making this bolognese, but it's not quite spiced enough. You guys need to study cricket commentary.
He's in line at the DMV. Excuse me, has anyone in here ever even seen cricket commentary?
It's like I don't suppose you will know a British comedy character called Swiss Tony.
I don't.
He was a second-hand car dealer, and he was kind of probably about my age, and he had a young understudy. He'd go, the thing is, Dave, selling cars is a lot like making love to a beautiful woman. And then, and every single metaphor was, the thing is, doing up a tie is a lot like making love to a beautiful woman. So, need to study cricket commentary, everyone, before tuning in tomorrow for Cards Up coverage. Raise from Thomas McNamara being considered by only the big blind, Mr. Peter Ockenden, the last remaining player in this hand.
I feel like studying cricket commentary is not the answer to anything except for like insomnia. Like what would that actually be the answer to? My life is way too exciting. What can I do to help? Study cricket commentary.
Well, this is a lot like cricket commentary. It's the winner's parade. Let's look first of all at Wiltol Homka. Took down the 1.5 Pillow high-low here in Malta. Congratulations to him. Jason Wheeler took down the 2K Turbo for nearly 28,000 euros.
JD's World.
And then Pia Jefferson took down the women's event for nearly 3,000 euros.
If Matt Broughton had won that ladies' event, it would have been for 15,000 euros, though.
If you're going to lie big. I panicked.
Make it worth it.
Wasn't expecting the...
Got some...
Oh, really?
Tweets coming in for Matt Broughton from Gareth and Sam the Manic Flea.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Gareth. Thank you. And thanks to Craig, who's put some classic Swiss Tony. You'd probably quite like it, Joe. It's quite stupid. Johnny Depp was a huge fan.
Does he ever do a gag where making love to a beautiful woman is a lot like making love to a beautiful woman?
He probably does. He probably does. I don't remember. It's one of those things where as the explanation goes on, it becomes apparent that it's nothing like making love to a beautiful woman. Commentary is a lot like making love to a beautiful woman. You have to think about what you say. You have to hold the microphone very close to your face. You have to wear headphones. In fact, it's nothing like making love to a beautiful woman, and that's the gag.
Good commentary is a lot like making love to a beautiful woman. I have no idea how to do it.
And have never successfully
Never
achieved anything
even had
nearly.
a chance. And I'm terrible at it.
3 players here, starting with an under-the-gun raise from Eli Saad. Picked up by Boyka, picked up by Yurosov, who was defending the big blind. An ace-high flop, ace-9 deuce, 2 spades. Spadaroo! It's not much of a catchphrase, but I'm going to steal it.
Spadaroo.
Spadaroo! From our friend and colleague Lixov Elhus, who appears to have caught the same disease as Elke, where they just talk in emotes. You save that clip for later, Joe. I think you'll get a lot of value out of it.
Okay.
And the continuation bet gets through from Ellie. Don't forget that we start our penultimate bounty bonus of the Malta stop. Bounty bonus, one of the few things that's not probably going to have to change names in 2017.
Kneel before Saad.
Favorite quote, I always win. Is there no one on this planet to even challenge me? He was a chip leader today, but he was a chip leader yesterday and the day before that. Not entirely true from a factual point of view. See, it's very hard to please our audience because some are now saying, I'm just listening to the commentary. I'm not even watching the game. It's just so hard to know which is the best way to go here.
You can't please all the people all the time.
Pleasing all the people all the time is a lot like making love to a beautiful woman. It's incredibly difficult and can't be done. Sam, the Manic Flea, saying, happy birthday. I hope Stakes played the whole song to you. No, I've not had the whole song. I only recently, as a super fan of EPT Not Live, discovered that there was a full song. I thought they were just 2 random samples. I didn't know they came from something greater.
I actually made the samples myself from the song.
Oh, good job. Nice cut. Oh, I never finished the sentence. The bounty bonus starts in 48 minutes. I remember talking
nice.
about it.
Get involved, guys.
But I can't remember why. So don't forget, you got a 30-minute late reg.
You're soon.
We've got 4,000.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm sure the 4,000 people already in don't want me to keep advertising it because the less players, the better chance you've got of taking out our bounties. But there is 450 bucks.
Look, they've added my 50 cents to the card match total down there.
Sweet.
So yeah, just to reiterate, guys, the bounty bonus, it's free. You can get your free tickets through IntelliPoker and or Poker School Online is probably the best way. Some of the IntelliPoker sites don't really participate. I don't know which ones, and I'm sorry about that. But go to Poker School Online. You can get free tickets. Like they say out in the schoolyard, the first one's free. It is a $1.10 rebuy tournament. Once rebuys are over, there's a bounty on each of the commentators' heads. $150. Not bad value. Plus, there is a prize pool. So get after it.
Have a piece of it. Let you know where we are with this hand. Boyka raised it to 70,000. Got the call from Dmitry Yurosov in the small blind. King, Queen, 6. 2 diamonds on the flop. Check, check. And now an ace of clubs on the turn. Check from Yurosov. Again, feels like a player we've seen a lot of. Sometimes we get to this last 9 and feel like there are some strangers who we've hardly seen at all. Ali Saad kind of came under the radar yesterday. Peter Ockenden, also a player that we've not seen a lot of. But across the whole of our main event coverage, feels like we've seen plenty of play from Yurosov.
It's a smaller field this time around, so I think that we had a better chance of seeing most of the players who made it to the final.
Yeah, they've all had a bit of feature table interaction along the week. Check, check, brought that Jack of Hearts on the river.
Lucky charm.
And a better 100,000 takes it down. Yurosov, top of our table, nearly 2.8 million to play with now. And fact, let's take a look at all 9 players and how they sit now. Still, the shortest stack, Bastian Dollar. Worth remembering, he qualified for this main event with a €10 spin and go.
Yeah,
Dreams do come true. So he has already wrapped up over €41,000 for a €10 buy-in. Kind of crazy. And of course, there you see nearly 2.8 million for Dimitri, and Matt's not far behind on nearly 2.3 million. And there is our spin and go qualifier. Got some good online results, got a second in a Sunday Million, some random live scores, but this is a big deal.
Konu Leonu, year of Romania, reminded me of something really important. You forgot to give a shout out to that guy with the running water in the bathtub. Like 3 days ago, this guy was like, hey man, I'm gonna turn the bath on. Can you just, his house has gotta be wrecked.
Yeah, he wanted a 5-minute snooze, didn't he?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ah, that's my bad.
I am so sorry. It's nice to feel remembered. Paul Sexton saying, I've decided to boycott the New Jersey Festival if Stapes, Hartigan, and the other guy aren't there. My name's Matt. It's my birthday. I'm having a good day. Mr. Paul Ockenden has raised to 65,000. The full mention, Dmitry Yurasov on the button. Interested in opposing him. 190,000 is the size of the 3-bet into Ali Sad's small blind. Thomas McNamara on the big. Reminds me of Dave Shallow, if that means anything to anybody. He is out of there. No. Dubai. Goodbye, Dubai. Heads up.
Sweet Lord above.
If Mr. Yurasov, sorry, Mr. Ockenden decides to call this one. Neighbors at the table. They live next to each other in real life as well. Not true, just made up.
I mean, it could be true. We don't know.
Could be true. We don't know. Pretty sure if they were neighbors, we'd know about it. Everybody needs good neighbors. Because that's when good neighbors become good friends, Joe.
Ockenden wants in.
Where that he would have to play the whole hand out of position. Gives it up.
Bastian Dollar has been quiet and hanging on, but he's down to 13 big blinds.
Yeah, it's an expensive game. 14 minutes left at this level, 15,000, 30,000, a 5K ante. Next level due is 2040. The lights, they're so bright.
All of the lights. All of the lights.
Actions on Boyka. Under the gun +1. On a 9-handed table. I'm gonna suggest that's a good hand. $70,000. Zhang's out. Mats was already out before him. Peter Ockenden does not want to play this one. Ellie's button, Thomas and Bastian in the blinds. This is going to be a big deal for Bastian Dollar if it gets around to him, because as my colleague Joe Stapleton said, he is a short stack.
The shortest.
The shortest of them all. Not this time, he says.
Everybody wants to make the official final table. 13 minutes left on this level.
If you finished in 9th, would you still tell everyone you were on the... Yeah, I made the final table in Malta. Yeah.
Even though that's wrong.
Dudesy is enjoying their birthday. Not sure if it's a boy or a girl. Enjoying my birthday, watching EPT Live and packing for Vegas. Happy birthday to us.
Ah, Smitty.
Yeah.
Smitty gets in touch to say, what do you mean some guy? It was him. Well, I'm sorry, Smitty. I forgot. I think we told a story on the podcast one time about Sandy the Degenerate forgetting to turn off the bath at an EPT stop.
Yeah.
Wrecked a very expensive hotel room in Monaco.
Yeah, my room's a bit wet. Can I have a new one? Yeah, just turned the tap on and then took a kip for 10 hours. Floated out the window.
Water damage is incredibly damaging.
Didn't Hardigan's house explode recently with water damage? I'm sure there was some.
Yes, I think his upstairs neighbor.
Ooh. Alexei Boyka under the gun, raising to 70. He's got a taste for it now. Perhaps realizing things have slowed down a touch. That's Carlson going to come along. Jiang Lu.
Yeah, sure.
Not playing, nor Peter. Action's on you, Mr. Munchie. Everyone's eating. So hungry. So hungry.
Bye.
Young Dave Shallow lets it go to round to our boy, Bastian Dollar.
Dominic Panka's still in this?
Yeah, but he's folded.
While we wait for Boyka to make his decision, Skilla asked a question for the commentators. EPT tried to do cards up coverage from day one up to the final day in Barcelona, I believe. Was that not a success? It was neither a success nor not a success. It was just kind of whatevs. And so I believe the current decision is that we're just going to keep things the way they are and have a few cards up days and not mess with it the rest of the time. It wasn't, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze, and it was in Monaco. I'm not saying that they'll never do it again, but at least for the rest of the EPT, it's cards down until the final day.
Everything he said. And 61 with 10 minutes left on the clock. Another clock ticking is, of course, registration for the bounty bonus.
Yeah.
37 minutes till that kicks off with 30 minutes late Reg, 150 on me, 150 on Joe, 150 on James. Come get some. I'll take you down to Free Roll Town.
I don't know what this comment on Twitch means, but I like it. Shark Eat Fish says, Joe Stabes has velvet drapes. Welcome to the PokerStars mixtape.
Yeah, I saw that. I like it. I like the flow of it. I have no idea what it means, but it's a lovely thing to have said.
It's cool, yeah.
Oh, thank God Jaffe's here. He says, I'm here. You can start the stream now. Oh, man, where were you? We've been trying to get the players to wait, but they wouldn't.
Boom, boom.
Oh, yeah.
On the button for Bastion.
Anybody get a little Damian Lewis vibe off this guy, huh? Billions?
Don't know who that is.
You know what Damian Lewis is? Band of Brothers?
I'd never watched Band of Brothers.
Band of Brothers is one of the best things that's ever been made for television.
Yeah, a friend of mine keeps giving me like a tin box set, And it just looks like so many hours of TV. I don't know when.
It is, but it's awesome.
I mean, I've got West Wing, never seen it. Homeland, never seen it. The Wire, never seen it. I've got many hours, but unless I have some dreadful accident that leaves me like housebound, I just don't know when I'm going to get to watch all these awesome things.
Oh yeah, he's in Homeland also, Damian Lewis.
Oh well, there you are. It's all coming together.
I mean, there's over 100 hours of West Wing to watch.
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it.
Band of Brothers is like 12. Can you hand me a water?
Certainly. Do you want that one, or do you want the one that's shaped like a lady?
I'll take the lady shape.
Yeah, I thought you would.
Pink.
So Dominic tried to limp in from the small blind. Boyka said no. He said limping in is a lot like making love to a beautiful woman. I'm going to raise you, and then you're going to have to fold. Let's learn a little bit more about the boy Boyka. 28 years old, must be nice. Total live earnings over $670,000. Got a fifth at EPT 12 Barcelona in the high roller. Took home over €250,000 there.
Yeah, nice. Parduke says, what do you think about having cards up only after the hand is over? The best of two worlds in terms of entertainment. That's certainly a thing. Although, I've seen lots of people make mistakes and put the cards up before the hands are over. I've seen it multiple times, and we don't ever want that to happen. I mean, we got a crackerjack graphics team, and they may screw up an apostrophe or a spelling or a person's flag or just get an entire thing wrong, but they would never. We just actually don't want to give them the opportunity to do that. Integrity is important to us.
Not you personally.
No, as a team.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a graph that exists that shows the integrity score of the team. And there are two versions. There's one that includes Joe and one that excludes him because he really skews everything because he has no integrity or morals.
No.
And it really does change the shape of the graph to quite a negative degree. So depending on the presentation and the point being made, you either have a button that excludes Joe's stats or includes them. Yeah, it just ruins things. Just ruins things. Or proves the point, depending on what presentation you're making. A raise from Ali Saad here, 65,000, got the call from the big blind, and Mats Carlsen defends. A queen, 7-9, 2 spadaroo flop. And a continuation of 85,000.
I got a Spadaroo from IKEA, broke in like the first month.
Really? Cool story.
I had a bunch of leftover parts though.
Right.
So that might have explained it.
$30 minutes till the bounty bonus. Sorry, not that I'm getting excited about it, not that I'm looking forward to it immensely. I just like to keep shouting about it. Ooh, hello. Well, this is business. So that the continuation bet from Ellie is immediately raised. In your face. 275,000 from Mats Carlsen.
Get her, Ray.
Oh, he thinks. Wasn't expecting that.
It's quite a big raise.
Yes, I thought he might be just teasing us with the chip count out, but he has gone for it. Very big raise. Got
big pot.
Yeah, 740,000 now as a second 7 comes down. It's always coming 7s, as you know.
It's twice Bastion Dollar's entire stack in the middle right now. See Carlson going real nuts on this flop with an air ball. Of course, everybody's capable time to time.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it could be a semi-bluff, and he's just thinking, I'll test out the strength of the continuation bet with a bit of semi-bluff behind me. Maybe he's at the made hand.
I think ace-queen at worst. I think more likely. Did he 3-bet before the flop? He didn't, right?
No, he just called. He just called and then check raised, which we've seen him check raise a few times here from out of the big blind.
That's going to be a small bet, though.
Yeah. Compared to previously when there was 190 and he bet 275 as the raise, now we've got 325,000 into the pot that was 740.
It's great if he's setting up a river shove.
Pretty quick call here from side. Man, I hope we get to see some cards.
Saad does not have a pot-sized bet left behind, and that is a juicy, juicy river card. It's a spade. It completes straights.
It's straighty, it's flushy, it's paired. Activate the Hartigan. Oh, he just looked up where he was eating and pulled that goofy face. Ooh. James was very kind this morning. He went off, we met for breakfast, he went off to join the line to get an omelette. And because he's freakishly tall, he was able to look over the barrier that ordinarily shields punters. And he just looked up over this from a distance and pulled the goofy face. It was like, you know, like meeting a famous guy who's famous for saying something and him doing the line. Is the wonky Hartigan. What a gift, what a present. $1.39 million in the middle here now.
Is he really going to bet 300,000 into 1.3 million?
Maybe it's a new bet sizing he's trying out.
Nope, not even 300,000.
Wow, he took some back.
250.
Wow, that's really, really strange.
That is interesting.
Pocket eights, clearly.
This is bizarre. He check raised the flop.
I reckon he's got pocket sevens.
I guess you would maybe bet this small of an amount with queen 9 and you'd check raise the flop. 7-8.
Close enough. For some reason I was expecting at least a full house. And that's exactly what he has. Makes more sense than the pocket eights.
I thought it was a nice flop on the flop, but
man, and that catapults him into a huge chip lead.
I hope he might go over the top. I hope he might.
3.36 million now for Mats Carlsen.
What a run out!
Incredible.
Why did you go so small on the river?
Interesting to know what Elisa.
What hand did you put him on?
Queen. Queen or I mean, that was a scared bet. I don't know.
Last hand.
Yeah, he might have a flush. He might have a flush.
And that's going to be the last hand. So let's take a look at the result of that. Bastion Dollar still our shortest stack, but Elisad now down to 690,000. 17 big blinds. Going to be at 20,000, 40,000 when we come back. So it's a 20-minute break, but join us after that for more here from the last 9 of the EPT Malta main event on EPT Live.
So we are still in the middle of the main event here in Malta, but there is one event already in the books. That's the 25K high roller. And as per usual, well, we had a winner in the high roller whose name escapes me right. David Yan. David Yan.
You are getting worse and worse.
Man,
Look, we do a lot of stuff. I don't know. Do you remember who won a couple days ago?
Which event?
See, he doesn't even remember what event.
I have the name of everybody's winner for every event ever in my head.
Do you really?
Yeah. Oh. That sounds like a challenge.
If I even knew enough to quiz you on that. But the thing is, I couldn't even name what our last stop. Barcelona. Yeah, so the 25K high roller went down. David Yan won. And bizarrely, not bizarrely, but it was an interesting story, was that Max Silver was also at the final table.
Yes, he was. And the weird thing is they're very good friends, and they decided to share an apartment here in Malta. So effectively they're roommates. And they both made the final table, sat next to each other at the final table, and obviously once Max was eliminated, he hung around because he was railing his buddy.
Exactly. And typically when we do the trophy presentation, it's usually the winner and then a couple of suits, Toby being one of them, and then the runner-up. But in this case, it wasn't the runner-up. It was Max Silver, who went out in fourth. Welcome to the winner's presentation for EPT 13 Malta, the 25K high roller. Here to present the trophy, we've got Marco Yellen, the GM of Portomaso Casino. We've got Cedric Below, the EPT manager. And, of course, we've got tournament director Toby Stone. Before we give away this trophy, let's get a big round of applause for our winner's roommate and our runner-up, Max Silver.
He's just here.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, Max here. God. So he's the runner-up. Boy, that was awkward. I always make sure I have something for the screw-up reel. Okay, here we go.
Oh,
my
Christ
God.
alive.
You look just so confused, like, what? What's wrong?
Now, look,
oh.
I will, to a certain degree, forgive you for not remembering who won a poker tournament 2 days ago. You were commentating on this literally minutes before you went down there.
Yes, and you know what it was? Minutes before I went down there, it was handed when I went down there because the heads up was so short. Now, to be fair to both sides of this, Max had already gone out in fourth when I left to go do the winner interview. However, I saw exactly 0 hands of heads up, so it's not like I had just watched David Yan. Because of the delay and everything, heads up lasted less than half an hour, so I didn't get to see Hajayev play. See, I remembered that.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see them play heads up at all. So when I get down there, I really was just like, okay, here's the winner and here's the runner-up.
What a brutal needle, though.
It wasn't really. I eventually
you ladded him up two spots.
I thought there was going to be a little more to this. I eventually go over and give Max like a big hug afterward, and I'm like, hey man, sorry, I was like probably the worst unintentional needle of all time.
Of all the people you could do it to, though, Max Silver.
It was
probably
fine to do it to him, but I'm also really embarrassed because I did it in front of Marco and in front of Cedric and of course in front of tournament director Toby Stone, who is our guest right now.
You see, he's smiling there, but on the inside, he's thinking, what a...
Well, the thing is, I am really, I just feel like the suits make me really nervous. That's why I always screw up these things. Do you consider yourself a suit?
Absolutely, yeah. I've got a suit on, so...
No getting around it.
I can't get away from it.
You're always
really.
impeccably dressed.
I'm a wedding tie on today.
A wedding tie? Your wedding
Everybody
tie?
calls my wedding tie. Yeah, it's very wedding-y.
It represents both sides of like the male groom. It's got some blue, it's got some pink. It's got the whole thing going on.
Toby, I always get the impression that you hate this part of the job, that you hate standing there, being official, being on camera. When we're on the bubble and you're on the floor and the cameras are on you, you never seem particularly happy about it.
Not really, no. I mean, if you ask me what my job is, I'm a floor. I'm a poker guy. But suddenly you put a camera in my face. And I've never had media training or anything like that. So, I mean, I have no problem taking a microphone and announcing all the information to the players about blind levels, about what we're doing during the day, about the dinner break. That's something I've done for a long time, and I'm quite natural doing that. But once you put a camera on me, then I'm like, what's going on, you know? And before I've had to do not exactly what you do, but on the IPT a few years ago, I had to, like, do some kind of presentation with some huge camera coming in at me from afar, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm not a presentator. I'm a floor guy. Leave me alone, you know?
I mean, it's amazing is that he is so uncomfortable with it and is so good at it. You know, he wants no part of it. Yet I really want to be a part of it, and I'm terrible at it. Why does it work out this way?
Oh, the universe.
I was just thinking, thank God it's not me, you know.
Well, luckily I've screwed up so many times at this point that it's kind of like become a thing. So I just go classic Stapes. I've noticed, Toby, that in addition to being an impeccable dresser, you've got like a pretty sweet bod under there. You've got like some ripped. What is the regimen?
Probably.
Should we do some crunches right now?
Yeah, we can do 1,000 if you want.
Can you do 1,000 crunches?
I can in one gym session, yeah.
I don't think that the three of us could do 1,000 combined today, let alone in a gym session. Is that what, do you do like 8-minute abs?
No, I do like, I go to the gym probably 3 or 4 times a week, and I do sit-ups before pretty much every like, set of a different exercise. So I can do like 25 or 30.
So that's his rest. His rest.
Kind of, yeah.
Sit-ups. Wow.
I can do a sit-up like for 15 minutes. I do in between every single set.
Have you always been like that, or
on and off for since I was about 20?
Since you were 20 years
More or
old.
less.
Tell us what it was like growing up on the mean streets of wherever your accent's from.
Well, I'm from. I'll tell the truth. I don't usually tell the truth, but I'm from Bradford. But I
Is
left.
that embarrassing?
It's a little. Yeah, if you're from England, you'll usually I lie and say
Better
Leeds.
or worse than Hull?
Not sure, actually.
It's a race.
I think it's worse.
Like Bradford versus Hull.
It's a coin flip, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I don't really have a Bradford accent anymore. I have like a northern accent because I left over 20 years ago. No, I left actually 30 years ago, Bradford. So my accent's very soft. But you can tell I'm a northerner. But you couldn't really put it in Yorkshire. I think most people can't put me in Yorkshire. They just say northern, like Manchester or...
And at what age was like getting into like poker your escape from Bradford?
No, I'd already left Bradford when I was 16. That was escaping my life, basically.
Did you run away from
as
home?
soon as possible? You know, my mum kicked me out.
Really?
Yeah, it was rough growing up in Bradford.
Were you a
I wasn't
bad
brought
boy?
up, I was dragged up.
Really?
You
Oh my
know?
goodness. Were you a bad boy?
Do I have to really answer that?
You don't know. You can
I was a
answer
bit of a tearaway. Yeah, I was a little bit of a tearaway.
What's the worst thing that you did?
The worst thing I did?
Did you ever glass anybody?
No, I was never violent, but I once robbed my auntie's house because I had her key.
Nice.
So, and she.
I don't know if you have a key. It's just borrowing. She would want me to have this.
And she was saving up her. We used to get like family allowance payments. I don't know if you get that in the States, but it's
Sure.
money for kids. So she was saving up her family allowance payments. They were like little checks that you could go to the post office, and I signed them all for like 6 months and ran away to Ilkley.
So your life story
My
is basically poacher turned gamekeeper because you're a tearaway and now suddenly you're someone who has to keep people in order.
Yeah.
How did you get into this business?
I was living in Birmingham and I was unemployed, and I found an advert saying if you want to work in a casino, you do some training for like 6 weeks and they guarantee you a job afterwards. So that was it. And I went to work in Birmingham Rainbow Casino, which was the biggest poker room in probably Europe at that time. And we used to run the National British Hold'em Championships. This is 91 or 92.
The NB.
It was massive, yeah. Back then it was massive. I don't remember the buy-in. It was probably 100 quid buy-in. But we used to clear out the whole restaurant, clear out like all the gaming tables from everywhere. And we'd put
the patio, the restaurant,
15
the
tables or
vestibules.
something. I don't know. It was like 15 tables, and that was like the biggest event like in Europe anyway.
And so that's how you got your first experience tournament directing, was this 15-table tournament in a restaurant?
Yep, pretty much. Yeah.
That's
more or less,
fantastic.
The thing is, I can tell you that was legendary. Like when
Yeah,
they
it
got
was,
into
yeah.
live
It
poker,
was, yeah.
like mid-90s,
Yeah.
the Rainbow's like, oh my God, it's like
Yeah.
so huge. They've like 15 tables. You know, it was like,
Yeah.
Did any big stars come out of that, or big stars
probably
at the
some,
time?
probably some like if you know like Derek Baxter and some old English players. I used to deal a lot of high-end cash games to those guys. So Derek Baxter, Lucy Rocash.
Rocash, yeah.
You know, probably a lot of that kind of crew.
Did you write a song about Lucy Rocash?
She did, yeah.
Did she threaten you in the same way that Dave Elliott did?
No, she was just unhappy with me.
Okay.
In a passive-aggressive way.
It's so funny that we had Rocash and then Money Maker. Those are like the two big poker booms, I guess. The English poker boom, Lucy Rocash.
She brought a lot of women over 60 into the game.
Excellent.
Not really.
Okay. And so what was your progression? You started as a dealer?
I started as a casino dealer, and then very soon they traded me poker, and it's much more interesting than dealing at a casino. So within probably 3 or 4 weeks, I was like, yeah, put me in the poker room. Don't put me on those roulette tables anymore. So I pretty much stayed in the poker room for pretty much full time for like a year and a half, and then I became a supervisor, and I stayed there for about another year and a half. I stayed there for about 3 years, and then I left and I worked around Europe in different casinos, and then I went into online poker. That was about 18
How
years
do you
ago.
make the leap from one casino to working around Europe? Is there like a scout who's like, I see what you did there, kid, with that penalty. Come on, I got other places for you around the continent.
Well, back then there was probably a lot of countries that didn't have casinos in them. So England did, so we had the skills. We had a lot of people.
So people would from other countries, from Luxembourg, come over and be like, hey, we want to have a
Yeah, they
casino.
didn't have anyone in their country.
Why did you pick Luxembourg of all the
One
places?
it's one of my
in Europe?
favorites.
The country of Luxembourg.
Is it not a country?
Yes,
it is, right? Okay, good. I'm American. This could be.
It's a very small one, yeah. Yeah, a lot of countries wouldn't have had like expertise in casinos and gaming, even just dealers and inspectors and things like that. So they'd go to England to source their staff. So I've lived in in the Ukraine, I've lived in Tel Aviv, I've lived in Holland, although that was an illegal casino.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did that pay well?
Yeah, but then you get fired for losing as a blackjack dealer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing.
Wow.
I guess being
Fire
if
you
it's
for
an
losing.
underground casino, if you lose, I mean, getting fired is probably the best case scenario.
While they were underground, they were accepted a little bit like everything else that's kind of accepted over there.
Oh,
you didn't get raided every day by the police and get put in jail for the night. You know, it was kind of accepted, but technically illegal.
Did you have a sign on the door?
I think there was actually.
It said like salon on it, right? Like it said like.
It was fairly open. It was a nice place. You went in, there was a bar, there was a restaurant. It wasn't like in somebody's kitchen in the back room, you know.
So when did you first get involved with the PokerStars tours? Because you were working on like the UK IPT and the Australias before you came to the EPT, right?
Yeah, but even before then, I was working for Thomas Kremser as a floor. So probably season 2, I think, was season 2 with Dublin.
Yeah, there was a Dublin.
That was probably the
season two.
first time I worked on EPT because I was like a poker manager in the Merrion Casino in Dublin. So PokerStars came with Thomas Kremser and his crew, and then I worked with him on that event. And then I worked for him for a couple of years. And then I worked on the UK IPT and Estrellas from 7 years ago. And then pretty much EPT directly after that.
Well, Toby, we wanted you to know we're big fans. I love maybe I shouldn't speak for these guys. I love the way you run tournaments. I love your demeanor out there. I love the way you handle situations when they come up. You're always grace under fire. You've been a part of some of the weirdest bubbles that we have ever seen. There was twice in Barcelona.
It was back-to-back Barcelona bubbles, which were utterly weird because I think it was season 10 when we had the guy who didn't show up for day 3.
Mm-hmm. And no one knew what to do. We were all running around going, oh my God, we've never had this before. What do we do?
Yeah, I mean, and obviously whatever decision you make is going to be controversial and is going to, some people are going to say you did the right thing. Some people are going to say, no, because you thought the right thing to do was draw attention to the fact that someone's not here and is going to be all in and out on the next hand. And yet still there were 3 all-in and calls on that hand.
Right, any one of those people, and they all doubled up, but any one of those people could have gone out before the guy who didn't show up. And they always say that like hindsight's 20/20, but even in hindsight, I can't imagine that being done any better.
From my perspective, no. I mean, it's all about information, and that table had information that no one else had. You know, maybe some tables nearby can see it because they're close proximity to the table and they can see what's going on. So I mean, not everyone has the same information. So if not everyone has the same information, it's not a level playing field. So that was my level. That was my way of thinking. So yeah, we stopped the clock and we announced to all the players, you know, that on this table somebody is all in. And then now everyone has this correct information.
Next year, how much did you want to strangle Dennis Phillips for throwing an additional bubble prize?
The guitar.
Into the mix. The guitar and the
seat in the
Florida that made
I was happy to break the guitar up in like 7 pieces.
That's what I said. I was like, just smash the guitar.
Smash it up.
Here's your bit.
Dish it out.
Here's your bit.
Right.
Well
you
done.
Can have the strings.
It would have been much easier.
Was it like 7 all-ins, 5 eliminations, split bubble prize, impromptu sit and go to win the guitar?
Have you ever had a more complicated bubble than that, where you had to have a post-bubble sit and go?
No, it's definitely the most complicated bubble in history. No, I don't think even in my history. I think just in history.
History of the world.
Of poker, of the world.
Can you think, other than those 2 instances, of any other bubble that was nearly as controversial as those 2?
Probably only one and it wasn't really controversial. It was in Spain at the Estrellas Poker Tour, probably like 5 or 6 years ago. And it was controversial because the dealers are supposed to tell you when, I've lost a player here, so and I have to know how many players are remaining to actually make the bubble. So I'm dealing with some quite serious problem on one table, and I'm three or four people off the money. And this problem took like 5 or 10 minutes on this table.
The serious problem on the other table is this guy had bought in with money he had stolen from his auntie.
So I'm dealing with this quite complicated problem on this one table, and the rest of the dealers are dealing, and this blogger guy comes up to me and he whispers in my ear, "By the way, we're in the money." I was like, "What?" "Yeah, they've lost a player, he's lost a player, they bust out." And I'm like, what the hell would you mean? So I had to kind of stop what I was doing there and stop the clock and kind of admit, "Oh, well done, we're in the money." And then try to find out who actually won some money.
Piece it together.
Because we were actually in the money and we'd already lost, I can't remember exactly the situation, but we'd already lost 1 or 2 players. So yeah, that made me look a little bit kind of, useless.
That is one situation where Toby Stone missed the stone bubble. Now, that is something. You've handled these bubbles very well, and so it's pretty apropos that your name is Toby Stone. The stone bubble is something. So we were hoping that you play a little game with us that we are calling, hold on, the stone bubble. You play the stone bubble with us. Here we go, Toby Stone. So we want to get your opinion on what is the stone bubble in various other situations, okay? What is the stone bubble on the number of flushes that you would attempt to flush something down the toilet in a public restroom before you just have to give up and walk away?
3.
The stone bubble. 3 flushes is the stone bubble. What is the number of times? What is the stone bubble on the number of times it is acceptable to hit the snooze in the morning?
15.
The stone bubble. 15 is a lot. Wow, that is. I'm gonna have to change my numbers after. By the way, this is not an opinion. This is the real official.
Absolutely, and currently you're 2-0, Toby.
That's because I set my alarm an hour and a half early though, so I can snooze it 15 times because I know what I'm like.
Well, let's find out more about what you're like. What is the stone bubble of the number of times you can get bumped from behind while you're standing in line before you say something?
Twice.
2 times. Stone bubble. What is the stone bubble on the number of times William Kassouf would be allowed to say "like a boss" before you gave him you would give him a penalty?
Unlimited times.
Unlimited times. Stone bubble. What is the stone bubble on the amount of time that someone can spend in the shower before you start to prune?
25 minutes.
The stone bubble. Number of eggs in an omelet.
I don't eat eggs, but 3.
The stone bubble.
He's nailing every single question.
What is the stone bubble on the number of text messages you can send to a significant other before they're in the house? Unanswered.
2.
That is absolutely correct. What is the stone bubble on the number of times you allow someone to ask after Kate the dealer before you inform the police?
2.
2 times is the stone bubble. Just 2 more to go here, Toby. What is the stone bubble on the number of Walking Dead / Game of Thrones spoilers you will allow before you slip bitch?
1.
1 is correct.
Wow, that is the first time anyone has gone 9 for 9.
I have one more.
Oh.
I have one more.
Wow. That'd be amazing.
What is
Come
this,
on.
What is the stone bubble on the number of times? Excuse me. What is the stone bubble on the number of drinks you have to have before you get this tattoo?
Oh my god. It was 0 actually.
Oh no,
Yeah.
0 drinks. The stone bubble. Perfectly sober. Toby Stone, thanks very much for being with us. We appreciate it, man. We know that we don't love being on
Cheers.
camera, but we love having you.
The
Thanks, buddy.
perfect score. Toby, thank you very much. Great to have you on the show.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Cheers. See you later.
At the secondary feature table, Theo Jorgensen has raised to 2,000 with ace-king. Alex Pavlovskis has called from the hijack with 6s. Action on Rune Nikolaisen on the button. Queen 10 suited.
How do you not call it this? It's juicier than a velour sweatsuit.
He calls. Vladimir Troinovsky has Jack-Queen in the small blind. He calls. Martin Schleich with ace-deuce in the big blind.
Not juicy, dominated, out of position, but he's getting better than 8-1.
He calls as well. Seriously? 5 players to the flop? Which is Queen 6.
Oh my God. Bring out the stretcher.
check to the razor.
Somebody is going home in a body bag.
Theo Jorgensen does not continue with less than 1% equity.
He's built an amazing pot for someone.
Nikolaisen thinks it's him. But right now, it's Pavlovskis with the full house, and he bet 6,500. Nikolaisen with trip queens will call. Troianovski also with trip queens.
With his stack, I think we're fairly likely to see a shove here. This is going to be a shame. I think he means 15,000.
He only has 13,000. He is all in. Schleich and Jorgensen fold.
Pavlovskis is folding less often here than a guy who always wears wrinkled clothes. I don't know, he's never folding.
He reshoves. What does Nikolaisen do now?
I think he should sometimes be able to find a fold here, but no.
He calls, so Troianovski and Nikolaisen both at risk and both way behind. A 10 on the turn sees Nikolaisen improve to a better full house.
That is just horrific.
And a jack on the river sees Troianovski win the pot.
What is happening here? The dealer just went over to Pavlovski's house, let himself in the front door, went to the kitchen, and ate his lunch.
I had forgotten that hand. That was insane. Welcome back to the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour from here in Malta, the penultimate day of the main event from the Portomasso Casino in St. Julian's. We are down to one table of 9. One more elimination. It's official final table time, but of course we will continue playing until we're down to 6, and the final 6 players will return tomorrow for the final day of the tournament. It's James Hartigan alongside Matt Broughton.
Hello, everybody.
So, Matt, we've had half of EPT Not Live at EPT Live now. 2 segments have gone out, 2 more to go.
Yep, and the other 2 are also cracking, so do stick around for those. Tomorrow, we're going to put them out again tomorrow during the broadcast?
I imagine we will.
Excellent.
So here's the deal. We have just kicked off level 25. The blinds are now 20,000, 40,000 with a 5,000 ante. Current chip leader of the 9 remaining players is Matt Carlson. We saw him win a huge pot just before the break. The short stack is our spin and go qualifier Bastian Dola. He's playing 9 bigs, but Eli Saad, who lost that pot to Carlson, is also dropping into the danger zone.
Danger zone!
He's playing 17 bigs. Well, that was raise and take it for Dmitry Yurasov. Second in chips, one of 2 players with more than 3 million. Average stack, 1.56 million. And as we said at the start of the day, probably the best known player left in the field, aiming to make the final table of this tournament for the 2nd time in 18 months. And of course, looking to win his 2nd European Poker Tour title is Dominik Panka.
Yeah. A lot of love for him coming through. Don't forget, hashtag EPT Live if you want to chat with us. I'll be doing my best to keep an eye on the Twitch chat too. But certainly, Panka, a lot of people right behind him in this situation.
Yeah, Matt, multitasking time is about to begin because the EPT Live bounty bonus is kicking off in a couple of minutes' time. Remember, it's free to play, assuming that you've signed up for tickets on Poker School Online. But you might want to make sure there's some money in your PokerStars account because you want to get through that rebuy and add-on period to put yourself in contention to claim a bounty. There are bounties on myself, Matt Broughton, and Joe Stapleton. Not one of us out. $150 can be yours. And because it's a Zoom tournament, we will be floating around the tables.
Yeah, by the way, I'm not being rude. If people are saying hello to me and I'm not replying, it's because I've probably already fast-folded and moved on to another table. So it was just nice to meet you at the table briefly. Sometimes I'll smile at you, sometimes I'm already gone looking for aces.
Yurasov opens to 90k. Dominik Panka announces all in, shoving for 850,000. The blinds are folded, back around to Yurasov, and he snap calls. 6s, the hand for Panka. Yurasov calls with kings. Dominik dominated, a 4-1 underdog.
But can we see a Panka-sponsored domination rotation? Let's be honest, he has got out of a few tight spots over the last couple of days. Wouldn't be a complete surprise to see him somehow wriggle his way out of this.
This is going to be hard. Running clubs, probably his best shot. Certainly a more realistic prospect than running sixes. Likely to be all over on the turn, however, and it is. We lose Dominic Panka in 9th place, taking us down to our official final table of 8. No return final table appearance for Panka. No second EPT title on this occasion.
Still impressive, let's not forget.
I'm not shaking a hand with someone who knocked me out, right?
468 started, making the final 9, still not to be sniffed at by any stretch of the imagination.
So Dominic cashes for 41,590 euros. We now have our official 8, but remember, we will play on, we'll keep going until we are down to 6 today. So 2 more eliminations before the end of day 5.
Because I know that I made the right decision. So.
Well, you did well.
See you soon.
So good luck to everyone in today's EPT Live bounty bonus. It is up and running, and for that reason, it might be a good idea to bring in some help, Matt. We have our next guest commentator standing by. Now, during the last session, you and Joe were joined by Selena Lynn, but sadly, Selena had technical problems or a poor internet connection, which meant you couldn't actually see the poker.
Indeed.
And that is a problem if you're trying to commentate on poker.
Correct.
But I'm sure we're not going to have that problem with our next guest. He's got a great broadband provider. He's not scared of spiders. He doesn't eat sliders. He's Felix Schneiders.
Schneiders!
Schneiders.
Guten Tag, willkommen, bienvenue.
Danke, danke. Vielen, vielen Dank. Thank you.
Welcome. Welcome to EPT Live. Good to talk to you. Not spoken to you for a few weeks. I've missed you. You're just in time to see our short stack. You're just in time to see a short stack all in. Hold tight there. Fellow German.
That's a German
could be.
also.
Yeah, exactly. The timing's great.
Pretzel short stack all in.
Yeah, it's our spin and go qualifier. Bastian Dola in for 10 euros, but he could be out. There's been no action ahead of him, so it's an open shove for just shy of 10 big blinds. And looks like the shove has got through. Now, I want to just do a quick bit of fact-checking, Felix. I'm confident that your name is actually Felix Schneiders. I'm confident
Felix
that
Schneiders, actually.
Schneiders. I'm confident that you have a good broadband provider, and I'm confident that you don't eat sliders, because I know you don't eat meat. However, I don't know if you are genuinely scared of spiders or not.
I used to be, actually, but not anymore.
Good. In that case, I went 4 for 4 on my little hashtag fun fact chart.
It's been a long day, Felix. But
all right, gotcha. It took a while for me to get that one.
Are you armed with a strong internet connection and a pretzel?
Yes, both, I hope. Internet connection, not sure, but right now I have the pretzel with me. It's on the phone. I'm in full fan mode. I've got the chop pot hoodie on, so I think nothing can go wrong, right?
Good man. Are you in your office location or at home?
Yes, I'm in the office location in Cologne, and I'm actually doing a little fun stream myself right now at the moment. So we have a little streamception happening right there.
Oh my God, we've crossed the streams.
Yeah, we're crossing streams. I wasn't going to say that, but streamception looks like a more appropriate way of saying it. Maybe we could put some more streams in other streams as well.
The more the merrier.
Now, Felix, obviously, I know you play your fair share of MTTs, and I was going to talk to you about the dynamic when you are on the final table bubble. And yes, I know that when there are 9 players left, effectively it is the final table, but the reality is an official final table is 8 players. We have got past that point now. These guys are at the official final table, but of course now we're at that point, who's going to make it through to the final day? And obviously there's a lot of prestige with a tournament of being there at the very last step of the journey.
Right. Well, actually, you're talking to the wrong guy here, because I don't really play that many MTTs, and I don't know that feeling. Like, I get needled all the time. I got needled by Matt, and I think I got needled by a lot of other people, because I don't know that feeling. What's it like to be on a final table bubble or, like, anywhere close to it? Because I usually don't run deep in tournaments that much, and I'm not that experienced tournament player. I'm a cash game player, you know. But I'm really excited to watch this with you guys.
Good to have you with us. And how's the campaign to become Bürgermeister von Brezelstadt going? Have you?
Brezelstadt.
When's the elections? Is there much competition to be mayor of Pretzeltown?
Well, the thing is, if you could see me right now, Matt, the pretzel that I've got here is a little dry because it's from yesterday, so it doesn't really look nice. I don't have any more fresh pretzels.
I know that dry pretzels is a problem that a lot of men your age start to suffer from, but let's together we can get through it. Hey, well look, you're an absolute kiss of death for the Germans, because once again we see Bastian Dola is all in with his last 450,000.
Well, it's worked the last time, so.
Yeah, working its way around the table. Just the big blind and small blind to get through. Job done. I guess that is the beauty of it. At least being on an 8-handed table is the antes are worth something on top of the blind. So at least it's a good way to claw yourself back to a playable stack.
That's what you want to see. Like, when you're in a short stack, you don't want to call. You just want to chip up just like that.
What if he had aces, though? Yeah? What then?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it's still a double-edged sword. You know, you want to double up, but you know that 20% of the time you're going to be out. So you'd rather still see a lot of folds, I guess. Just chip up with the little free chippies.
Yeah, every little bit counts. So what have you been up to in recent weeks? What has kept you busy? Because I know you went off to TwitchCon, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. That was a lot of fun. Oh, well, I didn't even know what to expect from TwitchCon because I never went there, but that was just a super fun experience. Like, nothing like a poker tournament at all. It's like totally different vibes over there. Everybody just super like pumped and excited and to meet everybody else. Not like you don't get that feel that everybody's there for the win or the money. they're there for they're basically there for like meeting other people.
Yeah.
Just like it was a very, very fun get together and just get to meet a lot of different streamers and get to see more of the industry, of the Twitch industry, Twitch landscape.
And have you been streaming pretty much non-stop of late?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, when I came back from TwitchCon, obviously I was like so motivated to stream that all was on my mind is like Twitch, like literally bleeding purple from that point onwards. So yeah, have been streaming each and every day, and I was actually a little bit sad because currently they have card match
yes.
on PokerStars, which is like a cash game promotion, and I'm like, you know me, I'm like a little bit like you in a way, like nerdy collector type guy, you know.
Yeah.
I like to collect it, and I like to, like, you know, get these dollars and just like get the free prize money, and yeah, that's what I've been streaming every day now so far.
Yeah, it's always, I guess it's always great when one of the PokerStars promotions actually coincides with exactly what you would be doing anyway, regardless of the promotion. So you can just kind of go about your usual business, but getting that little bit of extra bumps on top, you know. Always handy.
Absolutely.
Well, that last hand was raise and take it for Yurosov. So just to recap the story of your fellow countryman, Felix, Bastian Dola. He is by no means a professional player, but has a lot of online experience, and I believe he was runner-up in the Sunday Million some time ago, but he won his seat for EPT Malta in one of the spin and goes that was run. 10 euros.
That's nice.
It came up with a package to Malta. He won that spin and go, and now here he is for a 10 euro investment, guaranteed at least 41.5K.
That's nice. I love spin and goes. I mean, I'm doing these $1 million spins at the moment. And super much fun. And if you can actually make it with like a $10 investment to the EPT, that's crazy.
And of course, there are going to be spin and goes, giving you the chance to win a seat at the PokerStars Championship in the Bahamas, running in November. Don't forget, we got our spin and go to the Bahamas competition, which ironically is connected to the card match promotion that Felix was talking about just a while ago. Of course, we tweeted the details earlier on. Make sure you're following at EPT Live, or just search hashtag EPT Live on Twitter.
I have a fun story to tell you, because I was invited to a guest as a guest commentator on the German EPT stream like earlier this week.
Okay.
And we were talking about this specific thing. Like we were talking about the W Coupe stream. You remember we were talking about the backdoors. You know, backdoor draws. Looking out for the backdoors all the time. Like looking at the flop, you see, oh, I got a backdoor straight, backdoor flush draw, whatever.
Yeah, I must admit, it's been much more forward in my mind. Whereas I think I said this on our streams. It's kind of always struck me as a bit of where people are just trying to be positive for the sake of positivity. But now I appreciate it is much more in people's minds as a legitimate concern, thinking about how the hand might play out.
Yeah, and I was talking to the commentator, like Martin Pott. I was talking to him about it, and there was a hand here on the EPT stream where one guy was defending, I don't remember his name, he was defending 10-4 suited in a big blind, and all he flopped was backdoors. And both of the commentators, the German ones, they went like, oh, he's just flopping nothing. I'm like, what? Nothing? Literally, like, he's got all the backdoors in the world. Like, why is he not check raising this flop? Like, what flop is he not check raising? Like, he has to flop to check raise this flop. All the backdoors in the world. Backdoor flush draws.
It's incredible. It's incredible because after the streams where we spoke so much about the value of the backdoors, I played a bit myself online and just started having the confidence of knowing that those backdoors are legit. It either gave me a good excuse to play more aggressively for no reason, or it legitimately helped me make better decisions. But I've never had such great results as when I just keep betting with a backdoor as if it's a genuine semi kind of bluff sort of made hand. But yeah, it's an interesting concept to get your head around for sure.
It does give you the feeling of like you can get there in the end eventually in some way. So that's all that matters.
Well, that's the thing is sometimes you're going to get there, and if you don't, at least you're betting like a hero, and people just run away because they think, well, you've got the goods. So I did very well. I did very well off it. And of course, ICM considerations has been another thing I've been attempting as much as possible to take into consideration, because it was, again, another of the things that seem to keep coming up with those W Coupe final tables.
Yeah, I just couldn't let that stand when he said, like, well, he flops nothing at all. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
You just said that.
Blind to it.
So we're getting a raise here from Thomas McNamara, and it kind of escaped my attention, Matt. Not that we are normally partisan on EPT Live, but we've got two Brits at this final table, Ockenden and McNamara. Earlier in the week, Ockenden was repping the Netherlands, but he's now become 100% legit British. And of course, McNamara, a former chip leader, the man who in fact burst the bubble in the EPT Malta main event, has the betting lead here on a 7-7 deuce flop. Carlsen now second in chips behind Dmitry Urasov, defended his big blind.
This is like a spot that really favors the aggressor all the time, because big blind rarely hits anything at all on boards like these. So it's really tough to play for the big blind.
Carlsen's coming along for the ride. Another diamond just for fun, 420,000 in the middle. Yeah, so we thought we'd give you a real fair shot this, Felix, being a cash player and also having cards down commentary. So just whenever you're ready to tell us exactly what both players have, you just go ahead and reveal it. We won't mind what you know. I'm sure you have incredible insight into this situation.
I'll try. I'm trying to get my head into the situation right there.
Yeah. 4 diamonds down now. 10 of diamonds on the end.
I mean, now it's going to be up to whoever bets first, I guess, is going to take this pot most often. Cutoff's probably never going to have a strong diamond. Maybe you could check back like a high diamond as well on the turn, but I kind of doubt it.
So it's a kind of game of chicken now, just who's brave enough on a board like that to get some chips in the middle.
I mean, if the big blind eats out now on this river,
225 is that?
Basically just
225?
is going to represent a lot of medium strength most of the time that the can like try to bluff catch, but I think it's it's just going to be easier for the big blind to have a lot of medium strength diamonds that you can still value bet. Well, the cutoff is probably like, if the cutoff has been checking back the high diamonds with the purpose to bluff catch or to get him to bluff on the river, he can try that, but I think it's going to favor the big blind here.
So Carlsen led for 225,000. McNamara folds. And Carlsen hasn't quite reclaimed the chip lead, but it's pretty close at the top. Urasov playing just shy of 4 million, around 100 big blinds and a 90 big blind stack for Mats Carlsen. Let's have a look at all the stacks of all 8 players at the final table. We've got 2 guys in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Elie Saad with 14 big blinds and Bastien Dola, our spin and go qualifier, with 11 bigs. And McNamara has now dropped down below the 25 big blind mark. Still got an hour and 10 to play at this level.
How are we doing? We can't have much left on the late reg for the bounty bonus.
I believe late registration closes in 14 minutes time.
Okay.
We've got 7,300 players so far, hoping we can get that up. Come join the party. And so far I've spent an extra $2.20.
Really? I'm still on my first bullet at the moment.
But remember, the bounties only kick in once the tournament becomes a freeze out. You get nothing for taking all of our chips during this portion of the tournament.
Yeah, Felix, they very kindly decided that we should be commentating on this, cards down, and playing in tournaments, and watching the Twitter and the Twitch, and chatting with you. So if at any point we seem distracted, it's nothing personal, okay?
And it's not just any old
Just
tournament.
standard live streaming stuff, you know. Multitasking. I can't do it either.
It's a Zoom
Like
tournament
these days,
as well.
I'm too old. It's one tabling.
Don't know how you do it. It's too much.
Yeah, and I don't know how like all these tournament streamers have multiple tables open, multiple tournaments, and chat and whatnot, open broadcaster and check their Twitter, and I don't know.
It's too much. Sports betting, feeding the kids.
So this has been opened by McNamara. Second hand in a row, he's raised to 90,000. Action on Zhizhang Luo in the big blind. The pyramid is on the cards.
Means business. No.
Pyramid has been removed from the cards. The cards are now in the muck. So there must be a glitch with Skynet, because we lost Dominic Panka in 9th place. He bubbled the final table, and we asked him how he thinks it went today.
I think I played fairly well. My bust out hand, I have no regrets, even though there are 2 shorter stacks at the table. Let's say at first we don't have a pay jump between 9 and 8, and Dimitri is opening a very wide range, and I for sure have to adapt to this range. 20 big blinds with 6s, I think it's even from his first position, I like my play. And well, I doubled up Bastien with ace-jack and against ace-king. I could, I don't know, maybe find the fold because he opened 2.5x on 15 big blinds, but well, before he played some hands unconventionally, in my opinion, so I thought that perhaps he could also have a decent raise folding range in this situation. Unless I 3-bet, I couldn't get away. Apart from that, I'm perfectly happy with how I played.
And maybe it was a case of just using all your luck up yesterday. You didn't leave enough for today.
Yes, but my pot of luck is actually quite deep, and I'm just saving it for some other tournament, I think.
So you have 1 tournament left to try and be the 2-time EPT winner, Prague. Will we see you there?
Of course, I will be in Prague to try to win another EPT. I'll be back.
Excellent. What a good guy.
Well, the great thing is that Dominic Panka, I mentioned a couple of days ago, he was very keen to come on EPT Live and provide some guest commentary. Dominic, after he's got over his final table bubble bust out, is going to be joining us on the stream in around 25 minutes time. And that means, Felix, we're going to have to cut you loose a little bit early, actually, if that's all right. If you can be with us for like another 10 minutes or so.
That's fine. That's fine.
Just a little bit more time to guess what any of these players have got. Welcome to the best game in poker.
Oh, I just love the way he just said, like, my pot of luck is very deep.
Yeah.
That's like...
There's confidence for you. Well, we did see him yesterday quite early on, down to something like 4 big blinds. To come all the way back up and make the last 9 is... it's skillful, but it also, you know that you're going to have to rely on luck a few times. But apparently he doesn't feel like he's exhausted that well, so good luck to him, literally.
He started the day 3rd in chips, I believe, but I think it was that ace-jack versus ace-king hand that really did the damage.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll hear from the man himself very soon.
So Felix, I know you're the cash game player, but you've never been tempted by all the big kind of MTTs that run on the site. Is it not just too tempting to not get involved with?
Every single time. I mean, like, every time I look at these MTTs, every time I look at somebody streaming MTTs, every time I look at the stream like that, I just want to hop into there. But like only for 2 or 3 hours, you know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
As a cash game player, like the hardest with like the moment, like you want to play really well for a couple hands, couple hours, like a session, right? But like that long, grueling grind, like the way you have to sit for hours and hours and just be patient and wait it out and just switch from gear to gear all the time and just like adjusting to the pay jumps and looking for different things all the time. I understand there's a lot of magic to it for people, but that's not the kind of magic that I'm looking for in poker. Like, poker to me is a little bit different. I've always been more of like the grinder type that just plays a very like condensed session and just tries to put all the energy into that short time span, just be like super focused on that time. Take a break, take some time off, come back later when I still feel like it. So yeah, every time it's the same deal. Sundays, I just want to hop into the Sunday Million. I want to hop into the Sunday warm up. I start playing. I play great. First couple hours, I just build up a nice stack. And then usually it just ends up with me either being super tired, getting hungry, getting sleepy, or dusting off my stack to somebody. And just because I just feel like, you know, I've been playing well for like 3 hours, but that's enough.
Yeah. Well, I guess you got to know your own pros and cons. You got to make the most profitable decisions.
But yeah, I'm never like, you know, I'm always tempted by the big money, of course. Who isn't? Everything is about these big cashes, of course, and you just want to get there one time. But
I don't want to simplify what you're saying, but you strike me as what you're really saying is, Matt, I'm a net, and I like to just smash and grab with a couple of key hands. Is that unfair of me?
That's exactly what I like
to say.
Right,
okay.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
There we go.
Well, let's pick up the action in this hand because it was opened by Boyka and then 3-bet by Lowe on the button. And Lowe has continued flop for 225,000. And he gets a fold, getting his stack up to 1.3 million. He's below average with 33 big blinds. The average stack right now being 1.75 million with 8 players remaining.
Like, I really like to watch people have composure like that. Like, yeah, as we see, like the way he stacks the chips, the way he sits at a table. That's also what I've been trying to do. I played the World Series of Poker main event once. That was like the only really big tournament in my life that I've ever played. Like, and I really realized that holding my composure like that over a long period of time is just so tough. But it looks so good. Like when I watch other people do that, I'm just impressed. The way they do it, the endurance they have, the stamina. It's just, you know, it's fun to watch, definitely.
Yes, I mean, that's the thing is there's also, when you see the age of some of these players as well, it sounds kind of not even meant to be patronizing, but you think how impressive it is that these guys can just day in, day out, just sit hour after hour after hour. And you think it would be so easy to just throw all of that time away just by losing concentration for a moment. But they seem to be able to stay tuned in for so long.
Yeah, and for me, it was really like a pretty cool experience because I realized that at one of the tables, I felt like I had a good edge over like most of the table. There were maybe 2 spots that I didn't want to get involved with. The other guys I was feeling confident against. I was like making good decisions and so forth. But just 3 or 4 hours into the same table, like even those players were probably getting a slight edge over me because they were just able to maintain a better composure. I was just starting to slump in my chair a little. I was getting a little bit sloppy here and there. And they were just like, even though they probably, like, I might be the technically like more sound or better player at that point, but they were just, you know, dealing with the situation better than I was.
Yeah.
So I think you can maintain an edge in this way over other people who just like treat this differently, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess the good players are paying attention, and they spot those changes in your behavior
Yeah.
at the table, and they're working out how to capitalize on it.
Definitely. Yeah, and that's the biggest piece of experience that I made over where I just realized that this is, like, of course, like you could always just say like, yeah, well, Flix, then work on it. You know, just do your job and work on this. You're a poker player, so work on your composure, try to get more stamina up and things like that. But it just felt like this is not for me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Good enough. That's good. 450. That's fine. Thank you. 5. Thank you.
Still 5, yes.
Well, this one was raised up by Mats Carlsen pre-flop. Got the call from Elisad in the big blind. Check after the flop. Queen high. Checked through the turn, and here we are now on the river. 3 diamonds down. It's a king, queen, 6-4 deuce. 240,000. Check. It'd be embarrassing to win with just a pair of 4s on that board, but that looks like how it's going to go. I'll take any pot. Hour on the level. You've got 4 minutes, boys and girls. If you want to get involved in the bounty bonus, just 4 minutes until late registration ends. I believe all 3 of us. Oh, what am I talking about? I was going to say all 3 of us still in it. Of course we have. We haven't got to the knockout stage yet.
No. Well, there's a very good chance, man. I'm just looking at the ticket going up. With late registration open for another 3 minutes, we might just cross the 8,000 mark.
Ah, wow. That would be nice if we can just keep getting more and more of you guys involved as the week continues. One more day of coverage after today.
By the way, I haven't had the chance to say happy birthday in person to you, Matt.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I got your
Just
picture.
realized.
That picture, Felix was very kind. He sent me a picture this morning of the mayor of Pretzeltown with a pretzel with a candle in it. Now, I have to ask, was that a picture that you did specially for me, or was this an existing
picture? I did
picture?
it specially for you, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, I took the pretzel that, you know, I had, that I had already, like the one that I brought with me right there. That looks a little bit old and dry. So it's a little bit, the value of the picture goes down because the pretzel won't taste that good.
Yeah, I was going to say, now that you've already told us the truth about the health and age of the pretzel, it sort of feels slightly less genuine. But I'll take it nonetheless. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, I heard the words all in.
Oh, hold tight. 550. So a raise from Dmitry Yurasov to 90,000. Elisad is all in for his last 475. Now we just see if he gets any custom.
Yurasov calls, putting Sard at risk. We've got ace-5 of clubs against ace-jack. So Sard gets it in good. He's got Yurasov dominated, but sickness has been known to occur from time to time.
Yes, yes, you're quite right.
It'll be all about the back doors now. Put one club out there.
See?
There's a
there
club.
we go.
Well, there was a time I wouldn't have got excited about it, but now I'm not looking for a 5. I just need a club. Just one club's all I need. Boo.
So now Sard just has to fade a 5 on the river, and he gets the full double up. It's an 8. Ace-jack holds, and we still have 8 players.
Made himself a little cheeky straight on the river. Wasn't needed, but it helps. Well, Felix, we're gonna release you back into the jungle. Thanks ever so much for taking the time out from your stream to join us. Always lovely to hear from you, fella.
No problem, no problem. Yeah, it was a pleasure.
Thank you very much, Felix Schneiders from Team Pro Online. And a reminder that our next guest commentator will be joining us in the booth. It will be Dominic Panker, 9th place finisher in the EPT Malta main event. I'm sure he'd much rather be billed as the 2014 PCA champ, but I'm just talking about where we most recently saw him, i.e. about 15 minutes ago.
Certainly hot off the press. Alisad heading to the planet Houston after Malta.
So this is planet Houston.
Fragile kind of life form.
Should we just spend the rest of the level just doing General Zod
Yeah,
quotes?
let's act out that we're going to do a.
And just to be clear, young people, when we talk about General Zod, we're talking about Terence Stamp.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not Shannon.
No. Never Shannon.
His little tiny beardy thing. Disgraceful. Being asked what country Alisad is from, the Lebanon, as made famous by the Human League song. Again, just ask your parents. It probably relates to no one.
So registration has closed in today's EPT Live Bounty Bonus, a field of 8,128 players.
Excellent.
And the rebuy period stays open for another 30 minutes or so. So despite your light calls, you're not going to claim those bounties yet.
Are people giving you way too much action, James Hartigan? I can't believe you haven't changed your avatar picture to the picture yet. Of all the people that definitely needs to make that switcheroo. 3-bet to 215,000 in light of a 90k opener from Yurosov. People on Twitch complaining that Yurosov takes too long. You know nothing. You know nothing of the people that could have made it here to the final table and what that could have done to the schedule for the next 48 hours. He wins up to 1.2 million now after being all in and at risk a while back.
Yeah, it's still significantly below an average stack. So remember, there is another EPT Live free roll tonight, and as compensation for last night's free roll being cancelled, we have doubled the prize pool. It's not a $2,000 free roll, it's a $4,000 free roll, starting at 9:15 Central European time. And the password for today's free roll is Drogon.
Oh, they
Lowercase.
spelled it wrong.
D-R-O-G-O-N. It's the name of the dragon, not a misspelling of the word dragon.
I thought they were Barry, Steve, and Dave. Oh man, we've been saying it wrong for Joey. We've got it wrong for ages. We've been going on for days. I was absolutely convinced it was Barry.
So Drogon is the password that will get you into tonight's free roll. Just search the tournament lobby for EPT Live, all one word. You'll see the free roll. Remember, we've doubled the prize pool tonight. $4,000 in there to say sorry for the fact that last night's free roll got cancelled due to some problems caused by the server restart on Stars.
I got to be honest, if I had a dragon and I had to come up with a name for it, I think I would try a bit harder. It's like having a hamster called Homster or a goldfish called Goldfash. It's like, come on, it's a dragon.
I always assumed that Drogon was named after her dead husband, Khal Drogo.
Oh, yeah. What about, how many dragons are there?
3.
We were right, there were 3. And what are the other 2 called, do you know?
I know Drogon, he's the big one, right?
They all look pretty big to me. Well, Joe is suggesting that Drogon Dragon is way worse than Dave Dragon. I agree. Barry the. That's his middle name there. Barry the Dragon, Dave the Dragon, and just Steve.
Would you like me to look them up for you, Matt?
Nah, I know you already are, so it doesn't really matter what I say, does it? The thing is, you could say anything to me, and I would just believe you completely.
Okay, Drogon is named after Khal Drogo. I thank you.
Well done.
Rhaegal, named after Rhaegar Targaryen. And Viserion, named after Viserys Targaryen. Hashtag fun facts.
Yeah, I think they're known to their friends, Barry and Dave. Pretty confident. I heard that somewhere. There's the trophy. Just 2 more main event trophies with EPT logo Idge on. Front of the camera there, just in case you're wondering. Crash. Are the trophies changing for 2017 PokerStars Championship, do you know?
I think it's slightly different.
Oh.
But still quite impressive. It still has that skyscraper look.
Because it's been the same for a while now, hasn't it? I think we've had this conversation before, but it's unchanged. Very sexy.
So far, the action at the final table has been relatively cagey after Dominic Panker went out in 9th place. Obviously, we did see Bastien Dola go for it a couple of times. He is the short stack right now with just shy of 10 big blinds. This is Boyka against Carlsen. Blind on blind, unraised pre-flop. And on an ace-high flop, Boyka bets 50,000. Carlsen calls. And now we have a third 4.
$130,000 the price.
Boyka fires again. Remember, it was unraised pre-flop.
Yes,
And these blind on blind confrontations always create an interesting dynamic and often create absolute carnage. 6 of diamonds completes the board.
No one believes anyone in this situation, but there's no reason they can't both have substantial parts of this.
Hashtag death by quads.
And now Carlsen, 250,000. Boyka's out of there.
Yeah, so he called flop, called turn. Boyka gave up on the river. Carlsen took over the betting, takes down the pot, reclaims the chip lead. Close to 100 big blinds for Mats Carlsen. Boyka third in chips. Only 2 players, by the way, have above average stacks. This is definitely a tale of the haves and the have-nots. 3.9 million for Carlsen, 3.4 million for Yurosov, and then everyone else 1.6 or below, with Dolet bringing up the rear.
45 minutes on the level.
Yeah, halfway through level 25. And should we get to the end of this level with 8 or 7 players, you'll get to see part 3 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live. And in the next few minutes, we'll be joined in the booth, probably for the remainder of this level, by Dominic Panka.
Just had to go and find a recharge point, plug himself in for a little while. Under the gun, +1 raise from Yurosov, working its way around to the blinds. Zhizhang Liu's not really had much of an input in recent orbits. Gets one customer. Big blind defense by Liu. Queen, queen 4. Continuation from Yurosov. 240,000 in the middle. And the bid is 65k. Job done.
Oh, it's Undersea Monkey who is rejoining the EPT Live stream as he starts preparing a ragu for this evening.
Oh, good job, sir. Sorry about that. I just had to.
Oh, oh, this is the kind of stream that we don't need on the stream. Oh dear, I'm assuming that someone in the sound department was taking a nap.
Nature, James. What on earth is going on? That's the 2017 Poker Championships new trophy.
Oh, here he comes. I have to say, Mats Carlsen, we enjoyed sharing that intimate moment with you.
I'm pretty sure he just went to the Buddha cooler. I don't think he went to the gents. I really hope. Really hope that was just a little sip of drink. Now, throat clearers back. Another Urasov raise under the gun, all the way back round to the big blinds.
Peter Ockenden with around 20 bigs. He folds. I'm pleased to say, as promised, we have Dominic Panker in the booth, best known still as the 2014 PCA main event champion, but most recently seen finishing 9th here at EPT 13 Malta. So close, Dominic, to 2 Malta final tables in 18 months, but...
Yes, it was very, very close. I should have just folded my hands till I can say that I final tabled this event twice.
That's not what it's about. I have to say the highlight of the day for us was when Mats Carlsen said, Mr. Panker, you've been here before. Do you think we'll be playing until 6 a.m.?
Yes, I mean, it was very nice of him to ask this question. I could feel like a pro, experienced pro.
I mean, with 2 more players to lose, I don't think we're going to be here till 6 a.m. It could happen this level, might happen the level after that. Still playing slightly below a 50 big blind average, and obviously we've got one player extremely short right now, Bastian Dola, with just 9 big blinds. What are your thoughts, Dominic, on the players remaining? Because I'm not going to lie to you, most of these guys are pretty unknown to us, so you probably have more insight into them than we have from just looking at the Hindenburg pages.
Sure, so I don't know what infos do you guys have. I played a couple times with Dmitry Urasov, and well, yes, he's obviously a very aggressive player, and that's basically what led to my bust-out hand. I mean, I rejammed 6s, and even though there are still other short stacks, it basically depends on how wide is his opening range under the gun, and you know, I basically assess the situation, and I have no idea if I'm right or wrong, because I can never know for sure how wide is he raising. But judging from the way I mean he played, I played with him on day 3, and I don't know if he was raising very, very wide, and for sure wider than normal, and I don't know if he will be raising as wide on the final table, but I don't see too many reasons for him to slow down, even though there are shorter stacks. You know, they will still try to ladder up, so that's why. I mean, and obviously, going back to the question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Dmitry is very good, and Alexei Boyka is also quite experienced both live and online.
I just want to pick up what you said about Urasov, because I do think it's interesting that, you know, we see, you know, he made a move with 6s and ran into kings, but it's interesting that this is obviously a player-specific move. It could be that if someone else had opened, for example, from that position at the table, you don't.
I would not go all in against any other player in this particular situation with this hand, and even though, I mean, it's a very weird situation where you can only judge your play based on your like instincts, because like Dmitry will never tell you, for example, how wide is he opening in this situation or something like this, and you know, you can, fortunately, it's a hand that you can basically break down using variable options provided by different poker programs that can tell you how wide you should shove in against what kind of range, and I would be happy to do it once I have an opportunity to.
Well, it's triangle time here. This went 3-way to the flop, and we're heads up on the river. So McNamara was the original raiser. When Ockenden bet turn, he folded, but Urasov called, and now Ockenden shoves river for 635k. Ace, 7, 5, 3 deuce board, 3 spades.
It's not even a board where two pair can feel very confident, obviously.
I mean, we talk about these boards where there are potential straights and flushes out there. We were amazed to see Elie Saad make some extremely heroic calls, shall we say, with like second or third pair on boards just like this.
Yes, obviously this is a little bit of a different situation. There was a raise under the gun, that's right. So Peter Ogden calling from the small blind has a little bit more of a specific range, and when he also started the hand around 20 big blinds, right? So
yes.
So basically he's representing a flush because he should not have too many small pairs that either have a set or a straight on this board. And you know, if he has a hand like ace queen, I don't think he's jamming it because he's not happy. So you know, unfortunately I did not follow the action on the flop, so I cannot be sure.
Now, obviously, Dominic, we wanted to see you make the final table, but if there was some consolation, it is the fact that PCA 2014, we were there until 6 in the morning. Malta 2015.
James, you have a hand.
We were there. Oh, I'm sorry. Malta 2015.
Always thinking.
We were there until 6 in the morning. There is a correlation. Dominic Panker makes final table. It goes on a while. Granted, Malta wasn't your fault. That was the two French guys. But you were still there. So you're still culpable, Panker. I'm still holding you responsible.
So I'm pleased. I'm very happy for you guys that you finally lost me.
Phew.
It's just better without this Dominic Panker, or we can go forever.
Dola all in again.
Oh, Zhejiang Lao interested.
355,000.
I'm sorry, by the way, Dominic, that we're distracted by this thing, but this is
yes, I can understand. And
we don't get to play
Wow.
often, so we're just desperately trying to multitask.
And I see Staves on the other side of the room playing, and
we are the value, we are the bounties. So.
yeah, I can see everyone want to play when you are in the hand, guys. So now he jams for 7. Okay, so he jams for 9 big blinds.
Yeah.
And he clearly is the shortest stack, so he should probably just have a range that is just typical for this position with this stack size, disregarding the final table play. In my opinion, he should maybe just be a slightly should be slightly tighter, but like I don't think that he should fold, for example, any suited aces in this situation, but perhaps it's correct.
Pyramid removed, cards marked. Ockenden on the button.
Is it 355?
It's weird because on one thing you should not go all in too lightly, but on the other hand you will get calls less often. People will fold hands that they will call normally in other situations. So like I don't think anyone calls ace-10 against this job.
So just Elisard in the big blind.
And Ellie rebuilt it a little bit.
In the booth. Dylan's question relates, Dominic, to yesterday, where I think at one point you were down to 4 big blinds, and how you maintain your composure in that situation, because a lot of people just think, it's over, I'm done. Whereas obviously you kept fighting.
Sure. I mean, obviously you have to try. You try to play all the time, even though I have 3 big blinds. I had a break to compose myself, and to try to find the quickest plane back home. And I had some options, but also the 3 big blinds left in my stack, and try to build it up. So obviously I can't complain at all about getting 9th, because I was favored to finish 25th or something.
By the way, Dylan Herbert, Stapes is very hot on branding. He says it's Skynet, not Terminator.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I am the whole system. Terminator is just one of my machines.
Just to quickly answer Herman's question, what happened with the cards up coverage of final tables? Herman, we go cards up on the final day. I know this is the final table, but it'll be the final 6 players who come back tomorrow, and that's when we go cards up from 2 p.m. Central European time.
And also, given that, for example, there was no pay jump between 9th and 8th, it it also can affect, for example, my play. Like if I had folded my hand, I feel like I would have maybe 700,000 at this point or something like. I just thought that like re-raising, jamming over Dmitry Urasov opens are my best way of getting chips, because I cannot open raise myself too often because people would maybe play back against me a little bit, and just jamming all in against his wide range is obviously.
Well, this festival got off to a pretty good start for you, Dominic, because you finaled the IPT main event as well.
Yes, I did. So I was very fortunate on Malta this season. I did not really lose any all-ins that I should have won, and I won a couple that I should not have. So this is always a little bit weird once a player that is 3-betting all the time calls. His range will be very specific in this situation, and much stronger actually than his re-raising range.
So this is Luo versus Urasov. And it is an interesting dynamic at the moment, Dominic, because Mats Carlsen and Dmitry Urasov have all the chips. Everyone else below average, everyone else 40 big blinds or fewer.
And they are also a little bit not exactly on the opposite sides of the table, but they are not directly next to each other. So, I mean, I think that Dmitry will be raising many hands folded to him, and yeah.
So check on the flop, king on the turn. Artem Korolev tweets. Remember, the hashtag is EPT Live. Huge respect for Dominic, amazing talent, what a champ. Does he still live in Warsaw? Any plans to move elsewhere?
Maybe no, never. I mean, I could move to other parts of Poland, but I don't really like to live abroad.
So a bet of 80,000.
Not a very large bet.
Smaller than his pre-flop raise.
I don't think that Dmitry can even fold a hand like eights, given the price.
And now, king on the river, giving us a double paired board.
It's always interesting because in my mind I usually keep the track of the pot size and try to adjust my bet sizes accordingly. And I don't know if, for example, players that are a little bit less experienced, they try to do it too. And for example, if Luo bets 80,000, is it a lot for him, or does he feel it's a large bet or normal bet? For me, it's a very small bet because the pot is so small. But maybe for him, it's just normal bet and doesn't mean much about strength of his hand. And obviously I have no idea if Luo is experienced player, but I just never saw him. And Dmitry obviously is very confident value betting queen over here. If he has a hand like Queen Jack that he just checked back the flop, which is reasonable play. And if he has a hand like Ace Jack, would he just try to check it down? I don't know.
So Urasov does bet river.
It's weird because first Luo should maybe continuation bet most of his queens. He also, if he checked the hand like eights on the flop, he should not really bet them on the turn. So maybe he has a hand like Ace Jack or Ace 10 that just made a small bet on the turn, which actually makes sense. And right now he's checking the river because he has Ace High, but maybe he just, given how quickly he folded, maybe he just had an even weaker hand.
And in the same way that we observed how small Luo's delayed C-bet was on the turn, we should also comment on how big that bet was from Urasov, 390 into 440.
Oh yeah, of course, that's what I missed. And you know, it makes very hard for Luo to call with ace high, and also Yurasov can feel pretty confident that Luo does not have either queen or a king, because he first c-bet the queen and then bets the turn with a king bigger, and also does not very often check it on the river.
So Yurasov closes the gap between him and Carlsen. It's 3.8 million for the Swede and 3.6 million for the Russian. Bastian Dola still the shortest stack at the table with 10 bigs. 25 minutes left on this level, then the blinds go to 25.50 and he stays at 5,000. Juan, who's from Malta, says, my favorite poker player is in the booth. Wish the casino here in Malta wasn't 25 plus. Would have loved to meet him. Such an awesome guy. Don't know if you know, Dominic, but there's a rule that if you're Maltese, you can't come into the casino unless you're over the age of 25.
Wow, that's very harsh rule. And thank you. It's weird that they allow people from other countries under the age of 25. But maybe they feel very protective about their citizens, right?
I think
the gambling can be very addictive, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm guessing it's the same rule that we often encounter, well, encounter every year, in fact, in the Bahamas, where again, if you are a resident of the Bahamas, you're not allowed to play. So here we see an all-in from Dola. Luo opened to 90k. Dola shove is for 445,000.
So he cannot expect that Luo would fold very often. He only goes all in for 11 big blinds, and Luo for sure will play a little bit conservatively, raising from this position. And even the great odds, I don't know if like ace 10 right now should be a call. Ace 10 off, I might feel like it should be a fold, because Dochler cannot, for example, go all in with Queen Jack suited, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Because he does not have a fold equity, so it's a weird situation where your range is stronger or you go all in tighter, even though you have less chips. He also takes a lot of time with his decisions, both pre-flop and... So, it could also be, it's possible that he even, hold it a little bit to maybe save face. I don't know, but he did, for example, checks his cards, puts this card protector on them, and waits 15 seconds before folding on 20 in many situations. But he looks like he has a legitimate.
Yes, that's the one.
A genuine decision.
Genuine. I mean, this language is so tough sometimes.
We struggle, to be honest, quite often. You'll hear it hours on end, just barely forming sentences. So
a reminder that we are still running our Spin and Go to the Bahamas competition for the next 2 days. Dominic knows what it's like to go to this event at the Atlantis Resort and Casino. And remember, you could spin your way to a seat. All we need you to do is match any of the hands on the screen right now. That's jacks, the jack of hearts, jack of spades, 8, 9 of hearts, or ace of clubs, 9 of spades, with a winning hand in a real money Spin and Go. I win a hand, not the actual Spin and Go itself. Tweet a screenshot or a boom link along with the hand ID, send it to hashtag EPTWin, and 5 winners picked at random will receive 3 $10 Bahamas Spin and Go tickets. And in November, you will have the chance to play those Bahamas qualifiers, those spin and goes for just $10. We're going to be running that for 4 weeks during the month of November. Good luck to everyone who's entering today, and of course we'll be running the same competition tomorrow, but with different cards. By the way, if you missed those hands, they have been tweeted. Make sure you're following at EPT Live.
All right, I thought that you made it especially easy, but that you have to win this tournament. I mean, the hand today, so
Absolutely.
the hands changed. So
the hands will change tomorrow.
Now
So
I feel encouraged to play every day.
So basically, people have got until midnight tonight. And the great thing is, if you win a hand with that jacks, for example, you can enter the contest. If you then win with the 8-9 suited, you can enter again.
Wow, that sounds very appealing.
So this is a raise from Peter Ockenden.
Another great spot for Urasov to raise.
He just can't. I mean, oh no, it's just a call.
Yep, I mean, people are open raising quite a bit. They are not folding to him that often. I mean, because I'm still thinking in my mind about my bust out hand. I just really want to know how often, how wide is he opening.
So heads up to the flop. And Urasov's got position on Ockenden. 10-8-5. So no continuation bet from Ockenden. Opens the door for Urasov, and he bets 80,000.
It's also a very small bet, but he uses a little bit of a different strategy because he has a lot of very small bets on the flop in different situations, but he then you know, increases his sizing a lot on different turns and rivers.
So Ockenden check called flop. 6 of diamonds on the turn. By the way, quick heads up to all players in the EPT Live Bounty Bonus Tournament. We've entered the add-on period. You can get that 4,000 chip add-on for $1.10. And the tournament is now a freeze-out. The bounties are in play. So next time you knock out J. Hartigan, Waster, or Joe Stapleton, $150 per head.
And you know, once you check to Urasov as a pre-flop aggressor, you may be praying that you can get to showdown, but it's very hard for you to have a hand that can stand too much aggression, because how often can you have an overpair, for example, and even though you can have it, many players, for example, if Urasov bets on the turn and Ockenden was sneaky and decided to just check call the flop with, let's say, pocket kings, he would be very, very tempted to raise the turn because he doesn't want to lose any action. And so if he check calls twice, I mean, then he doesn't really have ace king anymore, but he also should not have too many strong hands. However, the 6 is pretty decent for his range because he could have played hands like 9s or 7s this way, and right now pick up another additional outs and can be quite certain, I mean, quite okay with calling the turn.
Can't do it.
Urasov's second barrel gets the job done.
And that's why it's very difficult to play against players like that, because even though you can start with a very good hand like ace king or ace queen, if you don't connect, you know that, well, I can bet, but they will call him, and they, even if you bet, you will get called, and if you check, you'll get bet, and you know.
Yeah, there's no easy way out
No
unless
easy
you
way
hit
out.
big, yeah.
So notice that Thomas McNamara has dropped below the 20 big blind mark. Dola still the shortest stack with 14 bigs. Both Carlsen and Yurasov tied for the chip lead with just shy of 100 big blinds. And I'd say that Carlsen's probably been the most quiet player of the final 8 so far. We've not seen him enter many pots.
Apart from a very big hand against Elisat, right?
Yes, apart from that one. Oh wow, spare a thought for Christopher Bean. He says, I hope I bust one of you guys as I'm in for $10. He's fired off 10 bullets in this thing. At least you've entered into the spirit of the game, Christopher.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Okay, I will tell you the hand of those guys if they play against you at the table.
For a split, we'll do a deal. Double agent. Under the gun for 90 grand.
See, now we've entered the freeze-out period. Now the bounty's in play. I'm going to be playing tighter than a noose. Under the gun raise from low, and look at this, Carlsen's playing a hand.
It can also be quite interesting because I wasn't able to use it to my advantage or even check it later, but what I found interesting about the way he played against Elisat was that he check-raised the flop using 2 black chips and some yellow, some green chips. And later when he barreled the turn, he still had some black chips over, but he used only green chips. And you know, it's interesting because on the flop he had a weak hand and he was bluffing, and on the turn he had a huge hand. So I don't know if it could possibly be some sort of a tell that, you know, it could usually be a little bit of a different because usually I think players would like to use more chips if they are bluffing to make it look stronger. I'm betting so many chips.
Yeah.
And if you like to have a good hand, you can only bet, oh, it's just 100,000 one chip. So, but it obviously could also be a little bit random. But there is a reason, I think, why he first uses big chips and then small chips.
Yeah, I guess you got to be careful of making too many big decisions on a little idea until you get to check it out.
Of course, but this is something that you can, you know, try to. First you spot something and then you maybe try to get a confirmation later. You know, obviously it's very hard to have a dead read on someone, you know, because very rarely people are getting too much away.
So it's Saad who's opened here. Raised to 85,000.
So does James had to go to the corner to play? I mean Joe, because I'm here and there is no space left for him. I don't know.
Yeah, he's over in the corner on the floor. He's focused. He's fully focused. I've never seen him this focused before because I've only ever worked with him.
Carlsen playing another hand, everyone.
Beware.
This is so strange. Like, you can feel someone, like, see someone who's, like you say, plays very few hands, but all of a sudden decides to bluff in one hand. It's sometimes very. That's why they are so tricky to play, because you can never put them on a hand.
Got bored. Figured I want to play this, and I'm going to win with it. So Jack 7-7 on the flop. Both blinds have come along into this pot. Three-way action. And a lead from Zhejiang.
And as we can remember, Sad is not a player that really likes to fold. So let's see what he does this time.
Ah, he reluctantly folds.
So it's a pretty good spot for Luo to bet with a hand like 8-9, because you don't really want to check call the gut shot, but if you bet, you can get a hand like ace-king or ace-queen to fold, and even, you know, pocket 5s or 6s because they have another player behind. So, you know, maybe you have a hand that's good enough to check call, but actually, you know, you would be check calling against even a better hand, so it's actually quite good to just bet here. But, you know, Carson also has hit this flop reasonably often. Jack could very easily be in his range, and he does have all those gut shot as well if he check calls, I mean, calls pre-flop with the suited hands.
So Carlsen checks for a second time. See if our friend with the little pyramid fires again.
There are not many draws, you know, besides the gut shot on the flop, so if he check calls, he will usually have a jack.
So Zhang checks behind. 3 of hearts on the river. And this is a straighty flushy paired board. Boom.
Best type, some would say.
Best board for over pair, right? So decision is on Carson, right?
Yes. And obviously, looks like he is going to bet this.
Okay, my read. He's using green chips.
Yeah.
He has a good hand. No idea.
His hand ain't over while that pyramid's still in place. While Zhang's thinking about this,
Zhang, yeah, because we had another player, Zhang,
yes,
Barcelona.
it was very, very confusing. Robert sent an interesting tweet. See, Carlsen told a reporter last night that the other players looked at him as the big fish in the game. Is that how he appeared to you?
I mean, I think he, for example, the way that he played a couple hands, I don't agree with the way he played them. So, well, I don't say that he's a big fish or anything, but I do think that I would like to play against a player like that. Maybe try to get an advantage against, but it's also way different playing against a guy that, for example, is really a big fish and just, I don't know, check calls or check folds a lot or something. But Carson can raise. Carson, you know, can free bet you, and it's not really that you know, have a very easy game against a player like that.
Sure. I'm all in the EPT Live bounty bonus, by the way.
Good luck. I just double summon up, run my 8s into kings.
I liked your play.
Thanks.
Anyway.
Thank you. I tried to just make it as exciting for my opponent as possible while giving away half my stack.
I am out.
So interesting. Carson right now, you know, smiles a little bit.
I just ran queens into kings, so congratulations to Gonzo Mouse, who claims my $150 bounty.
Gonzo Mouse. Good name.
You know, it looks like, you know, he's bluffing and tries to, you know, appear, you know, pleasant. Like, I'm smiling to you. I would never bluff you. You know, but you can never know.
You can trust me, I'm a poker player. I would never do this without the absolute nuts.
But you know, it's hard for him to bluff in this situation because he does not have very many hands that should bluff this flop. And you know, it actually looks like Luo has, you know, maybe a 9, you know, because he leads the flop, checks behind at the turn, and right now looks like he has a very serious decision, and he would not really have like a weak jack that played this way. If he leads the flop, it's with hand like king jack, which I mean, in my opinion, has an,
Well,
fairly fine call.
I figured he was going to fold because the pyramid was removed, and sure enough, he lets it go. And look at Carlsen sitting there. He can't help himself. Look at that little smile. Look at the cheeky smirk. Happy Mats Carlsen, up over 4 million. 101 big blinds. At least for another 5 minutes. That's when the blinds go to 25.50. So this is the penultimate day of EPT Malta. You know where we're going next, don't you?
I'm thinking aces or kings.
Cocktails, TV table.
What? He like goes after me every time. I have no idea why.
You call and it's over, baby.
Just before Christmas, it will be the eve of the dawn of a new era in live poker. It is the last EPT before the tour transforms into the PokerStars Championship. We hope you can be there. If you can't, I hope you can watch our 7 days of live streaming on PokerStars TV. See, that gets me emotional. I'm telling you, in Prague, I'm going to have to hold back the tears.
I mean, you're mostly an emotional wreck. I mean, God knows what Stapes are going to do.
I don't think Joe has the same attachment to the tour that I do.
No, that's true. Yeah. Story checks out. We're just another one of the invoices passing through the Excel sheet.
Not only did you see yourself in there, Dominic, but I saw you smirk when Roger Tesker appeared, ordering cocktails, TV table.
Good times.
So break in 3 minutes time, and that means part 3 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live. Body hair, Maltese toilets, plus the live spin and go.
Oh, this is a really good part, everyone. Definitely watch this next part. If you only watch one part, watch this part.
Yes, I apologise, by the way, that for the second consecutive year we are discussing the inadequacies of the flush on Maltese toilets.
Pardon?
Have you not found that the plumbing here is not particularly effective, that trying to get stuff to go down the toilet requires a lot of effort? I'll take that as a no.
I don't know, maybe if I, confirm that, that's quite embarrassing. Fortunately, I was staying most of the time at Hilton, so...
I have to be honest, I have not experienced the toilets at the Hilton Hotel. I can only talk of the toilets in our hotel, and indeed the toilets directly outside this room, where they're... Well, I don't want to spoil it. Joe talks about the poor man who is in charge of those toilets during the next segment of EPT Not Live at EPT Live.
It was a whole segment about this poor gentleman.
Plus, spin and go.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
Bounty Bonanza, yeah.
It's not all toilets, but it's mostly toilets.
I mean, better toilets than nothing, right? Interesting.
Yeah, exactly. We could just like go to a test card during the break, but we like to put on a conversation about toilets. So stay tuned.
I don't know why Chris, the producer, is suggesting we should whip the cleaner. That kind of activity, that kind of behaviour, I'm sorry, it's like centuries old.
It's from a place where they like that sort of thing, James.
Oh, we should do a whip for the cleaner.
Oh, I misread it as well. Sorry, I just thought, well, you know what Chris is like. Bounty up for grabs on the table. Who wants it? Who wants it? $150. Come and get it. Come and get it. Here.
You're not messing around, right?
I'm not.
50 big blinds all in.
Yeah.
You wanna play? You wanna play?
Do you know what? They've probably spent $2. They probably spent nothing, and I'm $150. So if you want it,
I think that they do not realize what.
they don't. I mean, how bad do you have to be against me there to like have spent $2 and have $150 up for grabs? Any two cards, kids. Remember how it works.
I mean, they probably know that James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, those are the bounties.
They know. They know that I'm just like, if you get lucky, maybe if I don't win this thing, you can get a bit of money off me.
That's a point. How have we not forced you to change your PokerStars ID to Matt Broughton?
I have no idea. I didn't even know you could do such things.
Because it would give no clue to anyone anyway.
I think it's also because in the back of their minds they know that the chances of me still being employed by them in a couple of years, they'll feel dreadful. It's they're thinking about the guilt they'll feel in the future when they're in, God, can you believe we made Matt change his name and then we sacked him?
You know, I can't disagree with that.
Exactly. Yeah. See how quiet Hartigan was. No, oh, don't be stupid, Matt. You're a part of the family now. You'll always be with us. He just didn't say a word.
So this will be the last hand of the level. Then the players will be going on break. And you'll be able to see EPT Not Live at EPT Live. So talk us through one more hand, Dominic, as Low raises here.
Absolutely. You know, he raises from the cutoff. And apparently Peter Ocken then has a decision on the tab, on the button. He's preparing a 3-bet. He's loading the gun. He fires.
Oh, Sard in the big blind looks interested.
He spends a reasonable time looking at his cards, most of the hands. And I have not played with Peter, so I have no really idea what are his tendencies. Because it's obviously pretty decent spot to put the pressure on someone, especially that Dmitry Urasov is on the small blind, and you have a perceived weaker opponent in the big blind, because Dmitry will be 3-betting from the small blind quite frequently, but he will be playing less hands than he would be from the big blind. So that's why, for example, it's a better position for Luo to steal than, for example, even from the button maybe sometimes, because Urasov would be on the big blind this hand, that hand. And Ocken then invests a decent amount of chips. Now 3-betting to 250,000, which is a big portion of his stack. No, I'm not sure if would he be messing around, especially that with the break coming, some young players would be maybe taking advantage of the fact that everyone wants to go on a break and be wider in situations. But all right. So,
well, this is a pretty committing 4-bet from Luo. And Matt, if you could please sound the 4-bet alert.
Do you know what? That's not. Oh, hang on. I think I'm good. Good guess there on the buttons.
All in from Ockenden. Luo calls. We said the 4-bet was committing, and sure enough, he calls the shove, and he has run into the bullets. Ace is the hand for Ockenden, Ace-King the hand for Luo, and he is the player at risk.
Yuck.
This could take us down to 7 players just before the break. Hold on to that pyramid.
I like that he actually made a committing re-raise because it looks even stronger. I mean, it might be a world where Ockenden 3-bets jacks and would like to call a shove, but somehow finds a fold now.
Well, obviously verifying the stacks, but we know that Ockenden has him covered by about 300k. Obviously, if the unthinkable happens, Ockenden will be left with 7 bigs.
You need to be very lucky to win right now.
Yeah,
This king.
Could be drawing dead on the turn. Oh, he's not.
Or
nothing I haven't done in my life, of course.
Is he going to go runner? Is he going to hit one of the last 2 remaining kings on the river? No.
That was so close. I mean, like, Ockenden loses right now against almost all the hands that Luo would be jamming, apart from ace king.
So aces hold, and that will see the elimination of Zhizhang Luo in 8th place. Cashing for 41,590 euros. They are just verifying it, but we're pretty sure that Ockenden had him covered. He is covered and he is out. So 7 remain in the EPT Malta main event as we lose Zhizhang Luo just before the break. And we're also going to lose Dominic Panker from the booth. Dominic, thank you so much. It speaks volumes of your character that, you know, you can go out just before making the final table of EPT and still come in here, join us and entertain us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. No worries.
So let's have a look at the stacks of the 7 remaining players. We are about to go to 25.50 with a 5k ante. Dola 10 bigs, McNamara 15 bigs, Sard 19 bigs. And we'll be back in 19 minutes time. Before more live action from EPT Malta, it's EPT Not Live at EPT Live Part 3.
So I don't know if you guys have noticed that I've been like scratching my chest like all week, even more than usual, like more than my normal animalistic thing. And because it's poker related is the only reason I'm bringing it up. I remember years ago when I was just a poker fan, watching Norman Chad do like an Envision link for the World Series of Poker and noticing that he had this tuft of hair coming up out of his shirt and thinking like, oh man, that's really gross. And then I watched our last Envision link and I had a tuft of hair coming up out of my chest.
You're slowly morphing into Chad.
I'm just becoming Norman Chad, and so I decided I was going to take the beard trimmer to it this week. But
is this the infamous beard trimmer that you had to flush out of a toilet in Fargo?
Yes, it's the toilet trimmer. Yeah, this is the toilet trimmer. And
the yellow trimmer.
Maybe that's why it's itching so much. No, because you're in sterile, right? I don't know. Anyway.
Yours probably is.
It's just really bugging me, and so I've been like itching it all week. Anytime I trim anything, that's why I don't like to trim in the first place, because then it just immediately starts itching. Anyway, you guys didn't need to know that.
No, really.
Speaking of toilets, by the way, I just I mentioned it on the.
Am I going to have to look at Norman Chad's face for the duration
no,
of the
I don't
segment?
think so.
Thank you.
We can go to that, or we just go back to this for a second. I was actually late for the winner interview for the IPT high roller winner because I was in the toilet trying to flush. Here in Malta. I don't know what's up with the casino.
We mentioned this last year, didn't we? I was having huge problems back at the hotel. We're having huge problems at the venue. There is an issue with plumbing in Malta.
There is a dude that has to come in like after every break and plunge. All the toilets are full of crap. I actually wanted to have him on as a guest and be like, I'm so sorry, because a lot of that was mine. And I'm in there just frantically flushing like 4, 5, 6 times, waiting for it to refill. And I come out of the bathroom, so I like to call them the spin and don't goes, because you just watch it go, whoa, and just float.
I sense a segue coming up.
That's right, because we did play an actual spin and go here in Malta. So here's how it worked. Myself, James, and Matt, we each put down 50 euros.
Yeah, the normal entry is 500.
Right.
But we basically managed to get them to agree to 10% of the normal buy-in. But we are playing under the normal rules in the sense that it's a multiplier. So it could be that we're just playing for 2x, 100, or depending on the spin of the wheel, and it's a real wheel, by the way, in a live spin and go, it could be a lot more from the overall prize pool that's been gathered.
Well, this wheel only goes up to 20. I inspected it very carefully, and unfortunately, I got in trouble because I just showed up a little bit early for the shoot, and I'm like, oh, how does the wheel work? And I'm like spinning the wheel, and I'm doing this, and I'm moving the little pieces around, like trying to decide how to get. And then all of a sudden, Joe from Transport shows up, and he's like, yeah, no, you can't touch the wheel. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, okay, you got one left. And I had no idea like that this meeting had been held where they genuinely agreed that the wheel could only be touched 3 times.
And crucially, could only be touched by a member of the tournament staff.
Right.
They take game integrity a little bit seriously,
Right.
in case you hadn't noticed.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Nobody told me.
You were like on your 15th, and again, you get one practice, one actual, and then the backup, and he's going.
I have used all of the stops, all the wheels spins for every stop. So anyway, what we decided is that we were going to play, but so that we couldn't get too competitive, that we wouldn't necessarily be playing for ourselves.
That's
that
right.
Whoever won the spin and go wouldn't necessarily be winning all the money. That after the fact, we were going to divide up. We've got our names written in these 3 envelopes here, and whoever wins is going to pick the envelope.
Well, shall we each pick an envelope now, watch the spin and go, and then open at the end for the reveal?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. I am going to go for number 3.
They're not
It's number
numbered.
1 as far
as this is concerned. I was going to go for B. So I mean, I'm on a completely different.
B2 works either way.
Completely different.
I'll just
index.
take what's left, which is generally what I get when I'm around Matt and James. Here we go. Time for the spin and go.
Good luck, everyone.
Always protect your hand.
So that's actually a real product?
Well, I think it's a joke.
Oh.
Do you guys remember at breakfast when I said that we shouldn't all go in on the first hand?
Yeah.
I'm all in.
Plays all in.
Do we not have triangles on this table?
No.
That's an easy fold. Trivial fold. There you go. 75 chips, Joe. Oh, he actually had the goods.
I was going to do that no matter what. Unfortunately, I had a real hand. There we go.
Do you want to call it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty good at
Comes the flop.
spin and goes.
8-7 deuce with 2 hearts. Action on Stapleton. He checks to Broughton. Broughton checks behind. Turn card. 3 of diamonds puts a second flush draw out there. Stapleton bets 100. Broughton calls.
Biggest
With
pot of the day.
Of position as we go to the river, which is the 8 of diamonds pairing the board. Stapleton bets another 100. And Broughton reached for chips, but pump fake called.
I got a deuce. Flush. Just calls with the flush on the end.
Just the flush. Just the flush.
Just keeping it. I don't want to, don't want to knock you out too early. Some people like watching.
Michaelia's got it in for me because the last time I introduced him at a final table, I called him Michelle. So, whoops. That's what I'm the best at.
Good luck, calling player.
Shut up.
There we go.
It's a race.
Welcome to Flipsville.
Population new.
Good game, everybody.
Don't do that.
Here it
Oh,
comes.
there it comes.
Got him!
Got there. I have to tap the table and congratulate my opponents, who may or may not actually be playing for me. So
Don't we have to do the handshake for the heads up?
no. I'm trying to protect your dodgy hand.
No, it's fine. Here's the one with the pants on.
My hands are definitely more dodgy than him. Look at this, even has a stain on it, like the real thing.
Man, it's so realistic.
You're not going to grind this out, are you? Because you know how boring.
Just because you're around, all right? Just because you're around.
How could you possibly grind this out?
Good. That's enough.
He lives with an ace. You don't know what he's gonna do. He's crazy. He's wild. He mixes it up. It's called changing gears.
I call.
Ooh. At least you got hearts. Oh no.
That's over. Good game.
Wow,
GG.
is that it?
That's
Is
it.
Brown taking it down?
I think so. Thanks so much.
Congratulations.
We would love to tip you, but you know.
And can I do the
Do what
photo
James
now?
Bond does, tip him with a tournament chair.
Hang on, don't I get to do my photo with the...
Jack cards. Well, we got to do the spin still.
Oh yeah, that's true. Do I get to spin it as I win it?
I believe.
we don't know
I believe the spin has to be done by an official
okay,
member
that's fine.
of tournament staff.
Do you know what? He's done me proud so far.
Had nothing to do with that. Oh, I touched it so many times. I said.
Genuine spin.
It's fine. I'm fine. All right, we'll take that. Sorry, I feel bad about the first time, but cool.
Touching it again.
That time it was on film, so I can't prove that I didn't touch it.
So congratulations to Matt for actually winning.
Thank
you. We don't know who you were playing for because you don't know which name
Hold
is
on a
inside
second.
the envelope.
That's 250 euros, right?
Absolutely.
5x. Now, as the winner, Matt, I think you should be able to switch up the envelopes right now if you want to.
Oh, wow.
Do you want to stick with your choice, or do you want to?
Now, there's no identifying mark, so you don't know.
I have no idea.
I am going to switch with Joe, because if these are marked in some way, he would have...
But I also just suggested that you could change.
I can't believe you've just accused him of marking the envelopes.
But I also just suggested that
Now you trust his integrity in this situation?
I don't believe that Joe has marked the envelopes.
So the fact that he suggested we switch, I'm going to keep my envelope that I'm going to switch with you.
Oh, my God, it's like the Princess Bride.
All right.
Matt, you open yours. We'll see who the winner is.
I really don't trust this to not be marked in some way. So this is for me, potentially, to get 250 euros.
Yes, it could be you, but whoever's name is on there wins 250.
Hang on.
Who is it?
Says State.
Yes, State.
Hang on.
Wait, well, there's no need to open that. No, you don't have to open that.
Hang on.
You don't have to open that.
See, I knew it. I knew he couldn't be trusted.
Look, you didn't.
You stood up for your friend.
You didn't have to open that envelope.
Joe Stapes or Joe Stapleton?
To be fair, there's 3 different names written down there.
Right, okay, that was not the arrangement.
Look,
I'm actually shaking with rage. I knew he would screw me over. See, you were so nice to defend him.
Do you know what? I think as you won the spin and go fair and square, Matt, you get the 250.
You can have the money. It's fine.
I'll take you all out for a nice steak dinner.
I feel a little bit bad that James said that he trusted me. However, you guys know that after I cheated, there was no way I was going to actually keep the money.
I don't know. If he hadn't picked up that envelope, I would have just put it down to a bad beat.
Well,
and gone,
why would you open the other envelopes? Well, what made you suspect?
You had there was a gleam. There was a gleam in your eye.
The thing is, in fairness to defend Joe, I know that if he had stitched me over there, he probably would have felt guilty enough that he would have taken us out for dinner. Maybe not.
Yeah, but it would have been a 500 euro dinner too if I had done it. So
You would have been down on the deal.
I would have definitely lost money on the
That's
deal.
the way he runs.
So we've had this thing for the last couple of nights where after we've gone off air.
Yeah, you might have seen the little face pop up there for a
Yeah,
second.
Chris Moneymaker has come onto the PokerStars Twitch channel straight after us because he is in Atlantic City at the moment streaming on NJ Coop. And so we gave him a bit of a plug, said, I'll tune into Moneymaker, whatever. But basically, Matt messaged us both and went, guys, you've got to tune into this stream. It's hilarious. First of all, Moneymaker looks tiny because he's sitting in this throne.
Moneymaker looks like something, but the word isn't tiny.
Matt, wasn't there an issue with the start of the stream?
Well, yeah, I was just sitting playing Spin and Goes. I went back to my room and I was just playing it, and I got the alert that says the PokerStars Twitch channel's gone live, and I thought, oh, Christ, of course, Moneymaker. So I fired it up, and all I can hear is, and it's like the loudest country and Western music you've ever heard in your life, with Chris totally oblivious, and look, people going, can't hear you. I can't understand music too loud. And
No, can't understand music.
And also an argument because PokerStars are panicking, going, we can't play licensed music on this channel unless it's license free. And Moneymaker just clearly picked his favorite.
He's like, does Garth Brooks have a license? I guess he does.
And all you can see is this window with a tiny, tiny Chris Moneymaker going. Well,
I think
but it's drowned out.
I think we got some video of. Hold on, we got one more thing of Matt trolling him.
Oh yeah, I trolled him. I'm saying, are you far away or is that a very big chair? In 10 minutes, we inject him into the body of Lee Jones, and he is going to repair his spleen. And we were just absolutely caning him, and he took it, in fairness, in very good spirits.
He is troll-proof, Chris Moneymaker.
He is totally troll-proof.
He's the biggest troll of all.
Is this the video?
This is the video, I believe. Yep, here it is. Let's check it out.
We've got this one that goes. Yeah, this one's starting in an hour and 15 minutes. It's going to be a $300 format, 30K guarantee.
He's just fishbowling. To be fair, this song's way more interesting than he could possibly be saying. Is it just 2 hours of him going through the lobby also? Like what?
And the thing is, the problem is he was on a 5-minute delay, so even once he got the message, we still had to wait for the message to get to him in the future for him to do something about it. So we're all just screaming, and that's why I'm saying, guys, you've got to catch this, because I knew at some point someone would step in.
I went to bed at 8:30, by the way.
Well,
I
this
fell
is the
asleep
thing.
on my bed with my clothes on.
Why is Joe not replying? Why is he not joining us in the chat box and joining in the trolling of Moneymaker? But yeah, you woke up the next morning and went, just getting these messages now.
It was just absolutely an absolute treat. But again, yeah, credit to Chris. He just dealt with it very beautifully, like the beautiful man he is.
So Matt was in the chat trolling him, and check it out. James was actually there on location trolling him. James made it into the Moneymaker stream. Didn't know you had time to fly back and forth to New Jersey, James.
I've got this pen, and you pull a thing out of it. You know about like those comedy guns you used to fire and the word pie would fall down? And it tells you what position to play which hands. It's very helpful, but when you pull it out of the game of poker, you lose all respect.
Sometimes you don't want to get respect because you want them to pay you off. If you're going to play tight, now if you're going to play loose, like we've seen so far from Philippe Dutoy, then you don't want to have that reputation.
He likes to see flops.
The general saying is you want your image to be the opposite of what you actually do. But here he has the best hand.
Deuce of hearts.
Not anymore.
The Jack of hearts.
Middle pair for Strassman, who says he likes to play short-handed, he likes to play heads up. That's exactly what he's doing right now against Philippe Dutoy.
Middle pair, backdoor flush draw to the King of Hearts. He's got way the best hand right now, but that's still not a board that you're thrilled with. I mean, anytime you flop a pair that's less than top pair, you're always going to be a bit sensitive and worry about running into a better hand.
Dutoy, it should be made clear, has, of course, 2 overcards here and a middle pin straight draw.
That's not a great card for Strassman to see. I mean, he still has way the best hand, even more of an advantage, as we can see in the numbers. But he's not going to be comfortable with it because now it's like, ooh, did he call me on the flop with ace high? And bam, he just hit. You know, and now I'm beat.
He's now got third pair. There's 2 possible flush draws down there.
2 checks.
Check behind him. That river card's going to come the Jack of clubs.
He won't like that either.
Well, see, actually, I like that card if I'm him, because if I was beat by a jack, I'm beat more, but so what? You know, that's irrelevant. So I don't mind getting beat more. I'm just more worried about, I would have been much more worried about something like the 10 coming off that was actually going to beat me, because that's the scary card.
There's no right or wrong in this. Strassman checked that, though. Might have been worth putting a few chips in.
Well, I like checking here, but I'm going to call pretty much every bet.
Yeah.
There's no reason to think here that my 9s aren't good. I can worry about it a little bit, but I can beat all the busted flush draws. So if he has 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, I can beat all those hands. You know, I'm just going to think, well, there's too much chance this is a bluff. I got to call with my pair of 9s.
Well, that's exactly what it is. A straight-out bluff from our Canadian friend. Let's see how Strassman plays this. He says he likes heads up. He should be absolutely in a zone here to make that call. If he does, he takes.
Philippe just keeps giving him this kind of goofy look, and I think that's going to convince Strassman. It's like the guy wouldn't do all that if he's bluffing.
The way they looked at each other, I didn't know whether this was poker I was commentating on or speed dating.
Do they do that on this side of the pond too?
Yeah. You know you don't need to laugh when I'm not funny. It's fine. You just.
Oh wait, now he's doing tricks.
What does that mean? That's a magic trick.
Disconnected finger trick.
I thought you
does it every time.
I thought that's supposed to be your old unmarried uncle who does that, right? You know.
Go on, Philippe. Rub your stomach and pat your head. My goodness.
Well, it's really hard to do all that stuff when you're bluffing. So I don't see how Strassman's going to call now.
It's got to rank up there with the most strange thing you've seen.
It definitely does. I mean, you know, especially for something that's not just disgusting, you know.
It worked, I think. He's going to throw these away.
I think it will work. I mean, it would be hard for it not to work. Strassman would have a hard time calling with an ace right now.
You show a bluff, you're the man, but I know you don't have it.
Show a bluff. They all want him to show it.
Show up.
Please show your
Show a bluff.
Show a bluff. Show it.
No. Show on.
Come on, show it.
Show on. No.
Then I made a good fold.
Yeah.
Not really.
You're a chancer, Philippe, but it's worked here at the EPT in London.
Then I made a good fold. Yeah. If you don't show.
Spade, I win!
He calls in 2 seconds.
Kings for mother! They covered his stomach!
Not a good feeling.
Kenny's finally done it!
Welcome back to Malta and the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. It's the EPT 13 Malta main event. It's the penultimate day and we are down to 7 players. That's right, we're at the final table and one more elimination today and play will conclude with the final 6 coming back tomorrow to play cards up here on PokerStars TV. It's level 26, it's James Hartigan alongside...
Hello, my babies.
Joe Stapleton.
I like how we switched it up that time. I'm going to be a little distracted, James. I'm still in this bounty bonus tournament, although I just lost half of my, well, more than half of my nearly 40K stack.
Joey, you do your thing. Let me tell you, the blinds are 25,000 at 50,000 with a 5,000 ante. We have got plenty of short stacks right now. Eli Sad, 18 big blinds. Thomas McNamara, 13 big blinds. Bastian Dola, our spin and go qualifier, 10 big blinds.
Yikes.
Chip leader Mats Carlsen has 81 bigs. Dmitry Urasov, 75 bigs. Those are the 2 monster stacks with 7 remaining.
So this is going to be like a race to the non-finish, huh? I mean, everyone's going to play super tight till one of these guys just is all in the blind, I guess, huh?
And of course, every single finish now involves a pay jump. 7th place pays 56,510, but there's then an additional 20 grand if you make it into the final 6.
Wow.
Plus, of course, the prestige of coming back for the final day and playing cards up down to a champion.
The prestige.
So it's Boyka who's raised it here. gets folds. Free roll passwords on the screen for those of you looking to play tonight's EPT Live free roll. Now, we apologize once again to the problems that you may have suffered last night. Last night's free roll did not run, which is why we are doubling the prize pool in tonight's game. That means $4,000 in the prize pool. Password is Drogon, D-R-O-G-O-N, all lowercase, D-R-O-G-O-N.
So did you say that it's named Drogon after the dragon named Drogon? Drogon dragon?
What? No, it's named after Khal Drogo, her husband.
It's named after Carl. If it's named after Carl Drogo, why didn't she name it Carl?
Because Khal was his title, K-H-A-L. He was the Khal.
No,
he was
no,
the
no.
head
His
of the
name is
tribe.
Carl, C-A-R-L, like from
No.
The Walking Dead.
I think-
Stay in the house, Carl Drogo.
I think you're confusing two different TV shows.
I don't know. I think I know more about TV than you.
Although, quite frank, both have zombies.
That is true, they do.
Carlson, chip leader, opens to 110,000. Oh, wow. Broughton's just tweeted a picture of the birthday cakes. The crew did a good job during the break of
Sugar.
Absolutely demolishing
Hold in.
those fine selections from the local bakery as Saad moves all in for 925k over the top of Carlson's open. Actually, back on the chip leader.
He's got the chips. I love this guy.
900.
Should point out that Yurosov called the opening raise. He's sandwiched in between.
So he still has to act also.
Correct.
You don't look too happy with this, being faced with this decision.
Wonder if that decision is affected in any way by the presence of the other big stack in this hand to act after him.
He's so cute. Don't look at him, Dimitri. I really love seeing players stressed out because it means something to them. It means they care. It means they're not robots. They're not these machines that are just played so many tournaments. He is so stressed. Good fold.
Yurosov snap calls.
Great fold then.
And Yurosov shows jacks. Saad gets it in with ace-king. Classic race underway at the final table. And a race that could end play for the day if jacks hold. Barely back from break. And we could be concluding day 5 of the EPT Malta main event.
Like rice versus noodles, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage. I get the half and half.
Ace high flop. Saad takes the lead. Now just has to fade a jack. Only 2 cards in the deck would send him to the rail in 7th place. The river card is a 9. He gets the double up.
Nice one, Sad. Yurosov just got sodomized.
Well, I'll tell you what that's done. That has evened things out. Carlson still has the big chip lead. He's got roughly 4 million. But Yurosov has dropped down to 2.8 million. You then got Ockenden on 2.3 million and Saad hovering around the 2 million mark which is an average stack right now. So we're playing a 40 big blind average with 7 players remaining.
That puts Doler and McNamara in some really bad spots.
What bravery. Be nice to them, my dear. Blow them a kiss.
He's got a lot of favorite quotes. You guys should have told me. I would have boned up on my Superman 2.
I win. I always win.
I mean, what do you expect when you play Jack so badly? Just kidding, guy. Just kidding. What are you going to do?
Time to update the internet. As McNamara faces a decision on the button, he starts the hand with 13 big blinds, and he has decided he is moving all in.
He ain't waiting around for Doler.
Doler is the shortest stack at the table. He's got a decision in the small blind.
What?
He calls all in.
Oh, wow. Not me.
That's nuts.
Did Alexei Boyka call? Have we got a 3-way all in here?
We do. Could we be coming back with 5 tomorrow?
You're live.
So Boyka calls with ace-king. McNamara got it in with jack-8 suited. Pocket 7s for Doler. So it's a race between Doler and McNamara and Doler and Boyka, with McNamara playing 2 live cards against Boyka. Let's just see what happens, shall we?
Yeah, I'm going to need a flow chart. Maybe an infographic.
There is the prospect here of coming back with 5 players tomorrow. If Boyka's ace-king connects and we get a double KO.
If Boyka binkas, we are coming back with 5.
That's never happened before. Well, there is a jack and an 8 on the flop. And that sees McNamara take the lead.
Really tough for Boyka to win this one now.
And remember, McNamara does have Doler covered.
Boyka's out. Not out of the tournament, but out of the hand.
There is still the main pot to be won here, and Doler could still steal it with a 7 on the river. If it isn't a 7, we lose a player, we stop for the day. That will do it. So McNamara
How much is it?
wins the main pot and the side pot. He gets more than a double up.
Wow.
Meanwhile, we lose our spin and go qualifier.
Good game.
Bastian Doler cashes out in 7th place. He was in for 10 euros. He's out for 56,510.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, 6 players remain, and those 6 will come back tomorrow to play at the final table. Cards up from 2 o'clock Central European time.
James, sometimes Jack 7 holds up.
It was Jack 8.
Sometimes Jack 8 holds up.
Don't worry, Joe, we'll fix it in post.
Thank you.
Guys, write the position of your name, surname, chip count, write the position of the table as well.
Thomas McNamara, by the way, up to 1.8 million, which means the shortest stack coming into play will be Alexei Boyka with 19 big blinds. So we'll pick things up here tomorrow with 1 hour, 20 minutes still to play on level 26 at the 25-50 blind level, and still playing below a 50 big blind average. Only 2 players have an above average stack, those players being Dmitry Urasov and the chip leader, Mats Carlsen. So I've got a special treat for you to end the day as Mats Carlsen lets everyone know, hey, I'm coming back to the final day as chip leader.
Looks like he's saying, I don't want to be here anymore. It's still going.
We are going to close out today with part 4 of EPT Not Live at EPT Live. And after that, we are going to have some highlights of action from the past 2 days here from the EPT Malta main event. So those are the chip counts of the final 6 players. We'll see them tomorrow at 2 o'clock Central European time. But we are not done for the day. Stand by for part 4, the final installment of EPT Not Live at EPT Live, followed by highlights from the last 2 days here at EPT Malta. Enjoy Superfan versus Stapes.
One of them loves the EPT, knows it inside out, and would do anything for the European Poker Tour. The other one is Joe Stapleton. It's Superfan versus Stapes.
And we welcome to EPT Not Live at EPT Live, Andrew Milto, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hello. Wait, we try sound effects. Timing is everything.
Absolutely, absolutely. Andrew, where are you from and what do you do?
I'm from Maryland, the town where Elaine went to college from
all right.
Seinfeld. Do you guys know that one?
Bethesda?
Towson.
Towson.
Close up, close. Yep, and I work for a bank.
Look, I gotta say thank you to Andrew here because he did me a real solid the other night. So the other night I went out with Maria Ho and Tiffany Michelle, and I have had a thing for Tiffany Michelle for like 10 years, right? For a really long time.
Shocking. I never would have guessed it.
She hasn't shown me a lick of interest until the day I got verified on Twitter, and that is no joke. That is no joke. So I'm walking down the street, and we run into Andrew, and he's like, "Oh my God, Stapes, I'm a super fan." Tiffany doesn't know that like a super fan like a thing, like it's like an actual title we've given him.
Right.
So he's like, "Can I get a picture? Meet my girlfriend? Oh my God, I can't wait to be on the show." And Tiffany, like, we walk away, and Tiffany's like, "You have super?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she literally pawed at me right after that. So I had a really good night after I ran into you, Andrew. So I just wanted to say thank you very much.
What brings you to Malta, Andrew?
Just to come hang out, just to see the
Just to
event.
be the super fan.
Just to be in the festival.
So you're not playing anything?
The only thing I played was the 150 charity event, which was the best decision ever because it's all super good players that are just there to
You get to
drink
rub
and hang.
elbows.
Yeah, it was fun.
How
Got
did
to play
you
with
Charity events are the best.
Yeah, and it's open bar, which is totally worth it. Yeah, it's
What?
150 euros an open bar. The charity would have lost money.
This is why the scheduling of it tilts me beyond belief because it's always while we're on air.
Oh, I see.
Did you get a good table draw? Did you get any like real big names?
Roberto Romanello was right next to me, so he and I were hanging out. That
He's a
was
good
cool.
guy.
Jay Cody was super cool. The more famous Jamie Stapleton or Staples.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Get his name
that's-
wrong. It's fine. It was like almost a burn, but also he couldn't get
Not quite.
I'll take it.
I didn't
It's fine.
recognize him, but other people did. So it was cool. It was really fun. And
Got himself
it was
out that whole
Yeah,
Yeah, whatever.
You're back to being a super fan.
Yeah, right.
Just for a minute, it dipped but straight back up the top.
Yeah, so no, I'm just here because I thought it would be fun to see what it's like and hang out.
Well,
it's been awesome.
Thank you for applying to be on the show. You selected Adam Carolla as your specialist subject. I was feeling lazy, so I got Matt to do all the work.
Yeah.
Mr. Broughton has compiled a list of questions about the radio podcast personality Adam Carolla. I will keep score.
Yeah, and I got stitched because normally when James goes, I was thinking you could do the.
It's something
question."
you're
I
actually
think
good at.
It's going to be like movies or guitars or something. It's Adam Carolla. I'm thinking, what? I said, who's that? I don't know. I'm like, oh, thanks a million, mate.
Well, Joe has no excuse. I know he's a fan.
I am a fan. Yeah. But Adam Carolla mentioned my podcast on his show, his morning show, one time in LA years ago, and I lost my mind. It was like one of the best days of my life.
Okay. You didn't even get him to mention EPT Not Live.
Well, it was about 7 years before EPT Not Live.
No, I was saying, can we get him to mention EPT
It's
Not Live?
possible.
Do you still have a connection? Do you still have an in?
I can try.
Can you tag him on the tweet when you make the announcement about the next podcast going out? And maybe he'll do you like a solid and
He's kind of gone really right wing in the last few years, so I'm not sure how. I don't know. That doesn't make someone not a nice person, though. Maybe he'll do it.
Uh-oh. That's it. I've got nothing else to say.
Okay, here we go. We're gonna let's get the game going.
Is that one of the questions? So which end of the political spectrum has Adam lurched in recent years? Is it A, the right, or B, the left?
Now, as you are our guest, you get to choose whether you want to go first or second.
Second.
Second, okay. Then this comes
Which was the right wing question?
That wasn't one of the questions. By the way, no cheating or
I'm trying not to.
Okay, it's very small font. In which year did the Adam Carolla Show set the Guinness World Record as the most downloaded podcast?
Ooh, 2009.
Would you like to steal this?
I think it was 2010.
I can tell you it was 2011.
Ah, we were getting there.
Bonus attached to this one, Joe. By which episode had it become the #1 podcast in both the US and Canada? Was it its 3rd show, its 5th show, or its 6th show?
5th show.
It was its 3rd. Good. You're right with these scores, James. You're keeping track of this.
The score is currently 0-0.
These are very specific questions.
Well, you're both super fans, so you know. Okay, Andrew, which of the following reality shows has Carolla appeared on? Survivor, The Great American Road Trip, Dancing with the Stars, The Celebrity Apprentice.
Well, he was on 2 of those, Celebrity Apprentice and Dancing with the Stars.
Correct.
Is that 1 point or 2?
That's just 1 point.
Just 1 point.
Just 1 point, because they're super fans. Okay, Joseph. Carolla has no middle name, but on his driving license application, he listed his middle name as Watt for a joke, which was then processed and still appears on his license to this very day.
Juan.
No.
Lakers.
Lakers is correct. This is back to you then, Andrew. So,
Adam Lakers Carolla. Such a
I'm
funny
amazed you
guy.
didn't know that. Hawaiian radio station KPOI dropped.
He knows the answer already. He's like, yeah.
Oh, no, whoa. He dropped Carolla's Loveline show. Sorry, they dropped Carolla's Loveline show in 2003 after he insulted Hawaiians. Which of these insults did he not direct at Hawaiians? Dumb, inbred, retarded, fat and lazy, and among the dumbest people we have. Which of those insults did he not direct at Hawaiians?
I'll go with inbred.
It was fat and lazy. He called them all the other things. He sounds like a really lovely guy. Okay, Joseph.
He has a way of making you believe it, though. When
okay.
Yeah,
well, that's even more admirable.
He backs it up.
Okay. In 2008 and 2009, Carolla was the spokesperson for which of these companies? Johnny Rockets, Stop Nodding, Pizza Hut, Wendy's, Subway, or TGI Fridays?
Holy Pizza Hut.
Help him out.
No, I know he did the 1-800 collect, but
No, it was TGI Fridays, I can tell you. Yeah, for 2 years. Well, this one you got 50-50. There's a bonus attached to this.
Okay.
We saw you run one at flips in the spin and go, so maybe you're on a heater.
Might be coming your way. During his time as a spokesperson for TGI Fridays, they served a sauce called Cola Carolla. Is that true or false?
False.
It is false.
Joe, you're on the board. Woo! 2-1 the score.
Okay, over to you, Andrew. Carolla supplied the voice of which character in the Disney film Wreck-It Ralph? Was it Rancis Fluggerbutter, King Candy, Sonic the Hedgehog, Beard Papa, or Officer Winchell?
Officer Winchell.
Correct. Now, for a bonus, can you tell me what foodstuff is Officer Winchell?
A donut. It was a donut.
Is actually listed in the credits as an eclair.
An eclair is not
it's not a donut. I'm sorry.
I'm going to have to be a stickler since I'm down. Sorry.
Okay, Joe. Carolla has a celestial object named in his honor. Which of these is it? Is it the Aurora Carolla Borealis, Asteroid 4535 Adam Carolla, no ego in this, the B125 Carolla Corona, or simply the Adam Carolla Comet?
The Corona Carolla. The choice C. Third choice.
Incorrect. It's actually Asteroid 4535 Adam Carolla. Did you know that one?
No.
Good. Right.
I'd guess. No.
Okay, Carolla, Andrew, conceived a cocktail which later became commercialized. Was it the Mangria, the Tom Colons, the Adam Teeny, the Pina Carolla, or the Carollapolitan?
It is Mangria.
It is the Mangria. And for a bonus, I'm afraid there's a bonus here, Joe. Can you tell me which Napa Valley-based company commercialized it?
Oh, jeez. No, I have no idea.
Seagram's.
No, it was the Patio Wine Company. The thing is, again, having never heard of him, I have no idea what's common knowledge and what is random.
The Mangria is a good one. I knew that one at least.
Okay.
This is Joe's last question.
This is the last question for Joe. Okay, so Carolla once said, I swear my car won't run unless I'm what? So did it say my car won't run unless I'm picking my nose, ever so slightly drunk, playing loud rock music, or pretending I don't care?
Picking my nose.
Correct. Okay, so doesn't really matter. Your last question. Now, you're going to have to think about this from my perspective and the perspective of people that have never heard of him and have done all this research, and we're finding out a lot about Adam. When I described this bloke to my wife, Did she say he sounded like an egomaniac, a turd, or a right dickhead?
That's a dish in England, right? The last one?
Yeah, very popular.
Delicious right dickhead.
I'll say the first one, egomaniac.
I'm afraid she thought he was a which I didn't even know was an insult, but she's very, very creative. How do we end up there?
The final score, 2 points to Joe Stapleton, 4 points to Andrew. You have crushed this game of Superfan versus Stapes.
Well done. There's the applause. Yes.
Good job. Good
Thanks,
job,
guys.
sir.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Well done.
Hey, should we just close the show out here while Andrew
Why
sits
not?
with us?
Yes, stay with us.
What I'm going to do here is coming up next time, we're going to recap all of Malta. We've got lots of carryover anecdote stuff we didn't get time to tell you about this week. We've got 2 TV shows to recap, which James is going to tell you about right now.
Yes, absolutely, because available to watch now at PokerStars.tv, we have the final table of the 100k Super High Roller at the EPT 12 Grand Final. And by the time we bring you the next episode of EPT Not Live, you'll also be able to watch the Monaco main event. That's the Grand Final main event.
Okay, now if you're watching the video version of this show, I've got one last treat for you before we get out of here. If you're listening to the audio version of the show, if you're listening to the audio version of the show, for our superfan Andrew and for James Hardigan and for Matt Broughton, I'm Joe Stapleton. Smell you later. And now an extra treat for the video version. By the way, the music I use in this is called The Dictator, as it is about my friend, Mr. James Hardigan. I knew he was at Obama's inauguration. Unbelievable. Still chewing food somehow. Oh, no, James. No. Oh, God. Always canapes. He's a hero.
That's really good.
VE Day.
Very good, Joe.
For reals this time. That's all the time we got on this week's show. For Andrew, James Hardigan, Matt Broughton, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.
Poker School Online is the place to learn poker or improve your poker skills. To join, simply log into the PokerStars client, visit the school section, and choose your school password. Poker School Online is packed full of free poker bonuses, allowing you to practice and play in real money games on us. Take part in our regular monthly promotions where you can win seats into bigger PokerStars tournaments. There are free scratch cards where you can win daily tournament tickets via Scratch and Match. Each day, you'll have 2 free cards. Just scratch off the cards and you could win a prize. Another popular challenge is our Beginner's Bankroll promotion, allowing you to work your way through our poker missions, improving your game, and earning your free poker tournament tickets along the way. And if that's not enough promotions for you, there are unlimited tournament tickets and $5,000 free roll tickets you can earn via our Refer a Friend promotion. Simply refer a friend and you'll both receive prizes. Once you've built your confidence, it's time to compete in the Poker School Online. Skill leagues with $44,000 in prize money up for grabs every month, with up to $5,000 going to the winner. And if improving your game is what you're looking for, we have poker courses from Hold'em to Omaha, cash, sit and goes and tournaments, along with quizzes to test your newfound knowledge. There's live poker training where you can watch pros play poker in real time. view their hole cards, and ask questions directly. See the live training schedule for the next session. Our poker forums are always buzzing with questions, advice, and tips. You'll find all types of players from beginners to pros discussing all areas of poker. Now you've heard what's available, it's time to get involved. Simply join Poker School Online. You may even be eligible for our welcome bonuses full of tickets and cash. Welcome to Poker School Online.
And I can't believe Benjamin Pollock has not won an EPT yet. How many times have we seen him in the top 30? Top 15?
And the closest I've seen him come was when we covered Deauville a couple of seasons back. Season 11, I think he was top 5, 4th place, in fact, just checking my fact sheet there, for 187,000
I think it was the stop right before that. He went out like 12th or 13th.
Yeah, he had a deep run, I think, in the Bahamas.
A bit more. Yeah. That's 540 behind.
Digital Crash on Twitch says the word on the streets is that Boyka's table is still on their first hand. Rafale says, you can't believe Benjamin Pollock hasn't won an EPT because he is going to win this one.
So he's 3-bet McNamara. He's re-raised it to 67,000.
Ed Kilworth says it's about time Gooley made a final table as well. He's made a final table, hasn't he? What do you got there? What do you got there in your cheat sheet while we wait for Tommy?
I don't think Gully has ever made a final table. He's got a ton of cashes.
Obviously, Ed Kilworth would know that when he asked the question. I'm sorry I doubted him.
But he's one of those players who consistently falls short of... He's one of those players who is a classic goes out on day 4 or day 5 type. 40th place, 30th place.
McNamara is putting in a bunch of green chips. Those are 25K each, right, James?
They are indeed. It's a 4-bet from the original raiser. The chip leader makes it 137,000.
What do you think? Good old-fashioned cooler here? It's been a while since we've seen a disgusting, disgusting cooler. You don't want to fold.
How much more?
That's 137 total.
65 more?
That's 67, so that's 137.
70 more, but you're OOP, my friend.
I can't see him just flatting this. Again, this feels like an all-in or fold situation.
Exactly.
It's a leveraging bet from McNamara.
Cripps just says no one takes
chips from McNamara at this table. Wouldn't be surprised if he had the 7 deuce off and just pushing him around.
Steve Mark on Twitter has a read. He thinks Pollock looks more confident than McNamara.
Well, McNamara, like we said, has gone deep in a few of these and cashed a few times, but Pollock has been in this situation many, many times. Quanti 90 says both want to go all in, but they're afraid the other won't call. Squetchy says, click it back. Or sketchy. Danny says there's no way Pollock has kings here. In response to Kazana, who says Pollock has got pocket kings. That's going to be pretty committing.
I mean, that's a virtual all-in, right?
Well, he's got that stack of greens, but...
Oh, hang on a second. Those are the blue chips.
Yeah. He did click it back.
To answer Scott's question on Twitter, this is a 5K tournament, costs 5,000 euros to play. Everyone now guaranteed at least 15.5 grand, with 25 players remaining from the 468 who started.
This very much seems to me, James, like a 5-bet to induce. I don't think we're going to see him 5-bet fold very often. And if your boy McNamara does have 7 deuce, we're going to find out right now.
Got a bit of hand speculation on Twitter. Sean Smith asks, is it aces against kings?
Sure feels like it.
Jude suggests it's ace-king against queens. Steve Mark is going for kings versus queens. McNamara folds. Drops down below the million mark. Benjamin Pollock now the second biggest stack at this table with 75 big blinds and 10 minutes remaining on the level.
Of course, we all want to assume that it was some kind of move
30
with
minutes.
a bad...
30 minutes. You have to wait 30 minutes.
We're not
In
cards
my
up,
hand.
buddy.
It's not been showed, I don't think. It's not been showed on the stream.
Ready?
It might be with this broadcast.
Good news.
Probably gonna take a couple of months before we know it's like.
I'm afraid today, day 4 of the main event, not going to be on TV. McNamara will never get to know. Unless you tell him, Benjamin, maybe you'll do him a solid.
Ed brings up a good point. Spindler and Fulton did this with King Jack and Ace-7 once upon a time. We don't really see that often anymore, though. People kind of figured out that it's a little volatile.
Feels like that was a phase that poker went through.
Yeah. And a not very fun phase. Like a fun phase for like when you watch those hands in isolation on TV, but for like, it's not really a fun phase to play during.
No. Well, McNamara is going to open this one. 22K. Hello, Gully. He folds the button. Pollock gives up the small blind. Fredrik Jensen in the big blind.
Sean says, lol, folding anything there for 75K is a mistake. The pot was already at 4 or 5 to 1. He was 75,000 to win 360. Was already in the pot. What is it? What is that up to? It's better than 4 to 1.
Yeah, but you know the rest is going in on the flop.
Yeah. I mean, if you really are just goofing around with something like 7 deuce, I think you can get away from it with your 9 fives and your 7 deuces.
Let me quickly answer Emil's question on Twitter. Again, his first tweet. Kind of like feel a little bit flattered that people are using their first ever tweet to get in touch with hashtag EPT Live. Emil says, can you boom a hand in a spin and go if you're playing on your cell phone? No, Emil, you can't. Boom Player doesn't work on the mobile app. That's why we give you the option of sending in a screen grab. So just take a screenshot of the winning hand.
You wouldn't really want to either boom a hand from your phone because you'd leave the app, it would send you to Twitter, it would wreck whatever game you're playing in.
Well, look at this. McNamara has been 3-bet again, this time by Fredrik Jensen.
Just show him a little weakness. Put some blood in the water. All the sharks will start circling. Buttsman12 on Twitch says he probably had 10 tray and was trying to win the Bahamas spin tickets. Nice one.
Well, I hope it was the 10 of spades, 3 of diamonds, because otherwise it doesn't play. McNamara folds. And we've got more outer table action for you. Dominik Panka versus Sergei Sergeyev. Panka gets it in with aces. Sergeyev with 8-3, but look at the board.
Yeah.
2 threes out there.
Youch.
Sergeyev, the player, all in. He gets a big double up through Dominik Panka, and Panka will be left with around 50K.
What's he doing in with 8-3 in the first place, though? Is that big blind?
Yeah, it looks like Panka raised the cutoff.
Ew, he defends his big blind with 8-3 and flops trips. Ew.
No, he only flopped a pair, and then
the second one was on the turn?
No, you're right. You're right. It was he flopped trips, and then it all went in on the turn.
Ew, back to ew.
Confirmation, by the way, that Dominik Panka is down to 45,000, 4.5 big blinds.
Still talking about that McNamara hand. Sean says, I wonder what he 4-bet with, possibly a pair like 8s or 9s. I don't think so. I don't think that he can fold any reasonable hand once it's 70,000 to call and he's in position.
Yeah, with hands like 8s or 9s, I'm not sure in position he's ever going to be 4-betting with those hands.
Right.
I think he's much more likely to flat the 3-bet and take a flop.
Yeah, he can call in position at any point.
I mean, clearly, if we're talking about 4-betting, you would think that it massively polarizes his range to absolute junk, i.e. bluff hands, or really strong hands that he's going to be quite happy to get it in with. I mean, here's an interesting question, though. Say you have what you think is a really strong hand, like jacks or queens.
Right.
And you 4-bet, but when Pollock 5-bets in such a way to commit himself without moving all in, as you said, looking like the kind of 5-bet designed to induce, do you then rethink your strategy?
I mean, there's lots of math players out there, right? Or not math players. There's certain people that are like pot odds players who are going to say that you should just call there with your jacks and just see what happens. But one thought I did have is like maybe he just like realizes he's just dominated. You know, maybe he did have a big hand and realizes he's dominated. He's got jacks or tens or even queens, but I think that maybe you still just have to call there. And it sounds terrible, but call and try to hit a set. Call and see if maybe there's something on the board that can scare you off. I don't know. I'd like to think he had like jack deuce and he was super polarized and just realized time to get out of Dodge.
What'll be really impressive if it turns out that Benjamin Pollock had jack deuce.
Yeah.
So Jensen's opened here to 33,000. Slightly bigger open than we've been used to during this blind level. Sarah Hazali has 3-bet to 97k. I believe that it's blind on blind, which would explain this change in Jensen's sizing.
All in.
Fredrik Jensen moves all in.
All in.
One of Sarah's friends tipped me off yesterday that she can run a little hot-blooded sometimes. And she looks a little irritated right now. Two and a half minutes left on this level. Will she use all of it? I've noticed that Jensen's small to big raises have been more than 3x.
Yeah.
I noticed that yesterday. And then Sarah went ahead and 3x'd his raise. So this pot already had a lot of chips, and there's plenty of reason for Jensen to try to pick up this pot. And I'm not sure why she would raise so big if she had a monster hand. I think this is a pretty good spot for Jensen to pick this up pre-flop. And that's probably what's giving her such a hard time right now. He doesn't have to have a hand here. She calls.
She calls with ace-queen.
Thanks. Quite a setup.
And looks like Fredrik Jensen's got ace-king.
Yep, setup indeed. Domination Nation.
How much are you playing?
About 5, I think.
Yeah, I think I had like 540. You have more than 5.
Yeah.
I think you got me covered.
It's very close. By our calculations, Hazali will be left with one big blind if ace-king holds.
What a cooler. So it looks like she got Jensen to do what she wanted.
Don't root for a queen.
So this is a 1,000,000 chip pot. This is for the tournament chip lead.
Ah, okay.
And of course, it's for Fredrik Jensen's tournament life.
What a setup.
Ace-king holding.
En master par.
So Fredrik Jensen gets the big double up and becomes tournament chip leader unless there's a queen on the river.
No chance of chop.
The river card is a 10, so ace-king holds.
Not much you can do, I think.
She's still in the tournament, though.
Just. She has, to utilize a phrase created by Joe Stapleton in 2009, a chip and a chair.
Meanwhile,
more all-ins over here.
We find that Guillaume Diaz is indeed all in for his last 157,000.
157.
Told you.
Yep.
Call.
He has called. Still some other players yet to act. Could be interesting.
Wow.
Hey! Well, I didn't know, but I knew it was a possibility.
Make me triple
And another call. How funky is your chicken? How loose is your goose?
Would be hard. Would be hard.
King Jack.
So that's our original race from Guillaume.
No, you've got.
Then Jensen in the middle of it with the best of it, the kings, because I can tell you that our friend Bastian Doller, who is also now at risk, has got pocket tens.
Yeah.
What?
Jensen, a 72% favorite, three ways, not too shabby.
You want to bet on it?
Are you sure that's not Freiberg? Because I'm pretty sure he was camped out right by the spawn site.
I stay sit.
Round by the banana, where that you got that
That's
clear
right.
shot right through the middle. Oh, snakes alive!
Somehow a 10.
Sick.
Well,
I think Diaz can still win this one too, though. He has not.
Yeah.
He has gained equity.
A cheeky queen through the middle of this would be the real sniper.
No, it doesn't care about your hand.
Diamond.
Diamond Jensen's got more outs now to come back for this
Queen
one.
of hearts. I need the queen of hearts.
The EPT computer just blew into flames trying to work out who had what equity.
Let's keep it red.
That's gone. Aye, aye, aye. Snakes alive. So, I'm afraid Mr. Guillaume Diaz is going to have to leave us.
But your boy Doller is now up over a mill ball.
Yeah.
Frederick Jensen down to 37 big blinds.
Make it good. Make it in game until the hands up. It's good.
Louis Cartarius spent some time on our feature table yesterday, for most of the day in fact. Both he and Panka have folded. Alexei Boyka is the player to act now in the cutoff. And he is going to raise. Chip leader Mats Carlsen gives up the button. Shemian in the small blind. He's put on a shirt that says, "I mean business."
He's put on a shirt that says he will take your case in 1970s San Francisco. Whether it be a missing sister or someone's been vandalizing your disco ball store, he will be there.
And right now he is all in. Eli Saad is in the big blind. He's folded. Action back on Boyka. And Boyka calls, putting Ola Shemian at risk. Ace-4 against pocket nines. Shemian with just one overcard to Boyka's pocket pair.
Sometimes one overcard's all you need. It's not the first time 1970s Ola Shemian's been up against it.
The flop has a 4 on it. Gives Shemian additional outs.
Something.
3 aces, 2 4s working for him. And now he picks up the flush draw as well. This could be a case of too many outs syndrome.
I think it's just the right number of outs.
Shemian needs to hit on the river to survive. The river is the deuce of clubs.
Funky!
He gets there, and Shemian survives.
Oh, it's already like out there.
Swag levels holding steady.
Dominic Panka, who at one point yesterday I think was down to like 4 big blinds, and comes into the penultimate day third on the leaderboard. And Panka, of course, made the final table here in Malta in season 11. Looking to go 2 for 3, which would be quite impressive.
Especially since we were here 3 times in less than 2 years.
So Panka's open to 60,000. Chip leader Mats Carlsen.
Oh, there's a Romanian commentary today? I'm out of here.
Carlsen, 3 bets, makes it 160,000. Shemian all in again.
Shemian does not have a very good record against Mats Carlsen. had his lunch eaten by Carlson on multiple occasions yesterday.
Wow, seriously, but caught in the crossfire. This, yeah. What is it? Yeah, well, 4-12.
Oh, this is the worst.
Holocaust.
This is the worst. And the guy's like, I just got caught. I guess I call. And then you just get bustoed.
Yeah, Panka quickly folded. Carlson's getting a count.
Yeah, I called.
I knew it.
He calls. King 10.
Ace King. Well, it's Domination Nation. I'm so sorry, Ola. This is really going to suck.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Already?
Can you apologize ahead of time, Matt? Okay. We agree on that one.
Stupid. I don't know. Who knows? All this game can have a good hand.
Oh, come on.
Told you.
Alashemian does not want to see an ace or a 9.
Have you ever played poker before, James? This is how it happens.
Take another one of those.
Another tough one.
7 cards for Shemian to fade on the river. It's an ace!
Poker, it's all skill. Start with the worst hand and go uphill.
Barry Greenstein seals Olashemian's fate.
I don't think so.
Sorry about that, buddy.
Eliminated in 14th place, cashing for just over 25,000 euros.
All right, we have got an all-in triangle. Doho Lahair, and he has been called by Dominic Panka, Ace-Jack versus Ace Clinker. Domination Nation. Panka is dominated, but not at risk.
And you know how well Dominic Panka runs sometimes. We've seen him. Considering yesterday, we thought he was out of there with just 4 big blinds at one point, and he just kept on coming back. So he has previous form.
He will never stop until you are dead. Jack on the flop.
Told you. Do you know what? It's not even a surprise anymore. It's just to be expected.
King on the turn.
I'm still not worried. There's only 2 outs, but I have no doubt that one of them, it's really just a case of will it be the diamonds or the hearts? Will you the lamb or will you the beef? Oh, wow. Well, that doesn't seem right. Maybe he has to be at risk for the whole of the tournament for the real luck to kick in.
440.
I must admit, this is where I personally get quite frustrated to not see their cards, because I love to see when really good players play these short-handed tables, because you know that it's got to be a really wide range. They're going to be playing so often out of position. Just kind of cross our fingers for at least a few showdowns just to try and get a handle on what these guys are doing. Are you feeding the trolls again, Joe?
Oh, no, I'm just replying to some people. Like, Cicada's not sure if he won a ticket for the Bahamas Spin and Win contest. And he's saying, and by the way, they're not even running yet. And I said, well, that's why you probably haven't gotten your prize if you won one. And
yeah, if ever you're in doubt as to whether you've won something, chances are if we haven't got in touch to tell you that you've won something, you probably haven't. By the end of this trip, we wrap everything up. So, you know, let us get off the air. Let us take care of some admin. If you genuinely think you've won something and haven't heard from us, get in touch. But chances are we'll beat you to it, as we see. An all-in from Luis Katarias. It was raised, re-raised, and now he shows that he means business. Gets the call. Katarias is at risk. But he has got a pair of aces, so.
I mean, we've seen a lot of brutal suckouts over the last hour, though. So.
Excuse me, I do apologize.
Yeah,
I had the
Boyka's got
table.
the aces.
I had the table round the wrong way. I thought it was Katarius that was actually showing the aces. So, this is worse than I possibly imagined when this gets sucked out. I'm sorry.
Who's the main?
Huge spot. Final table bubble. Not the official final table, but the final 9. Eight and 6 aren't terrible cards if you're holding 2 7s.
The problem is, Joe, all I can think of is what Andre Letal always says.
Oh, it is almost always coming 7.
So it's not over till the fat lady rivers.
9
Ooh.
is also helpful.
10 ounce now to stick around.
Such a sick spot for these aces.
5, 7, or 10 to save the day.
Aha.
So we are going to lose our boy Katarius.
Looks like he put the Cartarius before the horse.
Yurosov opens to 90k. Dominic Panka announces all in, shoving for 850,000. The blinds are folded, back around to Yurosov, and he snap calls. 6s, the hand for Panka. Yurosov calls with kings. Dominic dominated, a 4-1 underdog.
But can we see a Panka-sponsored domination rotation? Let's be honest, he has got out of a few tight spots over the last couple of days. Wouldn't be a complete surprise to see him somehow wriggle his way out of this. Ooh.
This is going to be hard. Running clubs, probably his best shot. Certainly a more realistic prospect than running 6s. Likely to be all over on the turn, however, and it is. We lose Dominic Panka in 9th place, taking us down to our official final table of 8. No return final table appearance for Panka. No second EPT title on this occasion.
Still impressive, let's not forget.
I'm not shaking a hand with someone who knocked me out, right?
468 started, making the final 9 still not to be sniffed at by any stretch of the imagination.
So Dominic cashes for 41,590 euros. We now have our official 8, but remember, we will play on, we'll keep going until we are down to 6 today. So 2 more eliminations before the end of day 5. So talk us through one more hand, Dominic, as Low raises here.
Absolutely. You know, he raises from the cutoff, and apparently Peter Ocken then has a decision on the tab, on the button. He's preparing a 3-bet. He's loading the gun. He fires.
Oh, Sard in the big blind looks interested.
He spends a reasonable time looking at his cards, most of the hands. And I have not played with Peter, so I have no really idea what are his tendencies. Because it's obviously pretty decent spot to put the pressure on someone, especially that Dmitry Urasov is on the small blind, and you have a perceived weaker opponent in the big blind, because Dmitry will be 3-betting from the small blind quite frequently, but he will be playing less hands than he would be from the big blind. So that's why, for example, it's a better position for Luo to steal than, for example, even from the button maybe sometimes, because Urasov would be on the big blind that hand. And Ocken then invests a decent amount of chips now 3-betting to 250,000, which is a big portion of his stack. No, I'm not sure if would he be messing around, especially that, you know, with the break coming, you know, some young players would be maybe taking advantage of the fact that everyone wants to go on a break and be wider in situations, but all right, so.
Well, this is a pretty committing 4-bet from Luo, and Matt, if you could please sound the 4-bet alert.
Do you know what, that's not, oh, hang on, I think I'm good. Good guess there on the buttons.
All in from Ockenden, Luo calls. We said the 4-bet was committing, and sure enough, he calls the shove, and he has run into the bullets. Ace is the hand for Ockenden, Ace-King the hand for Luo, and he is the player at risk.
Yuck.
This could take us down to 7 players just before the break. Hold on to that pyramid.
I like that he actually made a committing re-raise because it looks even stronger. I mean, it might be a world where Ockenden 3-bets jacks and would like to call a shove, but somehow finds a fold now.
Well, obviously verifying the stacks, but we know that Ockenden has him covered by about 300k. Obviously, if the unthinkable happens, Ockenden will be left with 7 bigs.
You need to be very lucky to win right now.
Yeah,
this king.
Could be drawing dead on the turn. Oh, he's not.
Or
nothing I haven't done in my life, of course.
Is he going to go runner? Is he going to hit one of the last 2 remaining kings on the river? No.
That was so close. I mean, like, Ockenden loses right now against almost all the hands that Luo would be jamming, apart from Ace-King.
So aces hold, and that will see the elimination of Zhizhang Luo in 8th place. Cashing for 41,590 euros. They are just verifying it, but we're pretty sure that Ockenden had him covered. He is covered and he is out. So 7 remain in the EPT Malta main event as we lose Zhizhang Luo just before the break. As McNamara faces a decision on the button, he starts the hand with 13 big blinds, and he has decided he is moving all in.
He ain't waiting around for Doler.
Doler is the shortest stack at the table. He's got a decision in the small blind.
What?
He calls all in.
Oh, wow. Not me.
That's nuts.
Did Alexei Boyka call? Have we got a 3-way all in here?
We do. Could we be coming back with 5 tomorrow?
You're live.
So Boyka calls with Ace-King. McNamara got it in with Jack-8 suited. Pocket 7s for Doler. So it's a race between Doler and McNamara and Doler and Boyka, with McNamara playing 2 live cards against Boyka. Let's just see what happens, shall we?
Yeah, I'm going to need a flow chart. Maybe an infographic.
There is the prospect here of coming back with 5 players tomorrow. If Boyka's Ace-King connects and we get a double KO.
If Boyka binkas, we are coming back with 5.
That's never happened before. Well, there is a Jack and an 8 on the flop. And that sees McNamara take the lead.
Really tough for Boyka to win this one now.
And remember, McNamara does have Doler covered.
Boyka's out. Not out of the tournament, but out of the hand.
There is still the main pot to be won here, and Doler could still steal it with a 7 on the river. If it isn't a 7, we lose a player, we stop for the day. That will do it. So McNamara
How much is it?
Wins the main pot and the side pot. He gets more than a double up.
Wow.
Meanwhile, we lose our spin and go qualifier.
Good game.
Bastian Dola cashes out in 7th place. He was in for 10 euros. He's out for 56,510.
And you are back in the room. So with the elimination of Bastian Dola, that brings you up to speed. Just 6 players left. Play through tomorrow. This is how they look and how they will come back tomorrow. It's nearly 4 million for Mats Carlsen now. Dmitry Yurasov with 2.8 million. Pete Ockenden 2.34 million. Elisard just over 2 million. 1.8 for Thomas McNamara. And the shortest stack with 19 bigs. 960,000 is Alexei Boyka. Still got about an hour and 20 minutes left on the level that ended the day. And that's how they'll come back tomorrow. Remember, if you want to pick up any of the action from today, find out how we got to where we are, you can check it all out on the PokerStarsblog.com. Remember to follow the guys at PokerStars blog as well for live updates. Plenty of features and interesting interviews there as well to bring you up to date on these guys and where they come from. Other than that, please do join myself, Joe and James, from 2 p.m. Central European Time. And we will bring you our famous Cards Up coverage. Every single hand, all the way down. Do come and see us. But for James Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, and myself, Matt Broughton, it's my birthday. Good night from Malta.
Thank you for that.
I'll be back.